Chapter 2688, Divine Eyes Spying. Outside the mountain range where the relic of Maharaga was located, many cultivators were gathered. They had all been chased out. Until now, their hearts had yet to calm down. Everything that happened just now was too terrifying. Maharaga had awakened and consumed everything in the space. In an instant, countless cultivators lost their lives. Among them, many clans suffered heavy losses. "It has disappeared," someone said. When the will of Maharaga dissipated, they could sense that the terrifying will had also disappeared. Could it be that Maharaga had once again entered hibernation? Before this, why hadn't Maharaga consumed them all? Is the will of Maharaga sentient? Someone speculated in a low voice. If it is sentient, why did it choose to let us go? Another person asked. The crowd was curious. They did not understand why Maharaga had let them go so quickly. It seemed out of the ordinary. Supreme Swordlord was looking around. He discovered that Futian and Shi Qiyao, whom he had fought side by side, had not come out. Like him, they had submerged into the will of Maharaga and fought against it. However, they shouldn't have perished to it. What about the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace? Someone asked. They discovered that the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had disappeared, and they had not seen them. The crowd felt that this was strange. Before this, I saw that the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace were fine. They should be waiting for Futian and Shi Qiyao, but why haven't they come out yet? The whereabouts of Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace attracted the crowd's attention. After all, the path was initially opened up by Futian. Now, he did not make it out. It would naturally draw suspicion. Supreme Swordlord's eyes sparkled as his gaze pierced the space, and he peered inside. Then, his figure flashed and became a beam of sword light. He entered the mountain range again. He wanted to see why Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had yet to come out. The other cultivators revealed strange expressions when they saw this scene. After Supreme Swordlord went in, the other cultivators hesitated to move. Should they go in and take a look? Not long after Supreme Swordlord entered the mountain range, the terrifying will of Maharaga awakened once again. The mountains contained a frightening aura, causing the hearts of the people outside to leap. Their previous thoughts were quashed. Would Supreme Swordlord make it out alive? Right now, Supreme Swordlord stood within the mountain range. His figure was like a sharp sword. He raised his head to look at the illusory figure of Maharaga. A gigantic illusory figure of Maharaga coalesced in the sky and appeared directly above Supreme Swordlord. The illusory figure stared intently at him. Supreme Swordlord showed no sign of fear. His gaze was piercing as he stared at the large silhouette above him. The surroundings emanated a suffocating vibe. "Little friend ye?" Supreme Swordlord said in a low voice. His tone was somewhat doubtful as he felt the illusory figure out. He speculated on the disappearance of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. He hypothesized that Futian had seized control of the will of Maharaga, and thus, he had control over this region. The enormous face of Maharaga stared at Supreme Swordlord. Then, a white-haired figure emerged from the illusory figure and said, "Senior, you have a keen eye." When Supreme Swordlord saw Futian appear, he was rather shocked. He exclaimed, "Incredible. I did not expect you to have really taken control over the will of Maharaga. I'm impressed." "Senior, please enter," Futian said. Then, the illusory figure dissipated, and the terrifying will looming over the sky also disappeared. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Supreme Swordlord took a glance inside of the relic and entered the region. Outside the region, the other cultivators anticipated the return of Supreme Swordlord, yet he did not return even after a long time. Even after the terrifying will dissipated, Supreme Swordlord did not come back. This caused them to reveal shocked expressions. Could it be that Supreme Swordlord had angered Maharaga and was consumed by the latter? No one dared to act recklessly. Even though they were full of doubts, they couldn't help but ponder upon the worst-case scenario. If the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and Supreme Swordlord were truly swallowed by Maharaga because their intrusion angered him, the rest of them out here would die too if they entered the region. They could only wait outside. On the other hand, Supreme Swordlord advanced into the relic and saw Yi Futian. Before this, the two of them fought over the teachings of the three Sword Emperors. Yi Futian successfully received a slash from Supreme Swordlord. The latter kept his promise and gave up on the teachings of the three Sword Emperors. Therefore, Yi Futian had a good opinion of Supreme Swordlord. Even when faced with the temptation of the relic of a great emperor, Supreme Swordlord still kept his promise. It was not a simple feat after all. If Supreme Swordlord went against his word and was dead set on acquiring the teachings, Yi Futian and his group might have difficulty defeating him. Senior, greeted Yi Futian with a smile. You surprised me, Supreme Swordlord said as he approached Yi Futian. I sensed the will of Maharaga before. It was hard to be defeated, yet you have actually swallowed it up. Even though I have heard of your name before, I didn't pay much attention to you. Now, from the looks of it, your talents are boundless. Coincidentally, the world is going through some major changes now. You might have a chance to become a great emperor. Senior, you speak too highly of me, Yi Futian replied. There are plenty of inheritances here. I'm sure you will find something suitable for you. As you said, the world is going through some major changes now. With the appearance of this ancient continent, the will of the gods will find their successors. I hope you will also be able to inherit the will of a great emperor and break through the final step. Why did you let me in? Supreme Swordlord asked. His entering here meant that he would at least occupy an emperor-level inheritance. Yi Futian had control over the will of Maharaga. If Yi Futian chose to target Supreme Swordlord, the latter would most likely not be able to set foot in this region. We get along quite well. I admire your demeanor. I naturally also hope to make more friends during this chaotic time, Yi Futian said. He did not mind flattering Supreme Swordlord. You're good with words, Supreme Swordlord said while nodding. Since you said so, I will be friends with you. I am much older than you, so it's acceptable for me to address you as little friend Yi, right? Of course, Yi Futian agreed with a smile. Senior, help yourself to this place. Supreme Swordlord nodded and said, cultivators like us, who are not from the Emperor-level forces, always lose out. Rumor has it that the 7 Emperor-level forces have all found themselves a relic of the 8 legions. Their abilities will certainly grow stronger. It's rather fortunate for little friend Yi to be able to snatch this relic of Maharaga, which is one of the relics of the 8 legions. You should make use of every second to cultivate. Senior, what you say is true. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. The changes to the heavens and the earth are approaching. We are indeed short on time. Let's cultivate, said Supreme Swordlord as he moved towards a direction. Yi Futian looked into the distance in the direction where the former headed. Currently, this place was occupied by the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace, and Supreme Swordlord. Their lineup was rather strong too. This lineup was still not on par with that of other Emperor-level forces, but with the help of the will of Maharaga, Yi Futian was confident that they could remain in control of this region. That was unless the Emperor-level forces chose to invade them. It was exceptionally quiet on the outskirts of the relic of Maharaga. No cultivator dared to set foot in the region. They could only move to other spots in search of opportunities. There were still other places that were suitable for them to cultivate. One by one, the 7 Emperor-level forces each found a relic of the 8 legions. They allowed cultivators of other troops to cultivate within the relics. The core regions of each relic were under the absolute control of the Emperor-level forces, but some inheritances of the great emperors were still available in the outer regions. Besides that, there were still many unoccupied relics in various parts of this ancient continent. Time trickled past. The relics of the 8 legions had all been identified. As expected by the crowd, they were carved up by the Emperor-level forces. The force of the Heaven Realm located the relic of House Deva. It was the ruins of the ancient Heaven Court, and the scene was shocking to behold. Quite a number of cultivators intended to cultivate there, but they were blocked and defeated by the cultivators of the Heaven Realm. Many cultivators were even killed. The devil world ruled over the relic of House Karura. The relic of the demonic lord was there. The dark court found the relic of House Azura. The human realm occupied the relic of music god Gandharv. The divine prefecture discovered the relic of House Naga. The empty divine realm located the relic of House Yaksa. The world of Buddhism came across the relic of House Kanara. Finally, the relic of Maharaga was the only spot that was not seized by any emperor-level forces. Rumor has it that no force managed to rule over it up until now, because the will of Maharaga had awakened. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this last relic of the 8 legions was actually occupied by Ziwei Imperial Palace now. Since all the top-level forces had each claimed a relic, they were busy comprehending the teachings stored in their relics at the moment and, hence, they did not have time to invade other relics. However, as time passed, more and more cultivators from the cultivation world arrived and spread across this ancient continent. All the relics gradually found their successors or were taken by force. However, the emperor-level forces did not engage in conflict against each other. After all, they still needed time to digest the teachings that they found in their own relics before they had the leisure to invade other places. This kind of serenity lasted for a year. After the relics of the 8 legions had been discovered, a delicate balance had actually formed among the emperor-level forces. Nevertheless, there were still terrifying battles happening regularly all over the ancient continent. There was never truly peace. On this day, a powerful cultivator approached the relic of Maharaga. This cultivator was bathed in the light of Buddha, and his cultivation was profound. He was none other than Shinyen Buddha Lord, one of the Buddha Lords from the western heaven of the world of Buddhism. He stood outside of the relic and divine lights shot out from his pupils. In the sky above, a pair of eyes appeared too. The gaze of the eyes was petrifying as it penetrated through the vast space and probed deep inside the relic. Shinyen Buddha Lord was determined to find out what was hidden inside this relic. Chapter 2689. Repent, and you shall be saved. Yi Futian was cultivating inside the relic. He had become one with the will of the relic. Seemingly sensing something, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He then noticed a pair of eyes. They were a pair of divine eyes. They were bright and looked down on everything from the sky above. They penetrated through space and directly stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian similarly stared at the divine eyes. Both parties recognized each other. Yi Futian, exclaimed a voice. The speaker was clearly surprised by what he saw. Shinyen Buddha Lord, mumbled Yi Futian as he narrowed his eyes. He stared at the divine eyes intently. From the looks of it, Shinyen Buddha Lord's cultivation had improved. His eyes seemed to have transformed into real divine eyes. They could penetrate through the seal of the will of the great path and see the scene inside the relic, regardless of the distance. Shinyen Buddha Lord did not retract his gaze. His divine eyes scanned the surroundings, intending to make out the internal structure of the relic. Yi Futian's heart turned cold. Due to his close relationship with the Buddhist sects, he had no intention of attacking Shinyen Buddha Lord. However, the latter had always been finding fault with him. The appearance of these divine eyes now most likely meant that he would cause trouble for Yi Futian again. Outside the region of the relic, Shinyen Buddha Lord retracted his gaze, and the divine eyes in the sky disappeared. He turned around and looked at the crowd. Many of them asked him, Buddha Lord, how is it inside? Yi Futian is cultivating inside the relic together with Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace cultivators. He has lied to all of us, reported Shinyen Buddha Lord. Yi Futian and Ziwei Imperial Palace have occupied the relic of House Maharaga, one of the 8 legions. Yi Futian, muttered the crowd as they narrowed their eyes in surprise. They never imagined that not only were Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace still alive, but they had also occupied the relic of Maharaga and had cultivated inside for so long. There were multiple inheritances inside the relic. Something has been fishy since the beginning. We have had our suspicions, but we did not expect that he has really been lying to us, someone said coldly. We must tell everyone about this. Even though they had found out the truth, no one dared to enter the relic recklessly. After all, since Yi Futian had seized control of the relic, it meant that he had merged with the will of Maharaga. Shinyen Buddha Lord swept a glance at the relic. Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had occupied the relic of Maharaga for a year. The other 7 relics of the 8 legions were all under control of Emperor-level forces. Who did Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace think they were? They dared to take over one of the relics of the 8 legions without sharing it with the others. Now, Shenyan Buddha Lord only needed to wait and see as Yi Futian and Ziwei Imperial Palace became the common enemy of everyone. The news spread quickly in the ancient continent. Soon, various forces knew that Yi Futian and his group had occupied the relic of Maharaga. Many cultivators made their way over here. At the same time, in the relic, Yi Futian stopped cultivating. His gaze was indifferent as he announced, "We will most likely face trouble." After the various forces caught wind of the news, they would most likely rush over here. "We will declare war on them if they intrude," an arrogant voice sounded. The speaker was none other than Supreme Swordlord. Sword surrounded him, and his aura was terrifying. As a near deity, Supreme Swordlord hardly ever found anyone who could be a match for him. He stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He had acquired an imperial arm in the relic. He naturally feared no one and was not afraid to put up a fight. "Swordlord, there are more than 1 or 2 forces in this ancient continent currently," Yi Futian explained. "Furthermore, the 7 major Emperor-level forces are here too." "That's true. While we were improving, they were not idle either," Supreme Swordlord said. "Little friend Yi, you now control the will of Maharaga. How's your current combat ability?" If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. A year ago, when the will of Maharaga was awakened, all the cultivators had a hard time withstanding it. They were nearly swallowed by the will. Since Yi Futian had merged with the will of Maharaga, he would surely be mighty. Yi Futian replied, "I have not tested it out, but I should be able to put up a fight with you even if you wield the imperial arm." Supreme Swordlord was already a near deity. With the aid of the imperial arm, he would most likely have the strongest combat ability among all who were under the great emperor plane. The combat ability of a near deity carrying an imperial arm was equivalent to that of Yin Gi of the Devil World back then. They were on par with Wang Xiao, who wielded the imperial arm that was completed with the will of Tunyan the Great. Supreme Swordlord nodded. Even though Yi Futian said so, his exact combat ability remained uncertain. At the moment, they could only cross the bridge when they came to it. They would decide on their course of action depending on the cultivators who came. More and more cultivators gathered outside the relic of Maharaga. They had come from different relics. They stayed put for now and waited for more people to assemble. They did not dare to act recklessly since Yi Futian had seized control of the relic and had inherited the will of Maharaga. As time passed, the number of cultivators increased. Most of them were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. For instance, all the ancient god clans from the Divine Prefecture were here. They had grudges with Yi Futian, to begin with. They would certainly not let go of this golden opportunity to crusade against Yi Futian with the others. The ancient god clans had reaped quite some benefits during their trip here. They cultivated in the relic of Naga, which Donghuang Imperial Palace controlled. They had secured as many teachings as possible. After they received news about Yi Futian, they immediately left the relic of Naga and rushed over here. On top of them, cultivators from various worlds were also here. All of them had their gazes fixed on the relic. Futian clan lord said, "According to rumors, Maharaga was the war god among the 8 legions. His combat ability was heaven-defying, and he killed many great emperors. There are most likely many teachings of the great emperors left inside this relic. I suppose the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace have reaped great benefits this time around. Aside from the emperor-level forces, most likely no other force can stand on par with them." His gaze was dead set on the relic as he said this. Ziwei Imperial Palace originated from the original realm. It has only been a few decades since they gained their fame, and they intend to be on par with the emperor-level forces now. For them to occupy a relic alone, they sure are ambitious, seconded Vajra Region Lord as he instigated the crowd. The cultivators present naturally understood their intention of saying such things. However, they also thought that what they said was logical. They indeed felt that Ziwei Imperial Palace was unworthy to claim a relic independently. Only the Emperor-level forces were allowed to claim one of the relics of the 8 legions each. This last relic of the 8 legions should have been accessible to everyone. As they spoke, a menacing aura emanated from within the relic. In the distance, a terrifying aura of the Great Path churned and roared. A gigantic figure appeared on the horizon. It was undoubtedly the figure of Maharaga. His enormous body stood tall in the sky and looked down on everyone. He mocked, "Since all of you are dissatisfied, why don't you invade the relic and snatch the place from me?" His voice was domineering and provocative. The person who was controlling the will of Maharaga now was naturally Yi Futian. He stared at the crowd. No one dared to raise any objections when the Emperor-level forces occupied the relics of the 8 legions. Yet they had all come here to snatch the relic he seized. The space actually fell silent after Yi Futian challenged them. Snatching the relic from him? Who would dare enter the region? Yi Futian, the relics on the ancient continent are all public property. Every cultivator has the right to cultivate in them. You pocketed this relic on your own and hoarded many teachings of the great emperors. This is certainly not right. Now, you should hand the relic over to us and allow all the cultivators to comprehend within it. This is the right way. You should not breed greater mistakes, Tongchan Buddha Lord said, his palms together. The light of Buddha circled his body. He spoke nobly for the good of all mankind. He requested Yi Futian to open up the relic and allow everyone to cultivate in it. Repent, and you shall be saved, the Buddhist cultivators who stood to the side of Tongchan Buddha Lord chanted. They acted as though Yi Futian had committed a grievous sin and needed salvation. Why would the Buddha allow such a hypocrite to exist in his sect? Supreme Swordlord's voice penetrated through space and was as sharp as a sword. His voice reverberated as he said, "Since you said that the relics in the ancient continent belong to the public, why don't you ask the Buddhist sects to hand over the relics they occupied? The Divine Prefecture, the Devil World, and the other Emperor-level forces should open up their relics too and allow everyone to cultivate in them." Tongchan Buddha Lord explained, "The great emperors maintain the order of the world with the help of the Emperor-level forces. They should not be treated the same. Yi Futian is merely a junior. He is not qualified to seize control of an entire relic." His voice was thunderous and could be heard by everyone throughout the space. Even though what he said was fallacy, all the cultivators outside the relic agreed with him. There was no absolute right or wrong regarding the matters in the world. Of course, the cultivators would side with whichever side benefited them. What you say is true. The relics on the ancient continent belong to the public. Yi Futian seized control of this relic with his own ability. So, what's wrong with him cultivating here? Supreme Swordlord continued, "If you want to snatch the place from us, come right in. Stop running your mouth." Yi Futian declared loudly, "I once cultivated in the world of Buddhism and have close relationships with the Buddhist sections. I am indebted to them and hence, I do not wish to have grudges with you. However, a few of you have always targeted me. This is not your first time trying to bring me down. Since that's the case, whatever happens between us is strictly our own personal affairs and is not related to the Buddhist sections. I believe that the Buddhist sects are full of mercy and are unlike scums like you. You bring shame to the world of Buddhism." His voice echoed in the region. Chapter 2690, Invasion, Clash. The Buddhist cultivators were again led by Shinyin Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord. These two Buddha Lords had never got along with Yi Futian. Now, the two Buddha Lords had caught a glimpse of the door to the God level. In the relic, their cultivation had undergone a metamorphosis and advanced to the near deity plane. Before this, I have heard that you practiced the demonic arts. From the looks of it, the rumors were indeed true. The Buddha is merciful and is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, since you remain stubborn, I have no choice but to exorcise you with Buddhist doctrine," said Tongchan Buddha Lord as the peerless light of Buddha emanated from his figure. "If that is the case, what are you waiting for? Come in," said Yi Futian, as he invited the various cultivators into the relic. Now, the various cultivators had gathered outside of the relic. However, they were all hesitating and did not advance. Cultivators from different worlds had now gathered here. Were they going in or not? Everyone, shall we slay this evil demon together? Tangshan Buddha Lord asked as he looked at the surrounding crowd. As he spoke, the light of Buddha circled him. He appeared like an ancient Buddha with boundless merit. All right, responded many people as they nodded in agreement. They saw Futian as an evil demon. If that is the case, let's go, said Tangshan Buddha Lord. A group of cultivators immediately entered the mountain range. Tangshan Buddha Lord and Shinyin Buddha Lord's group led the way. Aside from them, there were also the leaders of a few ancient god clans. They had similarly reaped great benefits from the relics. They had also brought along the will of the emperors of the ancient god clans here. They did not fear Futian. Futian controlled the will of Maharaga. However, they similarly contained the will of the great emperors within them. The latter were also sentient and had consciousnesses. In this battle, they had to take down Futian and resolve this scourge that had been plaguing them. After they killed Futian, the Ziwei segmentum could also be quickly annihilated. In reality, now that the relics of the gods had appeared, their obsession over the Ziwei segmentum had waned. Nevertheless, Futian had to die. The cultivators who entered the relic first had terrifying auras. The will of the Great Path burst forth as their bodies floated in the air and advanced. They stood in different locations. Each person emanated a terrifying aura. Behind them, a large army charged in. Among them were the cultivators from the top forces of the various worlds. Since people were leading the way, they naturally would not mind cheering them on. Now, with such a powerful lineup, it should be enough to take down Futian, right? In the heavens above, terrifying storms gathered. A demonic cloud churned and roared. It merged into a gigantic face. It was the face of Maharaga. However, unlike before, this storm did not consume the cultivators. It did not do anything, allowing the various cultivators to continue advancing into the mountain range. The cultivators who were swarming in were not fast. Although they had confidence in their victory this time, they were still giving it their all. They did not dare to act carelessly and remained cautious at all times. Just then, powerful wills appeared in the mountains. They seemed to merge with the storms in the heavens above. At the same time, many demonic pythons appeared. They swarmed towards the cultivators who stepped into the relic from different directions. These demonic pythons lacked sentience and seemed to only respond to the summons of the will in the sky. More and more of them gathered frantically. It was as though all the demonic pythons in the mountain range had appeared in this region. In an instant, terrifying demonic chi swept over this world. At the same time, a terrifying will descended from the heavens. The will of Maharaga burst forth. In an instant, this area was covered by the will. The entire relic became a domain. It appeared that the will wanted to seal off this area. Humph! Shinyin Buddha Lord coldly snorted. His divine eyes were extremely frightening. They pierced the space and immediately shot out at the figure behind the storm. He saw where Maharaga was located. A frighteningly sharp Buddhist sword shot out of his eyes and pierced the heavens as it sparkled with the light of Buddha. Before this, Futian used Buddhist power to withstand the will of Maharaga. Now, a Buddha Lord was facing off with Futian using the same power. Roar! There was a loud roar. In the sky above, the figure of a gigantic python god appeared. It opened its blood-stained mouth and immediately consumed the light of the divine sword. It floated above the crowd. Right then, everyone felt as though they could touch the terrifying figure just by reaching out their hands. In an instant, the destructive storm enveloped the entire domain. Countless cultivators felt their hearts leap. Many of them had just arrived and had not experienced the terror of Maharaga before this. They had merely heard rumors that this place contained the awakened will of Maharaga and did not dare enter. They also came into this relic when they knew that Futian controlled the region. However, their hearts could not stop beating heavily upon feeling this terrifying power. It seemed even more powerful than they had imagined. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Tangshan Buddha Lord put his hands together, and immediately the light of Buddha burned brightly. On his figure, the terrifying light of Buddha radiated. He raised his hand and struck out at the figure of the python god. His palm contained Buddhist divine fire that could purify all demonic powers. The python god came charging down. However, the palm's strike grew larger and larger as it circled in the sky. It quickly covered this part of the sky like a gigantic symbol of Wan. It collided with the figure of the python god. In the instant that it struck, countless rings of light appeared in the palm of this hand. They immediately enveloped the python god. They were actually from a demon-slaying ring. "An imperial arm," said someone as their hearts leaped when they felt the power. Tongchan Buddha Lord seemed to become an ancient golden Buddha. Golden light of Buddha circled him, and he transformed into the Vajra battle form. This was initially the ability that Vajra Buddha Lord was most proficient in. Buddhist doctrine was interrelated. Tongchan Buddha Lord's comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was also very profound. The ritual implement in his hand was an imperial arm, the Vajra demon-slaying ring. He had obtained it on this relic continent. The Vajra demon-slaying ring became countless rings of light that enveloped the gigantic python god. They covered its entire body, attempting to restrain it. "Attack," said the other top cultivators as they attacked. With unparalleled power, they charged towards the figure of Maharaga in the sky. For a moment, absolute destructive power shattered the sky and destroyed everything. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying attack landed, attempting to kill Maharaga. However, when their attacks landed, they discovered that the silhouette of Maharaga became ethereal. He did not seem to be real at all. He was originally formed from will, so he naturally did not have an actual body. The cultivators frowned. Then, a devouring storm swept up the cultivators below them. Some people screamed. Those with weaker cultivation could not withstand this storm. The space became extremely chaotic. At the same time, within this chaotic storm, silhouettes appeared there. The cultivators who appeared had astonishing auras. A number of them even wielded divine arms. Chapter 2691. A Sea of Cultivators. The various top cultivators charged towards Maharaga in the sky. They knew he was the most crucial target. Futian could only control this region because he had merged with the will of Maharaga. Only by killing him could they break through to the relic. If they attacked, it also gave Futian no time to handle the other cultivators below. Right then, a consuming power enveloped all the invaders in the storm. They revealed cautious looks as they all sensed danger. Aside from the consuming power, many cultivators appeared around them. They were the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. Just then, the Vajra Divine Child appeared in a different location. The aura he emanated was frightening. His body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely oppressive. However, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He immediately shifted his gaze and looked in one direction. A terrifying aura of the Great Path burst forth from his body. An ancient golden Vajra god appeared behind him. At the same time, he smacked his palms together and formed a gigantic divine seal of the Vajra region. A beam of dazzling golden divine light shot across the space. The light descended and immediately pierced the divine seal of the Vajra region. A loud clang followed as the divine seal was directly shattered and destroyed. The unparalleled golden divine light continued. In an instant, it pierced his golden divine body. Bang! Sounds of metal clashing could be heard. The Vajra divine child lowered his head to take a look at his flesh. He discovered that his flesh was torn apart. Countless cracks appeared on his golden body. The weapon that hit him was a golden halberd, which was an imperial arm. The divine light it radiated was blinding. The cultivator who attacked him was Fang Siyuan. With an imperial arm in his hand, he charged towards the Vajra divine child. Clearly, over the last year, Fang Siyuan had successfully resonated with the golden halberd and inherited its will. "No!" cried the Vajra divine child before his body exploded into pieces and turned into endless golden divine light. Both his flesh and his soul perished instantly. The Vajra region was one of the ancient god clans. The Vajra divine child's current cultivation was at the tribulation plane. He was extremely powerful. He had also obtained some fateful encounters in one of the relics. However, he was instantly reduced to dust by a single attack. A divine child from an ancient god clan had died tragically before everyone's eyes. The other cultivators from the Vajra region attacked Feng Siyuan all at once. Feng Siyuan pointed his golden halberd forward, and immediately, images of divine halberds pierced through the space and penetrated every one of them. The cultivators faced the same fate as the Vajra divine child as their bodies disintegrated. Feng Siyuan had undergone the first divine tribulation of the Great Path and had inherited the will of an emperor. On top of that, he now wielded the golden halberd, which was an imperial arm. The cultivators from the ancient god clans were no match for him. Right at this moment, an unparalleled pressure loomed over Feng Siyuan. He raised his head and saw a Vajra region divine seal hovering above him, covering this part of the sky. Feng Siyuan raised his golden halberd and charged upwards. However, with a loud thud, the Vajra region divine seal descended and directly crushed Feng Siyuan. Spatial divine light shone, and he disappeared from his original spot right away, reappearing in another location. Feng Siyuan looked up and saw the cultivator who had attacked him. The latter was an elder from the Vajra region. His aura was rich and terrifying. He was a near deity. He was not the current Vajra region lord. Instead, he was the previous Vajra region lord. He had not come out from seclusion for many years. He had been cultivating silently in the Vajra region and paid no heed to worldly affairs. He had been in seclusion until the relic of the gods surfaced. Everyone came here. He also came here in search of fateful encounters. Finally, he managed to break through the bottleneck, which had been troubling him for 1,000 years in this continent. His cultivation had now advanced to the near-deity plane. Sensing the terrifying aura from the elder, Feng Siyuan's aura fluctuated. His gaze was fixed on the other party. He was well aware of how powerful this elder was. Even with the imperial arm, Feng Siyuan would most likely not be able to defeat him. "You deserve death," said the elder as he stared at Feng Siyuan amidst the storm. An overwhelming might descended. The elder pointed a finger forward. This attack contained the divine force of the Vajra region, which was indestructible and irresistible. If Feng Siyuan were hit by this attack, a hole would form on his body. Feng Siyuan attempted to retreat, but he discovered that he was confined in this space by a menacing force. As he watched the attack plowing towards him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Shi Qiao slashed out with her sword. Her raindrop divine sword caused raindroplets to fly out, colliding with the elder's attack. The elder's attack disintegrated upon being struck by the raindrops. "West Imperial Palace, you are seeking death," the old monster from the Vajra region warned coldly. Shi Qiao wielded a divine sword, and her pupils were frightening. Her gaze was akin to the gaze of the West Emperor as she glared at the other party. The West Imperial Palace and Ziwei Imperial Palace had always been allies. The former chose to side with Ziwei Imperial Palace during this chaotic age. Shi Qiao was uncertain of what the future held, but at the very least, she would take responsibility for her own choice. "I did not expect to meet Senior from the Vajra region here. Allow me to get a few pointers from you," said the original West Imperial Palace Lord as he moved forward. His aura intensified as he approached his opponent. In an instant, the divine light of the Great Path moved around him, and a domain materialized in their surrounding region. This caused the old monster from the Vajra region to narrow his eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. You have actually advanced to the next plane. Since that's the case, why did you pass down Raindrop Divine Sword to her? Questioned the old monster indifferently. He had cultivated for many years before he could break through the next plane. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was his junior, yet he had already broken through the shackles of the plane and was at the near-deity plane as well. All the other leaders of the ancient god clans had yet to break through to the next plane. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was the only one who had succeeded in doing so far. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was a famous legendary figure when he was young. However, after he took up the mantle of Palace Lord, he seldom appeared in public. He had been devoted to his cultivation all these years. In reality, he had broken through to the near-deity plane even before he came to the relic, but he kept his ability a secret. He let Shi Qiao be the leader of their group instead. As for passing down Raindrop Divine Sword to Shi Qiao, the great emperor decided to do so. Nevertheless, the original West Imperial Palace Lord did not need to step down from his position. He did so in order to build Shi Qiao up. Speaking of his resignation, it was related to him breaking through to the next plane. With the help of the pills concocted by Futian, the original West Imperial Palace Lord was able to seize the critical moment to break through the shackles of the plane. This incident made him understand that the West Imperial Palace could go further if they collaborated with Futian. Since Shi Qiao had a good relationship with Futian, the original West Imperial Palace Lord stepped down and allowed Shi Qiao to take the lead. He would assume the role of her advisor instead, shifting the focus away from the old monster and the original West Imperial Palace Lord. War erupted everywhere in the surrounding regions. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace launched a sneak attack on their opponent amidst the storm and managed to slaughter quite a number of cultivators. Right now, Shenyan Buddha Lord, who had been floating in the heavens, glowed with 1,000 zhang light of Buddha. A pair of frightening divine eyes appeared in the sky. The divine eyes shot out menacing divine halos towards the relic. Everything became as clear as day instantaneously. The positions of the cultivators, who had been hiding in the dark, were exposed. Within the storm, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace were visible. "Everyone, let's finish them off first," Shenyan Buddha Lord said. With the divine eyes, there was nowhere for their opponents to hide even in the storm. Both sides were within the terrible storm. It was just that the people from the outside had to withstand the terrifying consuming power, whereas the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace did not. Just then, an extreme pressure descended. In the heavens above, a gigantic figure of Maharaga once again coalesced. Right now, Maharaga was actually wielding the imperial arm, Sky Trimmer. Sky Trimmer kept growing larger until it blocked out the sky. Terrifying divine halos flowed within it. Maharaga lifted Sky Trimmer and came crashing towards Shenyan Buddha Lord's direction. In an instant, the entire space shook violently. Countless tremoring pulses swept out and destroyed everything in their path. Almost everything down below was turned to dust. A beam of divine light immediately charged towards Shenyan Buddha Lord. He felt his body become unbelievably heavy. Unparalleled divine halos shot out of his pupils. A Buddhist divine sword appeared from within his body. It could kill all demons and was also an imperial arm. Clearly, the members of the Western Heaven had also reaped huge benefits in the relics. Both Shenyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord brought along imperial arms. They also achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Rumble. A terrifying storm swept out. The attacks clashed. The divine sword was sent flying backwards, and Shenyan Buddha Lord's figure plummeted down at a rapid pace. With a loud rumble, his entire person crashed down into the ground. A huge, deep hole appeared. In the heavens above, the pair of divine eyes also disappeared. They were shattered by the tremoring pulses. "Everyone, let's join forces," said Tongchan Buddha Lord. He, along with other cultivators, floated into the sky, and astonishing aura burst forth from their figures. A single attack from Futian had sent Shenyan Buddha Lord flying. It was apparent that with the power of Maharaga, the former was more powerful than the Buddha Lords. It was essentially impossible for them to stand against him individually, yet alone kill him. They could only do so by joining forces. Chapter 2692. The Ruination of Shunyan. Vajra Region Lord, isolate this domain, someone roared. The Vajra Region Lord nodded in agreement. The divine power of the Vajra region bloomed upon his body. In an instant, the divine power of the Vajra region morphed into a terrifying Vajra region, trying to shut down this space. However, this space was controlled by the will of the Maharaga, whose power swallowed others' kinds of powers. Even the divine power of the Vajra region was devoured by it. At the same time, the Maharaga above the sky held the sky tremoring in his hand, and the hammer blasted out again. With a loud boom, the great path collapsed, and the boundaries could not take form. "You guys stay back," the Maharaga let out a command. The storm immediately swept away the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace, and those from the West Imperial Palace. They knew Futian was in control of this force, so they did not resist and allowed the storms to sweep them away into the distance. Only the Supreme Sword Lord, Shi Qiao, and the original Palace Lord of the West Imperial Palace remained. These three were top-level cultivators, so they were in no danger, being on the battlefield. An even more astounding devouring storm swept out, and the cultivators' hearts in the area below palpitated. They all felt something was awry. This devouring force seemed to have increased in strength again. The entire firmament had turned into a massive and boundless divine shadow of the Maharaga. Storms of whirlpools appeared, and those storms swallowed up the power of the great paths, the wills, and the spiritual souls. Be careful. When they felt this terrifying power, those top giants had a serious look on their faces. This devouring power had become stronger than before. Buzz. A potent aura erupted, and countless divine swords appeared around the mountain master of Infinite Mountain. Each divine sword burst out with a shattering divine light, and the sword light increased and soared wildly, covering all directions. He raised his hand and pointed, and the light of the divine sword that contained the will of the great emperor suddenly burst out from thin air. Billions of divine swords aimed at whatever place, not missing any corner as they continued to do their deadly work. In an instant, countless divine swords shot out and pierced into that vortex of the storm in the firmament. At the same time, the Palace Lord of Yuanshi Palace levitated into the sky, and a divine matrix appeared above him. In this divine matrix, countless terrifying God-punishing forces appeared, turning into an apocalyptic light beam that moved towards the firmament, attempting to penetrate this corner of the sky. There were also top cultivators from other principalities who had made their moves as well, and every one of them was a veritable peak existence who had inherited the will of the great emperor. They aimed their attack at the heavens above. The will of the Maharaga, as controlled by Futian, was everywhere. They had no choice but to break up this corner of the sky forcefully. The divine eye of Shinyin Buddha Lord scanned the sky above, trying to lock onto Futian's position. However, under the divine eye, he found that Futian was everywhere. This sky was full of his presence. Accompanied by the joint attacks of all the cultivators, the apocalyptic divine light pushed above the firmament. Any one of those attacks, when unleashed in the outside world, would be unimaginably horrific. They were the topmost offensive techniques under the imperial level. At this very moment, it was all to assassinate one person and one person only. These devastating attacks pierced the devouring storm above the firmament. The explosion of those attacks almost nailed shut the entire heavens, intending on obliterating Futian by force. Boom, boom, boom. Under the horrific slaughtering light, the gigantic phantom of the Maharaga seemed to be pierced through. The storm of destruction tore up everything as it tried to tear this will into pieces and destroy it. Those cultivators raised their heads to stare above the firmament. Besieged by such tyrannical attacks, how could anyone survive? Shouldn't he be destroyed by now? The light of Buddha from the Shinyin Buddha Lord and Tongshan Buddha Lord continued to pour into the slaughtering attacks. However, at this moment, the sky that was pierced through was still filled with the tyrannical will of devouring. It was able to swallow up their divine attacks, as well as the divine powers that drove them. The Maharaga was not a living existence, to begin with, and it had no physical form. All these attacks managed to obliterate the will of the Maharaga, which was the only way it could be killed. But that devouring will was still there. Clearly, it had not yet been obliterated. The storm of destruction was still gathering, and the devouring power remained. The boundless gigantic shadow above the sky lifted the sky tremoring, and the hammer increased in size. The shock wave of destruction swept out and carried an unparalleled power that was extremely overbearing. The Maharaga's gaze was fixed on a figure, which was the Shinyin Buddha Lord. In those violent eyes, there was a trace of fervent murderous intent somewhere deep within. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Boom. The dull and overbearing attack dropped down, and the sky tremoring blasted from the sky. In an instant, The destructive attacks that penetrated the storm were pulverized and annihilated under that forceful shockwave. The expressions of those top cultivators changed to one of great shock, as they, once again, released their strongest attack yet and slammed toward the sky tremoring that was blasting down from the sky. Two powerful attacks violently collided in the void for a while, setting off a storm that would destroy everything. If it weren't for the inherent stability of this world, the space would already be torn into pieces. But even so, the storm of destruction swept out towards the boundless space in the distance, even to the outside world. Those cultivating outside in the relic trembled with fear as they sensed this force. Even the cultivators who were a great distance away looked up, their hearts beating wildly. What a horrific ripple effect from the battle. In the battlefield of the relic, devastating attacks swept downward, and the attacks from those giant-level cultivators were suppressed. They had released their powers to the extreme, resisting the attack of that shockwave, so the surrounding area had formed an incomparably powerful domain of the Great Path. A muffled sound was heard as the shockwave arrived to flatten everything in its path. Among the cultivators, one person suffered the most severe blow. Shinyan Buddha Lord was at the center of the storm as a light beam of terrifying shockwave blasted down on him. A Buddhist divine sword appeared where a divine light shot out from his eyes. The sword merged into this divine light and collided with the descending light beam. But even so, his body continued its downward momentum, and that divine sword of Buddhism was also suppressed in a downward fashion. He wanted to escape from the battlefield but found that the surrounding space was extremely heavy, covered by that shockwave. There was nowhere for him to hide. If it weren't for protection from this Buddhist divine sword, he would have already been torn apart by the shockwave. A great roar was heard, and the eyes of the Shinyan Buddha Lord seemed to no longer belong to him. They came out of his body, shot out two divine lights, then merged with the divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, the void vibrated, and everything was on the verge of being pulverized into dust and smoke. Ah! A chilling scream sounded as the destructive light beams swept down. The next moment, Shinyan Buddha Lord blasted into the space below and sank deep into the earth. The ground around him was exploding and shattering with madness, turning to dust in no time. The heart of everyone was beating wildly. Their eyes were looking over there, and their expressions were extremely horrified. All of them had joined forces to deal with an apocalyptic attack, and Futian was able to directly engage them by controlling the will of the Maharaja. More importantly, he had unleashed a most devastating attack against the Shinyan Buddha Lord alone. At this moment, a figure stood up from the dust, blood oozing out of his eyes, flowing down on his face. It was shocking to behold the blood that had covered his entire face. Shinyan Buddha Lord. Everyone's heart trembled. Tangshan Buddha Lord, especially, looked particularly livid. The eyes of the Shinyan Buddha Lord had been blinded by the blast. Shinyan Buddha Lord was known for his cultivation of Buddha's clairvoyance, one of the 6 magical powers of Buddhism. His eyes had undergone numerous changes and were known as the Divine Eyes, hence his title. But now, this pair of divine eyes had been blinded by Futian. Could he still be considered Shinyan Buddha Lord? Master! Shinyan Arhat and other Buddhist cultivators had gathered around Shinyan Buddha Lord. There was great hatred in their eyes as they looked up at the gigantic figure of the Maharaja above the sky. Futian did not continue to attack. The joint attack on him just now had taken a great deal out of him, and his state at the moment was not the most optimal. Nonetheless, it was enough to deter the cultivators in the space below. The giant face of the Maharaja looked over the cultivators with a sense of indifference. The devouring storm remained. Did these Buddhist cultivators hate him to this degree? It was the Shinyan Buddha Lord and Tangshan Buddha Lord who aimed to kill him and had put him in dangerous and near-death situations many times before. He already told them that this was a private grudge between them and that he would no longer spare them. With this strike, Shinyan Buddha was ruined. Amitabha, said a voice. Suddenly, the light of Buddha filled the sky, and from the outside world, several ancient golden Buddhas appeared. When they descended to this space, it was revealed that they were the great Buddhas from the Western world of Buddhism. Futian had seen several Buddha lords among them. Futian's figure was then revealed above the firmament as he bowed to the Buddhas. Futian greets the Buddha lords. Benefactor Yi. Several Buddha lords clasped their hands together in return and did not exhibit any signs of unfriendliness. Then, they looked at Shinyin Buddha Lord as they put their hands together, chanting the sound of the Buddha. At this time, Tongchan Buddha Lord said, Futian had killed many people in the realm of Buddhism, and now he has blinded Shinyin. It is obvious that he has fallen into the demonic way. What do all the Buddha Lords think we should do with him? Futian was very strong, but as long as these Buddha Lords were willing to take action, Futian would not be able to escape, and he would die. However, at this moment, the outside world began to bloom with divine light, as many cultivators had arrived. Futian looked at those cultivators who came from the outside and found that they were led by the cultivators from the human realm. Their eyes swept over the battlefield, then at Futian, who was in the void. They had also heard that Futian gained control of the relic of the Maharaja, one of the 8 legions, and it was the only one outside the imperial-level forces. He had even integrated with the will of the Maharaja. Watching what had transpiring before them, everyone thought that it would probably be difficult for Futian to keep all that he had gained. Chapter 2693, Backup. Tongchan. A voice spoke, and it was Wutian Buddha Lord. He put his hands together and looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord intently. You have an obsession in your heart. What does Wutian Buddha Lord mean by that? The Buddha of Tongchan frowned and responded coldly. Benefactor Yi did nothing to offend anyone. When he cultivated Buddhism with us, he had always cultivated most seriously, which accounted for his high achievements in Buddhism. He has never disrespected Buddhism for any reason. As for your junior brothers, their downfalls were caused by their greed. They coveted the things that Futian possessed, and their demise was a direct result of that and can't be attributed to anyone else. So, why can't you finally let it go? When Wutane Buddha Lord spoke, the light of Buddha dazzled, and echoes lingered between heaven and earth. This gave everyone a feeling of particular spiritual clarity, free from external influences, so the truth appeared exceptionally lucid. More than once, you and Shinyin have provoked Benefactor Yi. We haven't overlooked this. Now that you have suffered the repercussions, we can only say that you reaped what you sow. Now is the time to put down those obsessions. When Wutian Buddha Lord finished speaking, he chanted the Buddha's name. His expression was solemn. You are the same as us from the Buddhist sect. Now, does Wutian Buddha Lord speak for others instead of taking what happened to Shinyin Buddha Lord seriously? Tongchan Buddha Lord responded coldly. Shinyin Buddha Lord's blinded and bloody face appeared a little twisted as he faced Wutian Buddha Lord's direction. It seemed to be filled with hatred, and it was obvious that he was displeased with the words spoken by Wutian Buddha Lord. Amitabha. At this moment, a voice was heard from afar. Many cultivators raised their heads and looked yonder. They saw an ancient Buddha appear above the sky, with a majestic and dignified appearance. The immense light of Buddha surrounded him, illuminating the void. When they saw his appearance, many Buddhist cultivators bowed slightly to salute and pay their respect. This great Buddha was a true enlightened Buddhist monk in the Buddhist sect. He had cultivated for many years, far longer than even the Lord of all Buddhas. His cultivation was deep and unfathomable. Many years ago, he was already said to be at the level of near deity. Nowadays, it was anyone's guess just how tyrannical his power might be. This Buddha Lord was the Buddha of destiny. In legends, he was the one who knew the fates of all living beings. He was a transcendent entity. Tongchan and Shinyin, your hearts in Buddhism are covered in dust, and you will only drift further away from Buddhism. If your obsession does not dissipate, it will be difficult for either one of you to become a Buddha. Let it go, said a voice with all the powers derived from his cultivation, which somehow seemed to get the truth through those who heard him. The 2 Buddha Lords, Tongchan and Shinyin, trembled in their hearts. Although they couldn't let go just like that, they knew better to defy the Buddha of destiny. The Buddha of destiny was able to glimpse into fate. Since he had persuaded each of them, perhaps they had made the wrong choice. Thank you for the great Buddha's advice. Tongchan Buddha Lord bowed to the Buddha of destiny with his hands clasped together. Soon after, the light of Buddha in the distant sky dissipated, and the Buddha of destiny disappeared. Tongchan Buddha Lord glanced at the figure in the void and sighed silently in his heart. If they couldn't participate by making a move, he would like to see how Yi Futian planned to resolve this situation. All the cultivators were here and cultivators from other imperial-level forces. Would they allow Yi Futian to control the relic of one of the 8 legions? Xinyan Buddha Lord did not leave either. He was particularly reluctant now that his divine eyes had been blinded by Yi Futian. Naturally, he wanted to see what would become of this conflict. Thank you, great Buddhas. In the void, Yi Futian bowed to the representatives of the Buddhist sect. He had stressed before that it was a personal grievance between him and Xinyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord. Not everyone in Buddhism was like these two. However, many were Buddhist monks who had attained enlightenment. While he cultivated on the Spirit Mountain, he learned a lot from many great Buddhas, and he was grateful to them. Clearly, the sect of Buddhism did not plan to interfere in the situation here. After they expressed their stance, the space was silenced for a moment. At this time, the cultivators from the human realm, the dark world, and the empty divine realm had arrived. This place is one of the 8 legions. Since Yi Futian has already integrated with Maharajas from one of the 8 legions, it is not inappropriate for him to rule over this territory. Another voice spoke as if to support Yi Futian's claim. Yi Futian looked down at the man who spoke and saw that he was a top cultivator from the human realm. But he wasn't done speaking, as he continued. Yi Futian is in charge of the relic, but there are many relics left over by great emperors who were slain by the Maharaja, which the Ziwei Imperial Palace should not hoard for its own use. Let all the cultivators in the world comprehend and cultivate here, and let their own personal fortune determine whether or not they may comprehend the relics of the great emperors. His words made Yi Futian frown. The first half of his statement sounded like he was speaking for Yi Futian. Everyone looked at the man from the human realm that spoke. This was something that most people would agree to. However, if so, they would not continue hunting Yi Futian, which disappointed the cultivators from the ancient god clans. They would prefer that those imperial-level forces had made a break with Yi Futian so that a battle would be inevitable. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. The man who spoke up just now had an extraordinary temperament, and his body was radiant with flowing divine light. His was handsome, and there was a righteousness about him. The identity of this man was extraordinary. He was the eldest disciple of the human ancestor from the human realm and his chief disciple, Dihao. Dihao was well known in the human realm. He had displayed his amazing talent since he was young, and his path had always been smooth. He was the proud son among his peers who was eventually selected by the human ancestor as a disciple to cultivate under his tutelage. Among all the great disciples of the human ancestor, he was still the one with the most dazzling talent. It was said that his birth itself was something remarkable. He was born into the ancient god clan in the human realm, which traced back to an exceptional great emperor in ancient times. The imperial clan, in the human realm, held a much loftier status than the ancient god clans in the divine prefecture. Such a man was born to be looked up to by the world. He had always been a legend in the eyes of the others, worshipped and admired by countless many, who saw him as an example for them to live up to. But now, Dihao's cultivation had reached its peak, as an existence of near deity. His rank on the demigod list was usually near the top. He was one of the most powerful people globally, just after the great emperors. Dihao's words, obviously, had a certain influence. He was generous enough at my expense, Yi Futian thought to himself, huffing coldly in his heart. He had already obtained the relic, and now, Dihao wanted to be the spokesperson of all the gawking bystanders. Although they recognized his control over the relic, he demanded Yi Futian to surrender the inheritances of the great emperors inside the relic and release it to the world for cultivation purposes. If so, what was the point of controlling anything? Since this side is under my control, it is up to me to decide who can cultivate here, Yi Futian stated lightly, without being angry. When all the major imperial-level forces take control of any relic, that's how they manage it, isn't it? He was in control of the relic. Why should he allow everyone in the world to cultivate there? He wasn't that generous or tolerant. More importantly, Many of them were his enemies. Dihao glanced at Futian and wondered. He actually fancied himself on par with the Imperial-level forces? He must have overestimated himself and his influence. On this ancient continent, besides the Imperial-level forces, who else was qualified to control the relic of one of the 8 legions? No one is guilty other than what they have in their possession. It is for your own good. After all, before our arrival, all these cultivators had wanted to get in by force. There is no need to fight and run the risk of decimating both sides. Wouldn't it be much better to let everyone cultivate here? Not to mention that you are already in control of the will of the Maharaja, so why covet more? Dihao continued with a lot of self-righteousness. It seemed as if he was considering what was best for Futian. Covet? Futian looked at him with astonishment. I obtained it. So where does covet figure into this conversation? By your logic, all the major Imperial-level forces should also allow cultivators of the world to cultivate on their territories? The human realm was also in control of a relic. Had they ever allowed the world to enter it to cultivate at will? Did he come here now to persuade him to let go of his control of the relic? Very well. Dihao nodded without saying much. In that case, I hope you can keep it. You don't need to worry about that, Futian responded. Palace Lord Yi, there is no problem for us to go in and take a look, is it? From the Dark Court, another top cultivator asked. I'm sorry, this place is now occupied by the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace, temporarily off-limit to outsiders. After I have had some time to consider the matter, I will decide whether to let certain people to enter within, Futian replied. Rejecting the request from the Dark Court, if one force was allowed to enter, then other forces would want it to the same treatment. If so, what would be the point of them being in control? Soon, the Imperial-level forces would wiggle in and occupy the inside. He's asking for it, the cultivators from the ancient god clans remarked secretly. He dared to refuse 2 Imperial-level forces in a row. This was nothing short of Futian digging his own grave. What if we insist on entering and cultivating? Another cultivator from the Dark Court continued to press. The surrounding space suddenly became a little oppressed. The tension was thick in the air. It was as if a fight might break out at any moment. Just try it, said an icy voice, and everyone turned their attention in its direction. They saw a cloaked figure leading other cultivators from the Dark Court to this side. It was none other than Yi Qingyao, the Reaper. Yi Qingyao walked in front of that cultivator from the Dark Court and said, Cultivators from the Dark Court may not step in here. That cultivator from the Dark Court frowned. He was a cultivator on the throne of the Dark Court, but Yi Qingyao's current status in the Dark Court was unmatched by anyone. Whoever dares to make a move would be an enemy of the Devil World. From a distance, Yusheng arrived with a group of cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. The demonic might was tossing and tumbling upon him in an extremely terrifying fashion. At this moment, the 2 Imperial-level forces, the Devil World and the Dark Court, actually chose to stand on the same side as Futian. No one could have anticipated this turn of events. The Reaper and Yusheng both held lofty status within the Dark Court and the Devil Imperial Palace, respectively. Now, they both stepped forward to protect Futian. With these 2 Imperial-level forces behind him, and Buddhist sect refraining from taking action, who else could attempt to make a move on this relic? It seemed that Ziwei Imperial Palace, as led by Futian, would assume control as the 8th principality and reign supreme as one of the 8 legions. Chapter 2694, Entrust. These Imperial-level forces were not a unified front. For example, the Buddha Lords dispatched before had held different positions. Tongshan Buddha Lord and Shinyan Buddha Lord aimed to destroy Futian, but the few Buddha Lords who appeared later clearly thought differently. They were friendly to Futian and didn't avenge Shinyan Buddha Lord. The same was true with the Dark Court and the Devil Imperial Palace. Previously, some cultivators from the Dark Court expressed their interest in entering the relic, but Yi Qingyao, the Reaper from the Dark Court, did not allow it. Likewise, Yusheng represented a group of people within the Devil World. Apparently, he had not yet completely conquered all the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace. Even so, it was enough. Under such a display of unity, it was obviously impossible for anyone to continue challenging Ziwei Imperial Palace's cultivators and rob them of this relic. Get out of this relic. The demonic might tossed and roared upon Yusheng as he coldly told everyone to buzz off. These cultivators did not look pleased. However, there was no way for the Devil World and the Dark World cultivators to participate at this juncture. The empty divine realm would be reluctant to break with them here, and the Buddhist sect had chosen not to intervene. Donghuang Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture and the cultivators from the Heavenly Realm were not here. Obviously, this battle could not continue. Yi Futian, you are in cahoots with the Devil World and the Dark World. You'd better watch yourself, Di Hao from the human realm said, and with that, he left. Soon after, other invading cultivators went with him and withdrew altogether. Tongshan Buddha Lord and Xinyin Buddha Lord were particularly reluctant, especially Xinyin Buddha. Both of his eyes were blinded, but there was nothing he could do to get back at Yi Futian. They could not take the relic, and Yi Futian remained safe and sound. What he was feeling right now was not the best, to say the least. This time, the cultivators from all sides had suffered some loss, but they didn't gain anything. Even Vajra Divine Child was killed here. This account could only be settled later. That was only if Yi Futian never left. As soon as he left this relic, he would no longer have the Maharaga's will. Then, they would very much like to see how he planned to survive out there. Yusheng, Qing Yao. Yi Futian descended as the will of the Maharaga dissipated. He looked at Yusheng and Yi Qingyao. He thought that the timing of their reinforcement couldn't be more perfect. If these Imperial-level forces really intended to target him, he might be having a hard time holding them off. After all, the will of Maharaga was not invincible. All 8 legions have been revealed. Because they dared not move on other relics, for the time being, they can only come here. Yusheng had an invisible demonic power about him that was immensely menacing. His dark eyes looked into the distance as he continued, "If there is a next time, we will slaughter them all. Whosoever dares to come will pay dearly for their indiscretion." Ziwei Imperial Palace does not belong to an Imperial-level power, but it alone controls the relic of Maharaga, which is one of the 8 legions. Naturally, it became a target. It was not surprising why they came. It was Xinyin who instigated this dispute. Now that his divine eyes have been destroyed, it was a sort of karma. Yi Futian seemed rather casual about the whole affair. It was as if everything that had happened was within his expectation. The fact that they had controlled the relics was something that Xinyin discovered and used for his own purpose. The mess that ensued was inevitable. "How is your cultivation going?" Yi Futian looked at Yusheng and Yi Qingyao and inquired. The Devil Imperial Palace had retained control over the Karura relic, as well as the inheritance of the demonic lord. On the other hand, the Dark Court found the relic of the Azura tribe. The Dark Court itself was very compatible with the Azura, and the two may even be traced back to the same line of ancestry. These two should be the most ideal for one another. "I haven't fully comprehended it yet," Yi Qingyao whispered, still shrouded in the cloak. After hearing the news, she had rushed over. Sure enough, they saw that Yi Futian and the others had been besieged by various major forces. "Qingyao, you have to concentrate on cultivation when you get back and ignore everything else from the outside world." Yi Futian looked at Yi Qingyao and said to her. He knew that Yi Qingyao was extraordinary and was valued greatly by the Lord of the Dark Court. However, if someone else inherited the will of King Ashura, it would undermine Yi Qingyao's position in the Dark Court considerably. "I know." Yi Qingyao nodded, like a well-behaved little girl. Her voice was crystal clear without a bit of the coldness as when she dealt with the others. "I have encountered some troubles, and I came to see if you could take a look," Yusheng said to Yi Futian, which surprised him. Asking him to take a look? At what? He glanced at the cultivators around Yusheng and saw that they were all exceptional cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. Yin Gi, the demon sage, was with him as well. This group of people should be the ones in agreement with Yusheng, so they came together. Will other cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace agree to that? Yi Futian asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. That's not a problem, Yin Gi responded. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and agreed. This was a good thing for him, so he had no reason to refuse it. He may have an opportunity to comprehend the power of the relic over there. How about we get going now? Yin Gi proposed. With the previous battle, I'm sure people from the outside will not dare to make trouble here again. Very well, Futian nodded, then proceeded to have a discussion with everyone. He stationed the little condor outside so that if there were any movements, he would be able to rush back immediately. In that case, let's go, Yin Gi said, and Futian nodded. Then, all the cultivators parted ways. Yi Qingyao left with the people from the Dark Court, and Futian followed the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace, and the rest of them returned to continue cultivation. In the city of Karura's relic, Futian came to the place where he left before, the shrine where the House Karura was located. An extremely terrifying aura exuded from this shrine, shrouding the boundless space. When Futian followed the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace and approached the demonic lord and King Karura's divine body, a sense of terror enveloped them. A pressure was coming toward them, making Futian feel a little short of breath. Futian raised his head and looked at these two figures. His heart palpitated. The mysterious aura around them had been broken, and there were still many corpses in the area. Many cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace were cultivating here and had reaped a lot from it. What do you want me to do? Futian asked. Yusheng and Yin Gi were on either side of him. Around them, many people were moving towards Futian, and all of them were cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. Many of them looked cold and were not so friendly. Obviously, many of them frowned upon the fact that an outsider was invited here for the sole purpose of comprehension. This was not something that they wanted to see. However, Yusheng, Yin Gi, and many other demonic cultivators had decided, so they could only allow Futian to give the thing a try. There, Yin Gi pointed in front of him. On top of the demonic lord, a divine ruler fell straight from the firmament and penetrated the void between heaven and earth. It was buried deep into the body of the demonic lord to imprison him here. It formed an extremely overbearing power in this area that sealed off everything. Needless to say, Futian was aware of everything. As soon as he got here, there was something moving inside his body, and his spiritual soul was becoming active. He did not doubt that the aura from this divine ruler had caused the activity in his spiritual soul. This divine ruler has sealed off the area around the demonic lord. Can you remove it? Yin Gi asked. All of us have tried, but to no avail. Yusheng recommended you come and give it a shot. Futian understood now why Yin Gi was trying to find him, to remove the divine ruler and release the will of the demonic lord. Although Yusheng recommended him, the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace did not think he could do it. However, they had tried and failed, so there was not much for them to do except allow him to have a shot. After all, Futian was extremely well known for his ability in comprehension, and he alone had inherited from several great emperors. I can try it, Futian began to speak. But if in the process I end up being able to communicate with the will of the imperial arms and gain control of it, what should I do? Yusheng didn't speak. His attitude was evident, but the key depended on the rest of the people in the Devil Imperial Palace. This divine ruler was not an ordinary object, as it possessed the ability to suppress the power of the demonic lord. So the magnitude of its power was simply unimaginable. If it were really released by him, would the Devil Imperial Palace be willing to give up such a treasure? How about we make a gift of King Karura's corpse to you? Yin Gi pointed to the corpse of King Karura next to him. Although this corpse was also a treasure, it was not particularly useful to demonic cultivators. But that divine ruler, on the other hand, might be a great treasure that they still hoped to retain. Futian shook his head. If I could communicate with the divine ruler, I am afraid that I would not be willing to part with it then. Moreover, if other cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace intend to control the divine ruler, they may also harbor ill will towards me. The risk for me is quite high. Yin Gi glanced at the figure of the demonic lord in front of him and said, If you can comprehend it, you may take it away. Their goal was still the demonic lord. I can believe the words of the demon sage, but what about the others? Futian asked. There were a lot of cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace, and all of them had the power to pose a threat to him. Are Yusheng's and my guarantee insufficient for you? Yin Gi replied as he looked at Futian. Futian glanced at Yusheng, who was next to him, and saw him nod. Obviously, Yusheng approved of this sentiment. As long as Yin Gi was in agreement, there should not be any surprise. Very well. In that case, I agree, but I can't guarantee that I can do it. Yi Futian said, I need other people to leave. I only need Yusheng to stay behind, so as not to disturb to my work. Yin Gi glanced at Yi Futian and thought that this guy might still hold some selfish intentions. Fine. He nodded, turned around, and waved to the people around him. Suddenly, the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace moved, leaving it to just Yi Futian and Yusheng. What do you think? Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and asked. This divine ruler was something that had eluded them all. The cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace had tried it, and they had all failed. I will only know after trying, Yi Futian looked at Yusheng and said with a smile. However, I am hopeful. Whatever could entice a movement in his spiritual soul indicated that there must be some kind of connection. Therefore, the odds were in his favor. Chapter 2695. The Ruler of Heavenly Path. Yusheng, help me seal off this area, said Yi Futian. His request was for two reasons, and one was that he didn't want to be disturbed by the others. The other was that he didn't want to be ogled by the others. Only then could he comprehend in peace. All right. Yusheng nodded, and the demonic might tossed and rolled upon his body. The demonic will suddenly turned into a demonic wall, which sealed off this space. Yi Futian sat cross-legged before the body of the demonic god, which was still impaled by the divine ruler. He closed his eyes and released his comprehension. Wisps of great path auras diffused outward, surrounding the divine ruler, quietly perceiving the power contained within the divine ruler. Yi Futian seemed to be separated from the real world at this moment. In his world of comprehension, only the divine ruler remained. In the spatial world of this comprehension, the divine ruler fell from the firmament, reaching beyond the firmament and descending deep into the earth, traversing between heaven and the earth. Thus, it suppressed gods and demons, imprisoning the demonic lord here. Yi Futian's consciousness seemed to transform into an elusive figure, standing beneath the divine ruler, looking up at it. A supreme rule of the great path effused, and it was as if it was the ruler of the heavenly path. This divine ruler does not seem to belong to any specific will of the great path, but embodies the rules of the heavenly path itself, thought Yi Futian. By using the rules of the heavenly path to suppress the demonic lord. This fact demonstrated the horrific power of the demonic lord. It was just as he had suspected. Then, this attack may have been unleashed by the heavenly path. Branches and leaves diffused out of Yi Futian's body, and the ancient tree of the world reached towards the divine ruler. Suddenly, Yi Futian seemed to turn into a divine tree that moved as its endless branches and leaves crazily swept towards the divine ruler, nibbling away the aura of rules contained within the divine ruler. There were even branches and leaves merging directly into the divine ruler. What exactly is this ancient tree of the world? Yi Futian wondered. When he first arrived, his spiritual soul had some response, and he felt that the ancient tree of the world might connect with this divine ruler. Sure enough, when the spiritual soul was released, it seemed to belong to a power similar to the divine ruler. The two actually began to blend with one another. Could it be that the ancient tree of the world itself was a tree born from the rules of heavenly path? Therefore, it was at the same level of power as the divine ruler. If so, who was it that gave him this spiritual soul? Yi Futian had asked himself this question more than once, but he still had not found the answer. Now, he was gradually learning the truth about this world, but the mystery of his birth continued to elude him. The ancient tree of the world grew madly, infinite, and without end, climbing up and following the divine ruler all the way to the firmament, where it melded with it. Even Yusheng, watching on the side, was quite moved by what he saw. Now that they were no longer the teenagers of yesteryears, he was quite aware of just what kind of divine item this divine ruler was. The divine ruler that could imprison a demonic lord, but answered to Yi Futian's spiritual soul. What could this mean? When he was young, the old man had asked him to assist Yi Futian. It seemed that he was the only one who knew how special Yi Futian was. The radiant divine light reached above the sky as Yusheng released a horrific demonic will that covered the sky from top to bottom. It was meant to block the view from the outside world. This was not the first time that Futian tried to swallow a divine item. Many years ago, he had swallowed the power of Een, but his realm today was not what it was in the days of yore. Even so, it was not easy for him to swallow the divine ruler. The will of the ancient tree of the world madly integrated into it, little by little, trying to become one with it. Above the divine ruler, there was the will of a wondrous will of the great path rule that was extremely obscure. He couldn't comprehend it right away, so he could only bring the divine ruler into the world of his life palace. Time went by bit by bit. In the vast space, the will of the ancient tree of the world reached the sky and merged into the divine ruler. As frightening rumbling sounds came out, the ground was trembling, and the great path of the firmament was shaking as well. Outside, everyone looked up at the demonic clouds that hovered in the sky above them. This was Yushang's doing, and many demonic cultivators were not pleased about it. But at this moment, they sensed a terrifying change taking place beyond those demonic clouds. Futian's eyes were still closed tightly, as his powerful will swallowed the divine ruler. The divine ruler that had traversed between heaven and earth began to tremble violently and then disappeared altogether. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. In the next moment, in the world of Futian's life palace, the ancient tree of the world sheltered the sky, but a might divine ruler was above the ancient tree, releasing an unparalleled power from the outside. The moment the divine ruler disappeared, an indescribable terrifying demonic will erupted as if there was no power to suppress it any longer. For a time, the demonic clouds tossed and roared as a supreme demonic will filled the boundless space, directly tossed aside the demonic might that Yushang released. The cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace rushed over, and when they saw the divine ruler had disappeared, their hearts were beating wildly. Futian actually succeeded. Yushang invited him here, and he had managed to remove the divine ruler. But at this moment, they were paying more attention to this demonic will. Above the silent body of the demon god, there was an incomparable will of the demonic path that pervaded at this moment. It was as if the demon god had been resurrected. For a time, all the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace were trembling inside. Although the divine ruler was mighty, it still could not destroy the will of the demonic lord, but merely suppress it. Now it had disappeared to release the will of the demonic lord, which shocked all the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palaces beyond words. This was the demon god from the ancient era, the ancestor of the devil world. In ancient times, he had led the devil world in the battle of the heavenly path and destroyed the house Karura. If it weren't for the divine ruler, King Karura would not be able to overpower the demonic lord, and he would not have died from being torn apart. An incredibly strong demonic will shrouded this space. It was as if everyone was in another world. The demon sage Yin Gi looked at Futian and said, "You can leave now." Futian had managed to take away the divine ruler, which made him extremely wary of Futian. Previously, he thought they could just let him try, but once Futian had done it, he thought it best to have him leave. If he continued to stay here and ended up inheriting the will of the demonic lord, it would be a terrible embarrassment to the Devil Imperial Palace. Therefore, his priority was to ask Futian to leave. Moreover, Futian had already gotten what he wanted, and now the divine ruler belonged to him. This was undoubtedly a massive gain for Futian. It was the divine ruler that had suppressed the demonic lord. Although they couldn't comprehend it, they could imagine the great power harbored within the divine ruler. Futian looked at Yin Gi and understood the other man's concern. Even if Yin Gi didn't say anything, he would never covet the will of the demonic lord. The will of the demonic lord belonged to Yushang, and he would be the one to obtain it. When he turned around, Futian dashed directly out from this demonic might and came to the void in the distance. At this time, the shrine of the house Karura was completely covered by the demonic will. Futian looked and saw that amid the demonic aura, there seemed to be a towering and sacred shadow of a demonic being that had manifested. Above the firmament, the demonic clouds were tossing and turning. Without the suppression of the divine ruler, the demonic aura in this place had been completely revived. Demonic light was shining in the surrounding space, which was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. "It's all yours," Futian thought, then disappeared directly from where he was. Ziwei Imperial Palace still needed his supervision to ensure its safety, and there may not yet be any results here in the near future. More importantly, there were probably many from the Devil Imperial Palace who were hostile toward him. He had taken the Divine Ruler, so how could the people from the Devil Imperial Palace have no objection? However, it was the condition they promised, and now they had no time to worry about him. When Futian returned to the site of the Maharaga relic, he saw that the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace were in cultivation. When Futian came back, many of them were a little curious about what the cultivators of the Devil World wanted from him. However, Futian did not communicate with anyone but found a place to cultivate and retreat. His action piqued everyone's curiosity even more. Futian must have gained something, or would not be so eager to cultivate and retreat. At this time, Futian closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the world of his life palace. At the moment, it closely resembled the real world on the outside. His consciousness turned into an elusive shadow, looking at the ancient tree of the world and the divine ruler. He wondered what the connection between the two was. This divine ruler did not seem to have the power of any great path attributed to it, but why was it able to contain the will of the demonic lord? The moment the divine ruler was taken away by him, the will of the demonic lord exploded forth. Clearly it had been suppressed by the divine ruler until then. Is the divine ruler a real manifestation of the power from Heavenly Path? Futian thought to himself. Ruler represented rules. Was the ruler of Heavenly Path something that was transformed by the will of Heavenly Path to present the rules of Heavenly Path? After putting away the divine ruler, he realized that the divine ruler was not an imperial arms at all. It was not a weapon that had been forged, but it was very likely born from the Heavenly Path, much like the power of Een. In reality, Futian had seen this kind of divine items before. The Millet Emperor had in his possession Wangshan Watchtower, which came from time immemorial, but it was an incomplete object. As something that may be part of a whole, it was far less powerful than this divine ruler, which was in its complete form. Ruler rules. Could the ruler of Heavenly Path meant the rules of Heavenly Path? Futian comprehended quietly and entered into a world of selflessness. Chapter 2696, A Gift of Imperial Arms. It turned out that Futian's cultivation took 5 whole years. 5 years was long enough for many things to happen. Yet, for top-level cultivators, it didn't seem to be long enough. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, a retreat may last for decades. An opportunity or even an epiphany might take years to fully integrate into one's cultivation. For example, on this ancient continent these days, many cultivators continue to comprehend the ancient relics left behind by the great emperors. The relics of the gods were enough to keep the cultivators of the world busy for many years. Nonetheless, many people had broken through their realms on this ancient continent in the past 5 years. Even many had broken the shackles of Renhuang and survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The reason for this incredible phenomenon, in addition to the qualities of the relics themselves, was also because of the nature of this world. This world was vastly different from the world they were from. All signs indicated that the cultivation world would be ushering in another era of prosperity. No one knew if this meant that some great emperors would emerge during this time. Futian woke up from the retreat and his cultivation on this day. Traces of great path rules circulated about his body as he opened his eyes. He could feel that his temperament seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. "You have cultivated a long time this time around," Hua Jieyu whispered to Futian just as he was waking up. Futian nodded. "It's been a long time. How is everyone's progress in cultivation?" "They have made great progress. Taoist Monk Mu and Uncle Tai have moved into the second tribulation realm. In addition, more people survived the first divine tribulation. You can see for yourself," Hua Jieyu said with a smile. "Uncle Tai has broken through his realm again." Futian was a little surprised. Before he knew him, Taoist Mu had already been a cultivator in the first tribulation plane and had stayed in that realm for many years. Blind Tai was different. Ever since he reached the peak Renhuang realm, his speed in cultivation was a bit astounding. Well, Maybe it is because Uncle Tai's cultivation was purer. In this relic, he has inherited the will of a great emperor, so he was elevating much faster, Hua Jieyu offered. Yi Futian nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go see them." The space here was incredibly vast, and many places held some kind of great path relics. Many cultivators were comprehending the wills hidden within these relics and making breakthroughs in their cultivations. They were making rapid progress. Taoist monk Mu and blind Tai were cultivating were not too far apart. When they saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu coming over, they stopped cultivating. They looked at Yi Futian. Taoist monk Mu bowed and called out, "Palace Lord, my lady." By now, the respect that Taoist monk Mu had for Yi Futian was genuine. Since becoming part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he had witnessed the rapid expansion of Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was so fast that it was something he didn't dare to imagine before. More importantly, since he started following Ziwei Imperial Palace in his cultivation, he was now in the second tribulation plane. This was the realm he had dreamed about and hoped for, and it was finally a reality. In the future, he could start producing elixirs of the second tribulation grade. "Congratulations," Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu both said with a smile. They nodded to Taoist monk Mu and blind Tai, who were coming over. As he looked at the two of them, Yi Futian smiled. The lords of the Armoring Palace and the Alchemy Palace of Ziwei had both made a breakthrough in realm. This is definitely great and welcome news. In the future, the alchemical and armoring abilities of Ziwei Imperial Palace would increase immensely. In the future, there is no need for the Palace Lord to toil over alchemy. "Give me whatever I can help produce, and I can take the burden off your shoulders," said Taoist monk Mu. He wanted to take some of the duties off of Yi Futian, and producing these elixirs in accordance with Yi Futian's specifications would be practice for him to improve his alchemy. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Well, this has always been my dream. That in the future, I don't need to worry about Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian smiled and replied. His biggest dream was that he would no longer need to worry about anything. "Uncle Tai, I heard from Jieyu that you inherited a trace of the will from a great emperor. What is it?" Yi Futian asked. Blind Tai's mind moved slightly, and traces of the great path divine light began to flow upon him. On his forehead, an extremely oppressive rune appeared. At this moment, Blind Tai was like a god from heaven, and his body was full of incomparable power. How overwhelming! Yi Futian was overjoyed when he saw Blind Tai at this moment. He continued, "It is power elemental, which is perfect, and it complements Uncle Tai wonderfully." Blind Tai Man nodded to Yi Futian. "But I heard that everyone in the outside world is improving continuously as well. Many of them have made a breakthrough in their realms. I'm afraid that my cultivation level is still not enough." What he meant by not enough was clearly relative. Ziwei Imperial Palace of today was not what it was in the past. It was now standing at an even higher plane. Like other Imperial-level forces, they controlled one of the relics left behind by the 8 legions. Yi Futian smiled, and then with a thought, the Imperial arm, the sky tremoring, suddenly appeared in his hands. He lifted the Imperial arms with both hands and offered it to Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai, you have also cultivated the divine hammer of the Protector, as well as the divine technique of the sky tremoring hammer. This Imperial arm will also suit you. From now on, it is yours." Although Blind Tai could not see it, he could sense everything. His body trembled slightly, and it was obvious from his expression that he was moved. However, he flatly refused. "No, this is your Imperial arm." He did not want to take it. This was an Imperial arm that Yi Futian could use to unleash the most powerful attacks, which would be much more robust in Yi Futian's hands than his. Next to them, Taoist monk Mu was trembling in his heart as well. Yi Futian wanted to gift an Imperial arm to Blind Tai. This kind of generosity that was an Imperial arm that belonged to Yi Futian, one that he had taken from the Wang clan of Tianyan City. Now, he was going to give it to Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai, the Imperial arms would be no less powerful in your hands than in mine. The effect will be comparable. Now that I have obtained some other divine item, the power I derive from it will not be weaker than that of the Imperial arms." This imperial arm can no longer give me more power, so that is why I'm giving it to you. Yi Futian continued, don't think this is a gift to you alone. I am expecting Uncle Tai to protect me. Blind Tai felt extreme turmoil inside. Ever since Yi Futian stepped into the village, he was the one who had been leading him forward. He owed Yi Futian for everything he had today. Later, when Tai Tu reached a higher realm, Uncle Tai can leave the imperial arms to him, Yi Futian said when he saw that Blind Tai was still hesitating. Blind Tai faced Yi Futian and thought that Tai Tu was Yi Futian's disciple. For Tai Tu to be the ultimate recipient of the imperial arms sounded more reasonable and acceptable to him. When Blind Tai heard the suggestion that the imperial arm may be given to someone else later on, he found the notion much more acceptable in that context. All right. After hesitating for a while longer, Blind Tai solemnly nodded his head. Then he reached out and took the sky tremoring. His heart was full of all kinds of emotions. Both of them, father and son, owed Yi Futian so much. To them, Yi Futian had given them a second chance. Taoist Monk Mu sighed when watching the scene playing out in front of him. He also desired to have an imperial arm of his own, but there was nothing more to give since Yi Futian no longer had one. Furthermore, many others were waiting at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Because these imperial arms were most suitable for Blind Tai, Yi Futian made a gift of it to him. Boss. At this moment, brilliant golden lightning sailed across the void. The black feathers on the little condor's body were covered by a golden light, gilding him in radiance. He had also survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and his aura was astonishing. As an ordinary demonic beast, he had now completed his transformation. Also with him was June and his party. June's original form was a golden-winged roc. They were following the little condor in comprehending the divine runes inside the body of the Karura and had made significant progress. I heard rumors on the outside that the divine prefecture is going to war with the heaven realm. Do you want to go out and take a look around? The little condor said with some excitement. He had been cultivating in a location closer to the outside, monitoring the movements of the outside world. He would go out for a stroll from time to time, so he knew quite a bit of news from the outside world. A spark flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. The divine prefecture and the heaven realm were not necessarily at war yet. It was just that the heaven realm discovered and occupied a significant territory, the site that once belonged to the old heaven court. For many years, cultivators from all the worlds had been comprehending and cultivating among the relics they had discovered. But now, 5 years had passed. Perhaps they were no longer satisfied with the territories they had discovered. At the moment, the strength of the heaven realm may be the weakest of all 7 imperial-level forces, but they occupied the old heaven court ruins. Therefore, it seemed quite reasonable for them to move against heaven realm. However, if one was to really consider it, the heaven realm had an inherent relationship with the old heaven court, more than anyone else. According to legends, the name of the heaven realm was derived from the Deva, and now, a heaven court also existed in the heaven realm. However, this would not prevent the other major forces from coveting the old heaven court. It seemed that now, the divine prefecture finally couldn't hold back any longer and was ready to make a move against the heaven realm. Let's go take a look, Yi Futian proposed. He was curious about the heaven realm and equally curious about the mysterious air of the heaven realm, which far exceeded his curiosity about the old heaven court. He had a feeling that the heaven realm had long been a very influential force in the past, one that even influenced the structure of the world as they knew it. However, something must have happened that led to its ultimate decline. I am also interested in going over there, the Supreme Swordlord piped up as he walked over. He was rather curious about the confrontation between the divine prefecture and the heaven realm. Those who want to go may travel with me, and those who don't want to go should continue to cultivate here, Yi Futian commanded. There were many who wanted to join him as they began gathering around him. Yi Futian led these people and proceeded to head out. The group was traveling fast as they traversed through the void. Among the relics on the outside world, there were cultivators everywhere. It was no longer how it was 5 years ago. There were also far fewer battles taking place, so the place was considerably peaceful. However, there was a serious battle looming, one that was about to take place at the old site of the heaven court, the divine prefecture and the heaven realm. How much does the elder know about the heaven realm? Yi Futian asked the Supreme Sword Lord. The Supreme Sword Lord was an elder who had cultivated for many years, and his cultivation was powerful. He should have some ideas about what has transpired many years ago. Chapter 2697. The Secrets of the Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm. The Supreme Sword Lord was somewhat moved. He whispered, "The ancient and mysterious Heaven Realm has been in decline ever since the fall of the last Heavenly Emperor. In fact, in the times of the Heavenly Emperor, there was another person in the Heaven Realm that was not named as the Heavenly Emperor." When Yi Futian heard these words from Supreme Sword Lord, a strange look appeared on his face. According to what he said, the next person in charge of the Heaven Realm after the Heavenly Emperor should also be someone of peerless glory. The world knows very little about the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor now, but back then, there was a saying that widely circulated at the top of the cultivation world. Supreme Sword Lord seemed to have been plunged into memories, remembering that peerless figure who sailed across the sky like a meteor. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked. "Daughter of the Emperor, unparalleled for all ages. Without her, the world is less colorful." Supreme Sword Lord recited the saying as Yi Futian scrutinized the expression on his face. From the Supreme Sword Lord's words, one could see that he was quite taken by that master of the Heaven Realm. There was even a sense of reverence in his expression. Daughter of the Emperor, unparalleled for all ages. Without her, the world would be less colorful. This was certainly high praise. "Is she still around?" Yi Futian asked. "In the 7 realms of the world, were there 7 great emperors or just the 6? If such a character remained, what would she be like?" "I believe she is still around," Supreme Sword Lord replied. "If she is no longer in the world, it would be much too lonely in high places." That saying is, of course, not without exaggeration, but it is true that in the last 1,000 years, she and Donghuang the Great truly embodied our time. "Donghuang the Great," Yi Futian murmured. Did the Supreme Sword Lord have such a high opinion of Donghuang the Great as well? Now that her heir and the daughter of Donghuang the Great are about to compete with each other, I am most certainly looking forward to it. What kind of outcome will result when the two collide? Supreme Sword Lord asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian realized that this was why the Supreme Sword Lord came along with them. He wanted to watch the heirs of 2 peerless characters exchange with one another. The heir of Heaven Realm and the heir of the Divine Prefecture. So now Yi Futian was looking forward to it as well. Only now did he realize that there were a lot of stories about the Heaven Realm. At that time, because of the decline of the Heaven Realm, many things about it were forgotten by the cultivation world. Of course, there were also other reasons. Because the Heaven Realm was isolated from other realms, such as the Divine Prefecture. So except for those at the very top, how many others could know of the situation in other realms? No wonder the heir from the Heaven Realm was so outstanding. It turned out that his origin was equally extraordinary, and the history of the Heaven Realm had once been glorious. This was why the Heaven Realm was able to locate the ruins of the old Heaven Court and occupy the site. The group of people continued on their way, heading towards their destination. They shuttled through the void quickly. At this time, in the location where the old Heaven Court used to be, countless cultivators had already gathered. They had come from every which side on this ancient continent. The news had spread before this gathering that Donghuang Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture intended to compete for the relic of the old Heaven Court. And now, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had arrived and entered the ruins. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. In the outer perimeters of the ruins, there was nothing left in the periphery, as they had gleaned a long time ago. In front of the place where the cultivators gathered, a ladder reached beyond the sky. There were ancient palaces and temples at the other end of the ladder, but all were dilapidated in appearance. There were also stone pillars that seemed to support this corner of the sky, which formed a magnificent picture. The ruins of the old Heaven Court were just above. They had been occupied by the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. For those who were standing below and looking up at the old Heaven Court's ruins, they could still vaguely sense an ancient aura and a sacred coercion that fell straight from the sky. Old Heaven Court. All the cultivators were moved in their hearts. Before that, Many of them only dared to look from a distance and not get so close to it. Although the Heaven Realm kept a low profile, it did not mean that they were weaker than anyone else. Now, with Donghuang Imperial Palace clearing the way, these cultivators felt much more encouraged to venture below these ruins and look up to this sacred place. Deva was the leader of the 8 legions under the heavenly path and the strongest among the 8. Therefore, as one of the 8 legions, Deva was of particular interest to those in the know. It was precisely for this reason that Donghuang Imperial Palace was here again to contend for the land that contained the relics of Deva, the old heaven court. Out in the front, a group of people stood quietly as they raised their heads to look at the ladder that extended beyond the sky. Though this group was quiet, no one dared to underestimate them. The aura that inadvertently permeated from them was top-level, and just by standing there, they had formed an invisible domain. As they did not speak, the space was steeped in silence. The person in the lead was of unparalleled grace, whose radiant beauty was beyond compare, just like that of the Futian goddess. This was none other than the only begotten daughter of Donghuang the Great, Donghuang Diyuan. The cultivators from the imperial palace of the divine prefecture had arrived, and Donghuang Diyuan had personally led them here. Among those behind them were also major figures from the divine prefecture. It was as if they were there to support and cheer for Donghuang Diyuan. Of course, it was not just the cultivators from the divine prefecture either. In the distance, many people were standing in the void, looking down below. With so many cultivators that had already gathered, the status of those who were standing in the void could easily be guessed. These were the cultivators who belonged to imperial-level forces that had come to watch the battle when they received the news. Of course, it was anyone's guess if they merely intended to watch the battle from the sidelines. If the imperial palace of the divine prefecture coveted the ruins of the old heaven court, would the other forces feel any differently? Futian and the others also rushed over, but they slowed down though they were still very far away. Then, they moved forward slowly until they arrived above this area. Their presence attracted a lot of attention as well. After all, Futian was a controversial figure, and he was very well known in this ancient world. As cultivators from many directions looked at Futian, he was looking in the direction of the ladder in front of him. He thought it was indeed a relic left by Deva. It was such an astounding place. During these years, when he was in retreat, the strength of the cultivators from Heaven Realm must have risen to a higher level. They are coming. A group of cultivators now stepped down from the ladder, walking down from the heavens. The scene was as if the gods had descended. Futian watched this scene and found it like a painting, stunning beyond description. Once again, he had seen the mysterious cultivator, the heir of the heavenly emperor realm. He could sense that the other's temperament seemed to have undergone yet another change. These past few years, he had occupied the ruins of the old heaven court and must have inherited the power of some great existence's wills. How could he not have improved by leaps and bounds? Futian was more curious about the level of strength he had been able to reach in his cultivation. And Donghuang Diyuan, what level of strength had she been able to reach in her cultivation? He wondered whether they would see the true strengths of these two in today's confrontation. As those cultivators came down the ladder, Donghuang Diyuan looked up at them and asked, "The people from the Heaven Realm have been cultivating here for quite some time. Now, do you mind vacating the relics of the old Heaven Court? The Divine Prefecture is quite interested in this location, and we would like to cultivate in the old Heaven Court. Could Heaven Realm relinquish this space to us?" Above the ladder, the divine light sprinkled down, and the cultivators from the Heaven Realm stood in the sky above, then looked down at Donghuang Diyuan and her party below, and the coercion they exuded was no less than those from the Divine Prefecture. The young man who was in the lead, the heir of the Heaven Realm, looked at Donghuang Diyuan and asked, "Will the Divine Prefecture be willing to use the relic of Naga to make an exchange?" He asked directly, without frills. Donghuang Diyuan wanted the relic of the old Heaven Court. Would she be willing to exchange for it with the relic of Naga? Yes. Donghuang Diyuan responded succinctly, which shocked the cultivators who were surrounding them. It seemed that the cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace had almost finished their cultivation at the relic of Naga. They now set their eyes on the old Heaven Court. Donghuang Diyuan was willing to trade it for the relic of Naga. If Princess Diwen feels that the relic from the old Heaven Court is more precious than Naga, then know that is also the opinion of the Heaven Realm. I'm afraid Princess Diwen will be disappointed. The young man in the void appeared polite and responded accordingly. His question was not an expression of his intention to trade, but to drive the point that the old Heaven Court relic was far more valuable. There was no problem with this train of thought. However, if Donghuang Imperial Palace intend to take the relic of the old Heaven Court by force, could the Heaven Realm be able to hold them off? The relic of the old Heaven Court will definitely be mine. Donghuang Diwen raised her head and said to the cultivators of the Heaven Realm above the ladder. Her eyes were extremely determined, and she was confident that she would prevail. This surprised many people. The princess of the Divine Prefecture seemed to be unusually interested in the old Heaven Court. The cultivators from other imperial-level forces watched everything quietly. They made note of what Donghuang Diwen said, and some core figures knew the reasons behind it. They looked up at the ladder, and each of them had their own opinion. Not just Donghuang Imperial Palace, but they, too, wanted to go up the ladder and see what was left in the ruins of the old Heaven Court. So, Princess Diwen wants to fight? The young man lowered his head to look at Donghuang Diwen, who was below. Donghuang Diwen did not respond, but there was a powerful fighting will emerging from her, and she was not alone. All the cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace exuded a terrifying aura, which soared into the firmament. It roared as it continued up the ladder. The fighting will expressed by them was simply astounding. Could the Heaven Realm stop Donghuang Imperial Palace? Many cultivators retreated carefully. When they felt that terrifying aura, they understood that if this confrontation turned into a war, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Even the surrounding areas would be greatly affected. It would be better for anyone whose cultivation was not on that level to stay behind, thereby using stronger cultivators at the front to act as a buffer. Chapter 2698, Black and White Almighty. At that moment, yet more cultivators stepped out from within the crowd. Cultivators from the human realm. The multitude turned to look at the group of them. At the front was Di Hao, one of the greatest of his generation from the human realm. He raised his head and looked toward the cultivators gathered on the sky stairwell. He stated, Heaven Court and Donghuang Imperial Palace shared a deep bond in the past. It is regretful if we have to clash with each other now. Heaven Realm occupies the old Heaven Court relics, the Divine Prefecture occupies the Naga relics, while our human realm occupies the Yuetian relics. If the Heaven Realm is willing to openly share the use of the old Heaven Court relics, the Divine Prefecture and Human Realm will do the same for our respective relics so that all can cultivate at all three places. What do you think? The multitude were taken by surprise when they heard this speech. The Human Realm wanted to be a part of this also. It seemed that they, too, attached high importance to the old Heaven Court relics. Furthermore, Di Hao said that the Heaven Court and Donghuang Imperial Palace shared a deep bond. Was there more to this than meets the eye? We're not interested. This was the reply from the heir of the Heaven Realm. Di Hao looked up at the other party. Ji Wudao, do we have to face off in war? You people don't cultivate on your own relics, but come to invade ours instead. And yet you still ask me this question? Ji Wudao's gaze swept across Di Hao and then rested upon Donghuang Diwen. Princess Diwen, I have no wish to clash with you, but the old Heaven Court relics belong only to the Heaven Realm. Yi Futian's expression betrayed surprise when he heard Ji Wudao's words. What was the relationship between Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diwen? In the past, they had both used the same ability, which was the heaven-punishing divine sword. Where did they cultivate the ability from? Ji Wudao, since you insist, then let's see if the cultivators of the Heaven Realm can hold on to this sky stairwell. Di Hao's tone was calm, but one could still sense the commanding stance behind it. The surrounding crowd was stirred. Were they about to witness a battle of the greatest from the realms? Do I take on you guys one by one, or all at once? While looking down upon the cultivators, Ji Wudao's indifferent reply caused a shudder within them. Currently, the Heaven Realm was weak in power, and was thought to be so incapacitated that it was no longer on par with the other greats at the Emperor level. Yet here, the heir of the Heaven Realm just threw down a challenge to take them all on at once. Was the Heaven Realm really that powerful? Or was it just for show? Those from the human realm were considerably ignorant concerning this heir of the heaven realm, as he had been exceedingly secretive as a recluse. Coupled with the low profile maintained by the heaven realm these days, not many from the other realms knew much about Jiwudao. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. They had not even so much as heard of his name until now. Only those ranked at emperor level knew of his existence from long ago. This person had extraordinary talents, and as the only heir of the heaven realm, was born with a gift hardly seen. However, the extent of his powers remained to be seen and would probably only be revealed in combat. After hearing Ji Wudao's outrageous statements, immediately, 9 strongmen stepped out from behind Donghuang Diyuan. They were the 9 divine generals of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace, causing a rush of excitement among the multitude. When Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture and knighted the 9 divine generals, they were already skilled and full of potential. However, they had yet to reach their full potential until now, and the aura they radiated now as a 2 tribulation survivor was frightening. Amongst them, the Spear Emperor Du had made his breakthrough while in the relics and overcame the second great divine tribulation of the Great Path. The 9 divine generals had all passed through 2 tribulations, and their demeanor had all the markings of those ranked at emperor level. Not only that, there were still many other strong warriors at the side of Donghuang Diyuan. The 9 divine generals were not the strongest combatants in Donghuang Imperial Palace. Behind Ji Wudao, on the sky stairwell, 9 strong men also stepped out in response. They headed toward the front and were suspended from a high altitude. Their auras were blinding as a dazzling divine light shone upon them from the heavens. All 9 of them were top-notch cultivators, and like the 9 divine generals from Donghuang Imperial Palace, had also been through 2 tribulations. Their demeanors reflected how menacing they were. The 9 great lords of the heaven realm have also come through 2 great tribulations. Even though many were unaware of them, the cultivators at emperor level had a pretty good grasp of the extent of the strength of the heaven court. The 4 heavenly kings of the heaven court had passed through 2 tribulations much earlier and influential beyond measure. Below the 4 heavenly kings were the 9 great lords. They were slightly weaker than the 4 heavenly kings, but after training in the relics, they also passed through the 2 tribulations. The appearance of the divine relics had a significant impact on the cultivators. Many of them reached metamorphosis and broke through shackles after training in the relics. As the 9 of them walked out, 9 colors of divine lights appeared simultaneously above the void, resulting in a dazzling sight. Among them, the person in the middle was the most mesmerizing. He was bathed in divine sunlight, which shone from the top of the sky stairwell above the heavens through to the entities below. It was as if he was the sun god. He was Lord Taiyang, the leader of the 9 great lords. At his side was a beautiful maiden, who was of a remarkable disposition and had an aura in stark opposition to Lord Taiyang's. She was Lady Taiyin, Lord Taiyang's wife. As the yin to Lord Taiyang's yang, the entangling of their sharply contrasting auras had a substantial impact on people. The 9 great lords were undoubtedly comparable to the 9 divine generals. Just then, Spear Emperor Du took a step forward, with golden spear in his hands. He projected frightening divine light and had shades of the will of the emperor encircling above his spear. Although he was one of the lowest ranked within the 9 divine generals and had only made his breakthrough not too long ago, as a direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, and having mastered the will of the great emperor, he was most definitely mighty. He would not have been the first to step out otherwise. Among the 9 great lords too, a warrior also stepped out. He was burly and monstrous, twice the size of Spear Emperor Du. He stood out from ordinary people, and it felt like he emitted a significant surge of power just with his presence in the void. It made people feel oppressed. He was Lord Xuanwu, one of the 9 great lords. Just standing there made people feel like he was undefeatable. Spear Emperor Du started moving toward the sky stairwell. His aura intensified with each step he took, and the atmosphere quickly became tense. A sudden flash of divine light struck the skies, and a divine shadow appeared behind him. It was as if the great emperor had descended. Boom! Above the void, a frightening roar sounded, and suddenly, The heads of the people were covered by the gigantic and imposing figure of the black tortoise divine beast. At the same time, a rush of torrent gushed downwards, and the suspended sea appeared within the void. The sea roared monstrously and attempted to drown Du in its waters, but he carried on walking steadily step by step. However, to the crowd watching his figure, it looked like he had been affected. Crash! A flash of golden divine light surged through the void, brilliantly bright and moving at a rapid speed. Yet, within the suspended sea, its speed seemed to have been hampered, and Du's movement slowed. The black tortoise divine beast struck the space below it, and a humongous black tortoise seal appeared and exploded directly above the golden spear. Bang! The golden spear hit the black tortoise seal, and at the spot where they connected, harsh divine light appeared on top of the seal. Following that, a fissure cut through the seal accompanied by a loud bang, and the seal was broken into pieces. Du, however, also got enveloped and shaken by the menacing waves. Lord Xuanwu held his ground. The black tortoise divine beast above the skies contained the will of the great emperor within it, guarding the sky stairwell. It was like nobody could come close with it there. Du did not appear to hold any advantage in this match. The warriors from the divine prefecture watched the battle going on inside the void. With the 9 great lords protecting the area, it would be nearly impossible for the 9 divine generals of Donghuang Imperial Palace to take it by force. The 9 great lords were just as strong as the 9 divine generals. Princess Diyuan Algo, Feng Ru, who was standing adjacent to Donghuang Diyuan, volunteered. As one of the most vital figures in the divine prefecture Donghuang Imperial Palace, and ranked on the demigod list, he was already on the near-deity plane even before entering the relics. If they wanted to take over the old heaven court, they would need someone of his caliber. Donghuang Diyuan nodded slightly, while still fixing her gaze upon the scene in front of her. Feng Ru took a step and said, "The rest, step back." In obedience to his words, the 9 divine generals took a few steps back, and Feng Ru walked out alone. Upon seeing him, the 9 great lords also consciously stepped back. They were naturally no match for someone on the demigod list, and someone else would take their place. Just at that moment, 2 shadowy figures landed on the sky stairwell and moved toward Ji Wudao. Of the 2 figures, one had white hair and beard and an ephemeral aura. He was elderly and celestial-like. The other was dressed in black and middle-aged. His aura felt chilling to the bones. Their appearance caused even Feng Ru's expression to turn grave. He knew he could not afford any slip-ups. All the strongest cultivators from the Heaven Realm and Heaven Court were gathered here, and being the best of the best, Feng Ru naturally recognized his current opponent. They too were on the demigod list and were very old cultivators. They had previously assisted the former monarch of the Heaven Realm. They dated back even to the time of the Heavenly Emperor. The 2 of them were very important veteran figures in the Heaven Court, and were the guardian lords of the Heaven Court, Great Skylords Black and White Almighty. Great Skylords Black and White Almighty were both of a much higher seniority than Feng Ru, and this time, they were here. Chapter 2699, The Almighty Divine Sword. The Great Skylords Black and White Almighty from Heaven Court in the Heaven Realm were the guardians of the Heavenly Emperor. Rumor had it that they had been to the fabled boundless sea before, which was said to be at the very ends of the heavens. After the fall of the Heavenly Emperor, they remained as aides to the princess. Over the years, their names had been heard of less and less with the gradual disappearance of the Heaven Realm. It became nearly impossible for those outside the Heaven Realm to meet them, but it no less diminished how unimaginably powerful they were. It was even possible that the current cultivators did not know a single thing about them. Both the Great Skylords Black and White Almighty are here. It will not be easy for Divine Prefecture's Donghuang Imperial Palace to seize the old Heaven Court relics, Supreme Swordlord uttered in a low voice from within the crowd of onlookers. Yi Futian looked ahead of him and was moved as well. At this moment, those who were considered strong warriors from the 7 realms were all here. Before this, he had seen the 4 heavenly kings from Heaven Court, and now he could add the 9 great lords and great skylords Black and White Almighty to the list. All the strongest from the Heaven Realm should have made their appearance already, while for the Divine Prefecture, there were still some that had not. They were all beside Xia Qingyuan, and there was quite a number they had not met before. It was anyone's guess how this battle over the old Heaven Court relics would turn out. Feng-Ru looked toward Black Almighty and greeted, "I have heard of you, sir, for a long time. I'm glad to finally have the chance to meet you in person." Feng-Ru himself had been in cultivation for numerous years, but compared to the great Skylords Black and White Almighty, he was still considered amateurish. Both of them had been famous much earlier on. "Let's start," Black Almighty stated coldly without a shred of emotion. Feng-Ru nodded, and a dazzling divine light surrounded him all at once. With his body as the focal point, the great divine light turned into a dazzling image of picturesque mountains and rivers. It was dazzling and like a small world on its own. This strange phenomenon also produced an astounding aura that attracted the will of the Great Way to flow into the small world from all quarters of heaven and earth. Bolts of divine light flashed and shot through the clouds, blanketing the entire vast space. Black Almighty looked down upon the lower skies below him, and using his will, caused a frightening black storm of destruction to appear above the skies. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned dark, and the skies looked as if they had been torn into two from the center. The darkness spread out to all corners and fully enveloped Black Almighty in it as its extent grew larger. A potent strand of will of destruction permeated from within the darkness and left the cultivators below feeling extremely oppressed. Black Almighty flew up toward the sky dome. The torn sky seemed to stay permanently above his head. The area permeated by the will of destruction was increasing, and it felt as if it was going to swallow everything up. The reason for Black Almighty going up to the upper skies was probably also to prevent the battle from affecting the surroundings. Feng-Ru too flew up toward the clouds, and they both transformed into two bolts of light. The onlookers raised their heads to look up at the upper skies above and saw two very different types of powers. The might of both powers greatly surpassed the understanding of many of the cultivators. Furthermore, they did not use imperial arms but fought using their innate abilities. Crash! The flashes of divine light within the picturesque small world shot toward the sky and transformed into numerous rays of light. The light rays tried to pierce through the darkened sky dome, but Black Almighty's gaze never wavered. With a lowering of his head and a look, numerous catastrophic lights of destruction started to rain upon the darkened world and collided with the divine lights shooting upward. Immediately, the two beams of light started clashing above the skies, both clear and distinct. Every collision of the lights produced horrific and destructive energy that spread out to the surrounding areas. Even though the distance was far, the cultivators in the lower skies could still feel that energy, and many of their hearts started to race. The picturesque world of mountains and rivers intensely absorbed the will of the Great Way from the heavens and earth. Feng-Ru stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger. At once, an extremely dazzling divine light appeared within its tip. Chinkuan finger. The onlookers raised their heads to the upper skies and saw Feng-Ru aiming Chinkuan finger at the sky. A beam of unbelievably bright divine light burst forth from the picturesque world and penetrated the void, heading to the opposite side. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Simultaneously, the darkened world of destruction above Black Almighty's head brought forth a black divine sword. At the back of the sword was a horrifying black whirlpool. The patch of sky there seemed to have been torn apart. Almighty divine sword. Supreme Swordlord thought to himself. He wondered how his supreme swordsmanship would fare in a match-up. Almighty divine sword was the zenith of the Great Way, and it was also known as Black Almighty divine sword. It contained immeasurable destructive powers, and his supreme swordsmanship was the same. There was probably no force within the Great Way that could compete with it, and it was as if it were an apocalyptic divine sword. Almighty divine sword and Chinkuan finger clashed head to head above the skies, and at that instant, the storm of destruction swept through and destroyed all the powers of the Great Way in the upper skies. That area seemed to be on the verge of vanishing, and the storm of destruction swept into the lower skies, prompting all the cultivators to release divine lights. The storm caused the weaker cultivators to be tossed out and even completely leveled the area below the sky stairwell. It was beyond terrifying. One could only imagine the magnitude of destruction they would have caused if they had been battling it out in the lower skies instead. Boom! Another suffocating storm was induced, and an even more horrifying aura burst out above the skies. Within that dark aura, countless almighty divine swords were brought forth, and all of them came executing down at the same time. A shocked Feng Ru stretched out both hands and frantically pointed Qinkuan finger toward the top of the void. In the lower skies, all the cultivators continued looking up at the battle in the skies above, even if they were within the storm of destruction. The picturesque world on Feng Ru seemed to have been closed up, but the almighty divine swords continued their assault and caused the small world to collapse. Feng Ru's body fell from the void. The black almighty divine sword still did not cease attacking, and at last, many cracks surfaced within the picturesque world, and it crumbled into pieces accompanied by a terrifying sound. Feng Ru let out a groan, and his body was tossed back to the lower skies. One of the strongest cultivators of the divine prefecture, Feng Ru, has been defeated. The multitude's heartbeat quickened. Feng Ru's body landed on the ground, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Above him, Black Almighty stopped his assault, but the dark storm of destruction remained in place with numerous swords suspended in the air. It was as if they were preparing to launch an attack any time an order came again. The cultivators could see that this was not a close fight, nor was it a debatable defeat. Feng Ru had been overpowered in this direct face-off. There was a wide gap between Black Almighty's powers and his. Futian also became anxious after witnessing the battle. He had fought against Feng Ru before. He had to use the will of Ziwei during the battle against this person who was on the demigod list. The Feng Ru at that time could be said to be invisible, yet today, here he was, overpowered and easily defeated. The almighty divine swordsmanship lives up to its name. I, Feng Ru, humbly concede defeat. Feng Ru said to Supreme Lord Black Almighty, who was in the void. He was defeated, and one should admit it when one was beaten. Black Almighty made no reply, and his jet-black eyes scanned through the cultivators in the skies below. The old heaven court belonged only to the heaven realm, and no one else ought to lay a finger on it. The strongmen from the heaven realm standing on the sky stairwell were very quiet and did not display any traces of joy at having won this round of battle. Their calmness was somewhat unnerving. The heaven realm had been keeping a low profile and quietly enduring things all these years, but the appearance of the divine relics meant that they had to come out to get what belonged to them. In this present day, the world once again witnessed the real power of the heaven realm. A long time ago, the heavenly emperor had ruled the heaven realm, and no one had dared to go against them. Now, the name of heaven realm was gradually forgotten by people. The battle had allowed the cultivators to witness the power of the heaven realm and regain their place in the world. From now on, no one dared to underestimate the heaven realm. Who could go up against the two guardian lords of the heaven realm, Great Skylords Black and White Almighty, and Donghuang Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture? Many looked to the side of Donghuang Diyuan. Feng Ru was not the strongest in Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, before any strong men could step out from Donghuang Diyuan's side, a cultivator had already stepped out from the crowd on the other side. The cultivators turned to look at the person who stepped out and were immediately astonished. He was Di Hao from the human realm, the eldest disciple of the human's ancestor. There was not one person who did not know Di Hao in the human realm. He was of extraordinary birth, having been born to an ancient divine clan. He was also the descendant of an exceedingly powerful great emperor and the first disciple of the human realm. As one of the first few names on the demigod list, people were looking forward to see how strong he was. Did Di Hao's stepping out mean he wanted to go against Black Almighty? Great Skylord lives up to his name and is worthy of being the guardian lords of the heaven realm. I, Di Hao, would like to have a chance to experience the Great Skylord's strength personally. Di Hao looked toward Black Almighty in the void. Please grant me the chance. Chapter 2700, Remarkable Characters. The aura of destruction had yet to dissipate from around Black Almighty, and the black storm still enveloped the sky. The will of destruction circled, and the almighty divine swords danced around. Every shard of air felt like a black sword of destruction, and probably even those who had gone through the divine tribulation of the great path would turn into ashes if struck by the sword. For a demigod like Black Almighty, the way they wielded was an independent power within the Great Way and belonged to them only. Yet Dihao seemed to not be in the least daunted. Divine light encircled his person, and he headed toward the clouds. He landed on the upper skies and stood facing Black Almighty. Feeling the terrifying aura, he used his will, and immediately an immensely dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a small world, and it was shining brightly. Numerous divine lights were striking the clouds above his head, and right there, multicolored rays of sunlight descended, giving rise to a vivid, strange vision. In that strange vision was a gigantic figure of a god. This god, however, had a human-like aura, as if he came from the human world. The divine human. The multitude felt their hearts racing upon seeing this scene. The strange vision was the divine human. The most remarkable ability to be mastered in the human realm was summoning the divine human. Dihao's hands formed a seal, and divine lights from the Great Way surrounded him. His aura was not in any way inferior to the great Skylord Black Almighty, proving his prowess. After all, he was the first disciple of the human realm, along with the ancestor, who was a symbol of the human realm. One would imagine that he would be very powerful. Judging by this strange vision alone, his prowess should be greater than that of Feng Ru. The great Skylord Black Almighty looked at Dihao and sensed a threat from him. It was possible that Dihao might be as strong as him. The terrifying black storm desired to engulf the sky dome and headed for the region above Dihao, only to see the divine light around him glowing at its brightest. The strange vision covered the entire region above him, and the two different colored beams of divine light intersected and clashed above the sky dome as if drawing a clear and distinct battle line down the middle. Great Skylord Black Almighty stretched a finger outward, and at once, Black Almighty Divine Sword moved into action and flooded the void, heading toward Dihao. Dihao's pupils sparkled, and he formed another divine seal with his hands. Immediately, a brilliant divine light burst out from within the divine human, and a gap opened from above the skies. From above the sky came falling countless divine swords, as if they were the sword of mankind created at the command of the divine human. The countless divine swords and Black Almighty Divine Sword collided, and two destructive storms converged within the void. In contrast to when Feng Ru was battling Black Almighty, this time around, Dihao's Sword of Mankind did not suffer even the slightest bit. Both parties seemed to be evenly matched in strength. From the lower sky region, the onlookers could only see two swords of different colors clashing furiously with each other, forming a river of swords of destruction. Great Skylord Black Almighty waved his hands, and countless almighty divine swords immediately came together as a petrifying storm. They then fused into a gargantuan black divine sword. He pointed toward Dihao, and the gargantuan black sword came down from the sky dome, cut across the river of swords, and headed straight toward Dihao. It turned everything it touched to ash. Dihao's physical body merged as one with the divine human. It was as if he had become a god. A divine light shone on the divine human's body. Heaven and earth were one, and Dihao was the way itself, able to control the way of mankind. He put his palms face up and, with a push, blasted out seal of mankind. It was humongous and clashed against the black divine sword. The numerous runes on the divine seal started glowing. The murderous aura emanating from the black divine sword of destruction was bent on destroying everything and kept breaking the divine seal, but its powers were weakening as well. Bang! The divine seal dissolved into nothingness with a loud crash, but so did the black sword. Dihao has become so strong, Supreme Swordlord uttered in amazement. He would not battle efficiently against either of these two men. He, the Supreme Swordlord, would possibly lose. Futian had also been observing the ongoing fight. Not many attacks had been carried out within the battle, but one attack alone contained enough power to destroy heaven and earth. It was beyond terrifying. What technique is that? Futian asked Supreme Swordlord while looking toward Dihao. The figure of the divine human was astounding. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. The divine human, answered Supreme Sword Lord. It is an unparalleled superpower created by the ancestor. Only the strongest cultivators can master it, and they will become one with the great path of mankind, turning into a human god. It's as if the divine itself was summoned, and every attack from then on will be imbued with the power of the divine. The cultivators in the human realm termed it the way of mankind, which implies its status as the strongest superpower among humanity. Yi Futian nodded in understanding. Is the great Skylord White Almighty even more powerful than Black Almighty? Of the two, the great Skylord Black Almighty came out first to battle, instead of the great Skylord White Almighty, who had not made an appearance yet. This somehow led Yi Futian to feel that White Almighty might be stronger than the great Skylord Black Almighty. Yes. Supreme Swordlord nodded in agreement. Legend has it that both these persons had been to the boundless sea located at the ends of the world before. There, they cultivated the way of the Almighty. Great Skylord White Almighty cultivated the creation pathway from the way of the Almighty, while Great Skylord Black Almighty cultivated the destruction pathway. Although creation is not stronger than destruction, Great Skylord White Almighty's prowess, nevertheless, is above that of Great Skylord Black Almighty. Yi Futian nodded slightly after hearing what Supreme Swordlord said. Only the strongest like them could influence how the battle turned out now. Not even those who had passed through tribulations could. After all, it had reached the stage where those ranked at Emperor level were fighting each other directly. But that person standing behind Donghuang Diyuan is compelling as well, very more so than Fengru, Supreme Swordlord started to explain. He was conferred the title of Number One, to the extent that people say that after Donghuang the Great, he is the best. He looked to the back of Donghuang Diyuan, where a cultivator was standing. Yi Futian followed suit and discovered that the cultivator was an elderly man. He was watching the battle quietly and wore a calm expression. It seemed as if he was not significantly bothered by what was happening in front of him. It was the first time Yi Futian had met him. He was likely one of those final boss characters in Donghuang Imperial Palace. Would he take part in the battle? If that were the case, then over at the Heaven Realm, White Almighty would have to join in too. He could not help wondering how a battle on that level would be like. However, before Yi Futian had a chance to see him in battle, someone surprising stepped out from Donghuang Imperial Palace's side. It was none other than Donghuang Diyuan herself. It was not only Yi Futian, but all who were present were shocked by Donghuang Diyuan. Did she intend to go into battle herself? Not many had seen the only daughter of Donghuang the Great in battle before. Only once in the Devil World, Yi Futian had gone up against her in battle. Perhaps they will be able to see her in battle today. After Donghuang Diyuan stepped out, she looked upon someone on the sky stairwell. That person was Ji Wudao, the sole heir of the Heaven Realm. Everyone understood that if Donghuang Diyuan were to go out to battle, her opponent would be Ji Wudao and only Ji Wudao. Both of them were heirs, one of the Divine Prefecture and the other of the Heaven Realm. Both were of noble statuses and were remarkable characters. Even though they might not be as strong as the great Skylord Black Almighty and Di Hao, their battle seemed to have been anticipated. Was not a battle of heirs of their caliber more enticing than that of the great Skylord Black Almighty and Di Hao? Yi Futian was also quite surprised. He never thought that Donghuang Diyuan would participate in the battle. He had fought with Donghuang Diyuan before at the Devil Imperial Palace in Devil World. They both tied then, and Donghuang Diyuan was not inferior to him. He had also fought Ji Wudao before. Ji Wudao was a mystery and hard to read. They had only fought one round, and the other party had brought out heaven-punishing divine sword. It was hard to tell his depth of skill. Many years had passed since then, and the cultivators had all inherited relics from the tombs of the gods. They would have gotten much stronger, just as Yi Futian had. While he had mastered the divine ruler, both Donghuang Diyuan and Ji Wudao had control of a relic each and would have gotten great gains from there. Moreover, the relic that Ji Wudao had control over was the old Heaven Court, ranked first among the 8 legions. Who knows what he had gained from there? A battle now would reveal their current prowess. Yi Futian found himself anticipating this battle. From the first day he stepped into the world of cultivation, he had made his way up bit by bit, and the opponents he faced now were all top-notch, remarkable characters. At present, Donghuang Diyuan, Ji Wudao, Di Hao, and the likes would probably be his strongest opponents on the cultivation journey. If he managed to surpass them, he would be on his way to becoming one of the great emperors. These people were like him, as they all had the hope of making it to the imperial realm. With the heirs from each realm, the most outstanding cultivators, and the appearance of the divine relics, how many would be able to conquer the way and reign supreme? They just had to wait and see. Chapter 2701 Heir of the Heavenly Emperor. As Donghuang Diuan stepped out, Ji Wudao moved forward on the sky stairwell and looked at Princess Donghuang. All the cultivators had their eyes on them and eagerly awaited the battle, especially those ranked at the emperor level. They knew Donghuang Diuan would want to come here to fight with Ji Wudao for the possession of the old Heaven Court relics. I don't wish to battle you, Princess Donghuang, but the old Heaven Court relics belong only to me, Ji Wudao said to Donghuang Diuan. His demeanor was calm, but when it came to the old Heaven Court relics, he definitely was not going to give in. Here was the Heaven Court, and it rightfully belonged to them. Donghuang Diuan made no reply. An impressive aura emanated from within her. It surrounded Donghuang Diuan and gave rise to a dazzling picture. Behind her, right and left, was an impressive dragon and a fiery red divine phoenix. The dragon and divine phoenix both looked aged, as if they had been living for countless years and, as a result, contained the essence of life within them. They were the real deal. A venerable aura suffused from within Donghuang Diuan, the dragon, and the phoenix, causing the place to feel suffocating. Many of the cultivators' hearts raced wildly as they stared at the figures of the dragon and phoenix behind Donghuang Diuan. Ancestral dragon. This dragon contained the will of the dragon god and was the emperor of Naga, the lord of all dragons. Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture got possession of the Naga relics, and with it, Donghuang Diuan inherited the will of the ancestral dragon. The cultivators thought to themselves, that dragon god was the dragon lord that ruled over Naga during ancient times. The ancestral dragon, the scales covering the body of the ancestral dragon shimmered in 7 colors of divine light. Its venerable and terrifying aura spoke of it as a victorious king. As for the phoenix on the other side of Donghuang Diuan, it was the ancestral phoenix. Before entering the relics, Donghuang Diuan had already inherited the will of the ancestral phoenix. In Donghuang the Great's desire to train up his only daughter, he had bathed his daughter in the ancestral phoenix's blood before. There was a divine seal carved inside her body. She was one with the ancestral phoenix. Now, she had gone to the Naga relics and received the will of the ancestral dragon also, thereby inheriting the soul of the ancestral dragon. With both the dragon and phoenix combining with her, the aura she emitted was enough to scare people. With the ancestral dragon and phoenix circling her, ordinary cultivators most likely would not have the courage to battle against her. In contrast, cultivators at the same level would feel suffocated just by her intimidating presence. Despite that, there was not a shred of demonic aura within Donghuang Diuan. On the contrary, a saintly divine light glowed instead, and lotus flowers bloomed from beneath her feet. In the glow of the divine light, Donghuang Diuan looked ethereal and stunning. It is the Buddhist power. Donghuang Diuan and Donghuang the Great cultivated a wide range of skills and seemed to be jacks of all trades. Despite receiving the ancestral dragon and phoenix, the divine light coming from her was the light of Buddha. Behind her was a shining ring. It was as if she was the goddess Guanyin. Different kinds of powers actually came together as one in her. They assimilated perfectly into her body and became hers. Donghuang Diuan is approaching the demigod level, supreme sword level muttered. It has already taken shape. Just a bit more, and she will become near deity. Her talent is amazing. I guess it's expected of the daughter of Donghuang the Great. Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diuan on the other side. Unbelievable. Was she already approaching the demigod level? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. If Donghuang Diuan attained the demigod level, she probably would not be inferior to the seniors currently at the level. Of course, being able to rank on the demigod level in the first place showed that the senior cultivators were not idlers. They were already pursuing a higher plane, and there were practically no weaklings. They were all forging their paths and ways. Throughout all these happenings, however, Ji Wudao only watched quietly. He still had not emanated any aura and did not seem at all surprised by the events, nor showed a shred of fear. Many cultivators looked toward Ji Wudao, looking forward to finding out how strong this mysterious heir of the heaven realm was. Crash! Donghuang Diyuan moved her will. At once, the shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix appeared in the skies. They were humongous and covered the entirety of the sky. Within this phenomenon, countless divine swords appeared, and every sword contained the power of divine punishment. Tianqing 1, Divine Sword. Everyone knew that this was the mighty Tianqing Divine Sword, alluding to punishment from heaven and its domineering nature. What was more, this Tianqing Divine Sword presently contained the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. Accordingly, the sword transformed into two different swords, one in the shape of a dragon and the other in the shape of a phoenix. They possessed terrifying powers and gave off scorching hot divine flames. Bang! A terrifying sound preceded the opening of the heavens, and through that opening immeasurable beams of divine light descended into divine swords. How come both of their powers are the same? The people felt surprised upon sensing the aura that was released. The sword that Ji Wudao was using seemed to be the Tianqing Divine Sword. Very few people knew that both Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan were well-versed with the Tianqing Divine Sword. An even more terrifying aura was in the making, and two colors of divine light, a black and white one, as if symbolizing opposite types of powers, appeared above the sky. Black and white almighty. The cultivators' hearts raced when they saw this scene. That was the way of the Almighty, the amalgamation of black and white almighty's divine swords and the Tianqing Divine Sword. The Tianqing Divine Sword, above the sky, turned black and white. White almighty represented creation, and the divine swords above the sky were multiplying by the minute until they fully covered the entirety of the sky. Black almighty divine sword represented destruction, and both of these extreme powers combined in an individual gave rise to an aura that sent tremors into the cultivators' hearts. Donghuang Diyuan fused the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix into her Tianqing Divine Sword, while Ji Wudao fused the way of the Almighty into his Tianqing Divine Sword. The Black Almighty Divine Sword belonging to Great Skylord Black Almighty was already frightening enough. If both he and Ji Wudao were on the same level, Ji Wudao's Divine Sword might be even more frightening. Both Divine Swords were taken out at the same time. The swords infused with the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix and the way of the Almighty clashed against each other, releasing a terrifying destructive storm that destroyed everything within its area. Yet, both stood immovable at their spot, as if such a destructive blow was just a warm-up to them. Crash! Another divine sword appeared. It was the fusion of the dragon and the phoenix, and it directly broke open the void and cut through the storm toward the opposite side, exerting its dominance. A black and white divine sword met it head-on, and the two swords' destructive divine light broke out as they clashed. The attacking power of the dragon phoenix divine sword is greater, but the infusion of the way of the black and white almighty allows the divine sword to wield both destructive and creative powers, resulting in it having continuous powers. Even though it is only one sword, it contains the wills of many swords, allowing it to counter the attacks from the dragon phoenix sword. Supreme Swordlord stared intently at the upper skies. Although the two currently in battle were his juniors, their attainments were unparalleled. What was even scarier was that these were only one of the powers they had. Both of them were already knocking on the door of the demigod level and could enter at any time. Just then, Donghuang Diyuan took a few steps to the front toward the sky stairwell. Lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet as she walked, and behind her, an image of the goddess Guanyin appeared. It was enormous and reached the dome of the sky. Energy radiated from it. At the back of the goddess Guanyin were numerous arms. The Thousand Arms Guanyin, the cultivators thought to themselves. Donghuang Diyuan seemed to be one with the Thousand Arms Guanyin. Her body was suspended in midair, and divine lotuses appeared at her feet. She stretched out a palm and aimed an attack at Ji Wudao. All at once, thousands of hands came out from the goddess Guanyin and blasted out the seal of Thousand Arms. A loud and violent blast sounded out, and many dragon shadows appeared as the seal moved toward its target, as if it were the seal of a dragon, and was domineering to the extreme. Many people were amazed. Dong Huang Diyuan was a peerless beauty and had the appearance of a saint in battle, yet she was also extremely domineering. Not to mention her being a girl, how many people on Earth could compare? Tens of millions of dragon seals attacked in full force, as if tens of millions of divine dragons were whistling by. It broke through the storm of swords of destruction and headed toward the figure standing on the sky stairwell. Presently, Ji Wudao moved forward out of the sky stairwell and into the heavens. A beam of divine light descended, and immediately, a domain appeared around him. Within the domain appeared a strange vision of many ancient gods. They were the divine generals and heavenly army of the heaven court during ancient times. At the same time, a supreme divine shadow appeared behind Ji Wudao. It was utterly dazzling, and as if the heavenly emperor had descended onto earth. Ji Wudao raised his hand and blasted out a divine seal, which rapidly grew large enough to cover the sky and the area in front of him. Within this divine seal were numerous moving lines. They were stunning to look at and came together one by one to form an ancient character, the word for emperor. The seal of the heavenly emperor. Many cultivators at the emperor level were unsettled. Ji Wudao had cultivated the seal of the heavenly emperor. Many years ago, the heavenly emperor had released the seal of the heavenly emperor to suppress all the divine powers in the world, and was the most powerful out of all the divine seals. Currently, Ji Wudao was using it, and although it probably would not reach the level of the heavenly emperor, one could still see it taking shape. The emperor character on the divine seal unleashed a dazzling brilliance that blinded everything else. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous seals of the ancestral dragon attacked the seal of the heavenly emperor, only to break into pieces upon contact. The character of emperor remained in place, and the seal was as good as ever. Within the void, Ji Wudao looked toward Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Princess Diyuan, I said before that I do not want to defeat you in battle. Please withdraw." 1. Tianqing means punishment from heaven. Chapter 2702. Unparalleled. The cultivators looked up at Ji Wudao. What did it mean when he said he did not want to defeat Donghuang Diyuan? It was as if he was saying that he would defeat Donghuang Diyuan in battle as long as he was willing. Did the heir of the heavenly emperor of the heaven realm possess such heaven-defying abilities? Donghuang Diyuan's expression did not change. She would not be swayed by his words. The seal of 1,000 arms continued its ferocious onslaught on the seal of the heavenly emperor until tens of millions of arms descended simultaneously. Immediately, a crack appeared on the emperor character on the seal, as well as on the giant scroll of the word emperor. Suddenly, the void shook violently, and with a loud bang, both the seal of the heavenly emperor and seal of 1,000 arms broke into pieces. The two looked at each other. Both these heirs of emperor figures had remarkable dispositions. Donghuang Diyuan had the ancestral dragon and phoenix on both sides, guarding her, while Ji Wudao was like the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. Just then, a saintly light of Buddha surrounded Donghuang Diyuan. The light was soft and gentle and held no murderous intent. It headed toward Ji Wudao, who showed surprise upon receiving it. A faint mark that glowed with divine line seemed to appear between his eyebrows. The Buddhist's 6 superpowers, Ji Wudao remarked to himself. He then looked at Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Whatever Princess Diyuan desires to see, please go ahead." Within the light of the Buddha, countless scenes appeared in front of Donghuang Diyuan. The scenes were showing the life story of Ji Wudao. She stared ahead of her, and countless images appeared within her eyes. She learned about Ji Wudao's cultivation journey, where he had started as an ordinary person without any extraordinary talent in the heaven realm and made his way up from the bottom. He had been through numerous life-threatening crises and close fights. The images were brutal and violent, as if he had walked out from a battlefield with skeletons all around his feet. He underwent exceptionally harsh trials during selections in the heaven realm. He killed all his opponents and became the heir of the heaven realm. At that time, he had already developed unparalleled talent then and was a new being. Through scene after scene, Donghuang Diyuan watched Ji Wudao train in the divine prefecture, in the forbidden places in the demon realm, in the Buddhist realm anonymously, and even in the empty divine realm, the human realm, dark world, and original realm. It was as if he had left his footprints on every single place on Earth. Has Princess Diyuan found it yet? Ji Wudao asked while looking at Donghuang Diyuan. His pupils were bright, and divine light flowed around his body. He was one with heaven and earth, and seemed to be a perfect and flawless person without any weak points. Yet, in the experiences he had gone through, Ji Wudao most certainly could not be said to be a perfect person. One might even say he was cruel and bloodthirsty. He went through many life-and-death situations and made it out safely each time. He was exceptionally clever and knew when to endure things to survive. Although he had been to all the fantastic realms, no one from those realms had ever heard of his name, and very few remembered him. Furthermore, he seemed to have guessed what Donghuang Diyuan wanted to find from him. Donghuang Diyuan stared fixedly at Ji Wudao. The things she had seen seemed to be only what Ji Wudao allowed her to see. It was missing the most important item that she was looking for. How did Ji Wudao achieve his metamorphosis and become who he was today? Looking at the experiences he had gone through, although they were fraught with danger, it was not enough to cause a metamorphosis. There was still something crucial missing, for example, the most acceptable inheritance or something else. Donghuang Diyuan was not able to find these things or any weak points. It was as if he was impeccable. Boom! Donghuang Diyuan moved her will, and suddenly, the ancestral dragon and phoenix that were above the sky started to move as if they had been resurrected as the actual ancestral dragon and phoenix. An otherworldly divine power descended and enveloped the entire space. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Right then, all who were present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure coming upon and looked up to see the two divine beasts in the upper skies circling over the heads of Donghuang Diyuan and Ji Wudao. At the same time, a great rush of power was released from Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan soared up to stand in between the ancestral dragon and phoenix. At that moment, she looked like a goddess, high and mighty. She is drawing on the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. The cultivators' hearts raced again. Donghuang Diyuan had always been blessed by the ancestral phoenix and was even regarded as a representation of the divine phoenix. After inheriting the Naga relics, she was also blessed by the ancestral dragon and inherited the dragon spirit. With the powers of the dragon and the phoenix regenerating in her body, Donghuang Diyuan had surpassed her original level. If Ji Wudao did not have some other tricks up his sleeve, he would indeed be defeated. The current Donghuang Diyuan was at the demigod level. Why must you be so persistent, Your Highness? Ji Wudao asked Donghuang Diyuan. I'm agreeable if you insist on having the heaven relics. Come and cultivate with me in the heavenly imperial palace, and in the future, you and I will be the rulers of the heaven court. His words shocked the cultivators in the lower skies. How could Ji Wudao make this kind of request? Donghuang Diyuan scanned the lower skies, but did not say a thing. The ancestral dragon roared, and all at once, the sky trembled. The dragon's roar caused shocks to pass through many of the cultivators in the lower skies, and they felt as if they were going to disintegrate. Quite a few cultivators groaned and spat out blood. There was some blood in the corners of their mouths. Their faces were ghastly pale. This roar was not even directed at them but Ji Wudao. Even so, they could not handle the blow. As for Ji Wudao, a dazzling divine splendor lit up his body, and he floated up to the upper skies on the sky stairwell. A supremely powerful force descended upon the old heaven court, and divine light shrouded Ji Wudao's body. A saintly light appeared above the sky. Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light. It was as if the ruler of the old heaven court had descended upon earth himself. Numerous people raised their heads to look at the sky, where above the sky stairwell, a court had appeared. It was possibly the old heaven court relics. Countless years ago, the leader of Deva, which was the first of the 8 legions, had ruled over the old heaven court. Was he given the title of heavenly emperor as well? The ruler of the old heaven court could be the leader of the 8 legions and the first of the heavenly path. Had Ji Wudao inherited the will of the old heaven court, the ancestral dragon and phoenix glided down, and in a flash, shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix dashed toward Ji Wudao. Unimaginable power was contained in the ancestral dragon, while the ancestral phoenix was bathed in a divine flame that set fire to the void and burned everything to ashes as it charged at Ji Wudao. At the sight of such a terrifying strike, even the demigods could not stop their hearts racing. "The power of this strike is on my level already," remarked Supreme Swordlord as he arched his head to see the battle taking place above the skies. The attack of Donghuang Diyuan, boosted by the powers drawn from the ancestral dragon and phoenix, had already reached the demigod level. She was already just outside the perimeter, with just one more step needed to become a demigod. With the addition of the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, one could only imagine how terrifying that strike was. Would Ji Wudao be able to withstand it? Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light from the old heaven court, and an impressive power permeated from within his body. At his back, the figure of the heavenly emperor seemed to have solidified. Standing in front of the heavenly emperor, he raised his arms, and suddenly, a divine light sprinkled down from above the skies. A divine sword appeared in Ji Wudao's hands, and the figure behind him also held a divine sword with both hands. With the appearance of the divine sword, many of the cultivators' swords started to clatter loudly, desiring to bow their heads. The sword of Supreme Swordlord also showed the same reaction, and he was stunned as he realized his swordsmanship was inferior. The sword of the heavenly emperor. Supreme Swordlord looked up at the sky. The divine sword was more than just a sword. It contained the will of heaven and was the sword of the heavenly emperor. Its high status meant that everything in the world had to listen to its commands. Sure enough, on the divine sword was written the word Emperor. It glistened with divine light and exuded such a mighty power that made all beings grovel. Donghuang Diyuan had inherited the will of the ancestral dragon, but Ji Wudao had inherited the will of the old heaven court. People could not help but be amazed. Before this, no one had heard of the heir of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao, before. Who knew that he would be so impressive and remarkable? This place is under the old heaven court, and Ji Wudao directly drawing power from the old heaven court puts him at an advantage. "I think Donghuang Diyuan is going to lose," Supreme Swordlord said with his eyes on the battle. The divine sword in Ji Wudao's hand clashed with the ancestral dragon and divine phoenix, causing the sky to be on the verge of collapse. As divine light shone down, many of the cultivators in the lower skies simultaneously released a shield of defense. The humongous ancestral dragon and divine phoenix were still clashing with the heavenly emperor's sword, with divine light bursting out at every contact. However, they both subsequently got split open. They were no match for the power of the heavenly emperor's sword. Right then, an intimidating aura burst out from behind Donghuang Diyuan. A top warrior from the divine prefecture had stepped out, and he was bursting with incredible might and power. At the same time, White Almighty on the sky stairwell grunted and also stepped out. He landed on the battlefield beside Ji Wudao. They both were keen to protect their young masters. Donghuang Diyuan was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Her background alone ensured that she would be of a high status. With her talents, her high status in Donghuang Imperial Palace went without saying. Ji Wudao, on the other hand, earned the support of those in the heavenly Imperial Palace through his efforts. All the strong men in the heaven realm willingly listened to and assisted him, including the great Skylords Black and White Almighty. It was obvious that Wu Ji Dao was alluring. The terrifying sounds of the clashes caused the sky to crumble and the ground to shatter, causing the cultivators' hearts to beat furiously. They had hardly made sense of what was happening when strong men started stepping out from different quarters in the direction of the sky stairwell. Many of their pupils were constricted as they stared at the sight of the battle. It turned out that those who stepped out were all Emperor-level cultivators. These Emperor-level cultivators had been patiently watching the battle, but were now not able to control themselves any longer. They marched toward the sky stairwell. Evidently, they, too, strongly desired the old Heaven Court relics. Chapter 2703, Gate to the Heaven Court. The sudden turn of events stunned many cultivators. This was originally a battle between the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture and the Heaven Court of the Heaven Realm. However, now the situation had evolved, so that all the top figures from all the principalities were making their moves simultaneously. They meant to shake those from the Heaven Realm and take over the old Heaven Court. The strength of the Heaven Court from Heaven Realm consisted of powerful players, great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty, for Heavenly Kings, 9 Star Lords, with all of their cultivators trailing behind them. And this was in addition to Ji Wudao, who was able to leverage the will of the old Heaven Court. This was a team whose strength was considered frightening. However, the Heaven Court was powerful in strength but weaker in their size. Among the 7 realms, the Heaven Realm was the smallest, but it occupied the relics of Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions. Therefore, it was no wonder that the cultivators from all sides had decided to attack them. There were principalities from the Divine Prefecture and cultivators from the human realm, the empty Divine Realm, and even the Dark World and the Devil World. However, for these last 2 significant realms, their topmost figures were not present. Of these 2 realms, one was in control of the Karura ruins, which had unlocked the inheritance of the demonic lord. The other was in charge of the ruins of Ashura, which was the most complementary to them according to their nature. In this context, they would focus more on their cultivations. As long as they could be in complete control of the wills of the demonic lord and the Ashura, they could care less about the old Heaven Court. Just as the cultivators of Heaven Realm had stated before, the old Heaven Court was indeed the most compatible with them. Even if the Deva was the head of the 8 legions, and its strength may be the strongest, the fit was the most crucial consideration above all. Ji Wudao was suitable for inheriting the will of the old Heaven Court, but it may not be the case for the cultivators from the Dark Court. In addition, even though the cultivators from the Buddhist realm had arrived, they did not choose to interfere. Many Buddhist cultivators were watching in the crowd, witnessing everything happening in front of them. Even so, it was terrifying enough with all the cultivators from every side joining the fight. For a moment, that horrific aura enveloped this corner of the sky and slammed towards the sky stairwell. Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, and the others looked at the battlefield above the sky, and they paid particular attention to the place where Ji Wudao was. In the battle, Donghuang Diyuan was as good as defeated. This proud daughter of Donghuang Imperial Palace and the future of the Divine Prefecture had lost to Ji Wudao. However, since this was Ji Wudao's territory, and he could leverage the will of the Heavenly Emperor within the old Heaven Court, it was not surprising that he was able to defeat Donghuang Diyuan. But even if these factors were discounted, and just based on the combat effectiveness of these 2 people alone, Ji Wudao was not any weaker than Donghuang Diyuan. From the previous collisions between the 2, it was obvious that Ji Wudao was very strong, and perhaps he had not yet completely released all of his strength. I didn't expect that the heir of the Heaven Realm would have such a shocking capability that he overpowered the princess of the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, I heard that he did not have an extraordinary background behind him. I wonder what kind of opportunity he had received. In the future, this man will be at the forefront of the road to becoming a great emperor, said the Supreme Sword Lord in a low voice. Today, this battle was enough to make Ji Wudao's name known to the world. Before, he had loathed to show himself off to the outside world, but this battle with Donghuang Diyuan was enough for his name to resound throughout all the realms. In this generation, how many of them in this world could fight like this with Donghuang Diyuan? Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Ji Wudao's strength was stronger than he had expected. To become a great emperor, he would be a most powerful competitor. More importantly, both he and Donghuang Diyuan must have already been pursuing the path of the great emperor by now. Both of them had already stepped into the near-deity state. Here was the starting point of the road to becoming a great emperor. But in the end, it was still an unknown which one of them could prove the way of the great emperor in this world. In addition to Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan, there was also Di Hao from the human realm, Yusheng from the devil world, Yin Giyi, Yi Qingyao from the dark court, as well as the top cultivators from Buddhism and Dugu Wuxia of the empty divine realm. These were all the people who had an equal likelihood to embark on that envious path. Of course, then there was also Yi Futian himself. Aside from that, no one knew how the ancient god clans from the divine prefecture would react, or for that matter, the principalities ruled by the other great emperors in the other worlds. Currently, the will of the great emperor of the ancient god clan in the divine prefecture had already entered this site along with its cultivators. Would it be revived in the same manner as Tianyan the Great? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Significant changes were occurring between heaven and earth, and everything was possible. Futian's eyes were still fixed on the sky above. Previously, Wudao had asked all these cultivators whether they wished to come up one by one or all together. Now, these cultivators from all sides had taken action just as he wanted. How was he planning to counter their attacks? Above the sky, Wudao's figure soared upward and appeared atop the sky stairwell. Just below the old heaven court, a most radiant divine light descended from the old heaven court downward. In an instant, an incomparable will of horror descended and shrouded this infinite space. Suddenly, this vast and endless domain was inundated by that terrifying will. Those top cultivators also raised their heads to follow his figure. Their eyes betrayed the slight hint of the disturbance they felt. Had Wudao completely inherited the will of the old heaven court? What did he receive inside the old heaven court? Could it be that he had already inherited from the master of the old heaven court? Come back, Wudao commanded loudly. Suddenly, all the cultivators from the heaven realm began to float towards the top of the sky stairwell, including the great skylords Black and White Almighty, who were also extricating themselves from the battle. In short, everyone was retreating in the direction of the old heaven court above the sky stairwell. The other cultivators wanted to give chase, but they could sense a powerful force appearing above them. Instantly, they had a solemn look on their faces, and none of them dared to make a rash move. Above the sky, the incomparably sacred divine figure of the heavenly emperor appeared, with the divine sword in hand. He followed along with Wudao's every movement, and an even more powerful sword came slashing down. Immediately, heaven and earth seemed to be split open by the sword. As the sword descended from the sky, everything in its path seemed to be immolated. Those cultivators who took action were releasing their most terrifying power to resist, surrounding themselves with the divine light of the great path. There were natural visions that forged an absolute domain, from which an attack was launched directly at the heavenly sword that was slashing towards them. The extremely terrifying divine light of destruction exploded in the void, and the sword chopped down with an apocalyptic divine light that was blinding and stinging to the eyes. The hearts of the cultivators below palpitated, and some even quickly dodged and retreated to the rear, wanting to vacate this area as quickly as possible. The same was true with cultivators who were even watching from very far away. This heavenly sword could cover a massive area when it came down, and most of them regretted being too close to the actual battle. The supreme swordlord waved both of his hands, and a divine sword appeared to point to the sky above as the Taishang swordsmanship erupted with all its might. When the heavenly sword came smashing down, it was unable to shake the defense built by the supreme swordlord. However, that was because they were not at the center of the battle, and they were barely touched by the aftershocks of the attack on the periphery. The sword light illuminated a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles as it swept down. When the divine sword fell, the space was left in a total mess. Tons of ditches appeared on the ground as if the earth itself had cracked open, and all of them filled with the terrifying sword will of the emperor. Cultivators from all sides were broken up as they retreated to different locations. Those whose cultivations were not strong enough and had no one to protect them were wiped out under the sword. They were pretty unfortunate to perish like this while watching the battle on the sideline. Of course, those who came here to watch the fight might have harbored some malintentions of their own. The cultivators from the heaven realm stood at the top of the sky stairwell. Wudao stood in the middle of them, showering in divine light. As he looked down at the cultivators below, he declared loudly, "If any one of you insist on robbing the relics controlled by the heaven realm, I won't be merciful next time." When they saw his godlike figure, the cultivators below trembled in their hearts. In their eyes, Wudao looked like someone invincible. However, in the void, neither Donghuang Diyuan nor anyone else retreated. The aura of the great path from them remained as dominant as ever. At the same time, brilliant divine light gleamed and bloomed, and immediately, wisps of imperial will pervaded between heaven and earth. Those top cultivators had resorted to the imperial arms, and none of them was of the mind to withdraw. Wudao might be powerful, but he must have not completely integrated with the old heaven court, which meant that it was possible for him to be overpowered. The old heaven court was determined to win. When Futian saw what was being played out before him, he immediately realized that as powerful as Ji Wudao's attack was, it did not exert an absolute advantage that deterred everyone who was present. His challengers felt that they would have a definite advantage with the imperial arms in hand. These people were extremely keen to the perception of strength. If no one chose to give up, it would be difficult for Heaven Realm to defend their claim of the old heaven court. It would be similar to the time when Futian leveraged the will of the Maharaja and was still unable to deter the invasions from every side. If it were not for Yushang and Qingyao who lent him a helping hand just when he needed them the most. Consider how fierce the struggle was for the relic of the Maharaja. The extent of the confrontation over the old heaven court was not surprising. It will be difficult for the people of Heaven Realm to defend their claim, Futian said. Before, Ji Wudao wanted to put a stop to all the cultivators who were here, but his strength fell short. After all, he was not yet in the realm of near deity, but he was facing several superior cultivators who were on the demigod list, and they have the aid of imperial arms. With such an advantage, why would they voluntarily back down? If the Heaven Realm can't be defended, what should we do? Next to him, Supreme Swordlord asked Futian, wondering what his thought was on the situation. Ji Wudao had once gone to cultivate in the territory controlled by Ziwei Segmentum, and he said then that as long as he could, he would want go to the old heaven court and take a look there, Futian replied casually. There was no rules or regulations to speak of in today's world of cultivation. Strength was always the first factor. No one would give up the opportunity to cultivate in any relics. If they could have broken into Maharaga where he was located, no one would hold themselves back to show him any courtesy on this ancient continent. Above the firmament, everyone slaughtered their way upward into the sky, and the cultivators from the heaven realm were retreating, as they have already reached the top of the stairwell, as if they were standing directly under the heaven court. At this time, other cultivators in the sky also moved their way upwards, which included all the principalities of each world. Someone cleared the way and drove in. Naturally, they didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Which one of them didn't want to have a chance at the relic of the old heaven court? At this moment, many people were stunned. They discovered that those cultivators from the heaven realm had actually stepped into the heavenly palace. That group of cultivators above the firmament had disappeared directly from where they were. As cultivators from other sides revealed a look of surprise, they moved higher into the sky as well, one after another. First among them was the cultivators from the imperial level forces, including Donghuang Diyuan. When they came to the top of the sky stairwell, they saw many magnificent and impressive structures. All that dilapidated palaces and shrines, or the broken pillars that they had seen before, were nothing more than places occupied by the guardians of the old heaven court. Here was just an entrance, with a door in front. This was the entrance to the old heaven court, the gate to the heavenly palace. The sight in front of them was so spectacular that the cultivators who went up behind them couldn't help but have their hearts beating wildly. Here was the gate to the old heaven court, the site of the first of the 8 legions, the Deva. Princess Diyuan, please, Dihao said to Donghuang Diyuan, making a gesture inviting her to enter. Immediately, Donghuang Diyuan stepped through and entered inside the old heaven court. Chapter 2704, One Ruler to Break the Dominion. Futian and his party appeared in front of the gate of the heavenly palace. Their attention was focused on those cultivators who continued to walk into it. Futian noted to himself that cultivators everywhere were equally fervent for the powerful relics that might elevate their cultivations. However, with all the great emperor-level forces present, would any of these cultivators have any chance of getting anything? For them, a crisis was far more promising than an opportunity. Even so, these cultivators were still coming, if only for a remote possibility that they might obtain the relics. The reality was that only those near-deity existences had some chance of achieving that. Even those cultivators in the second tribulation plane had a slight chance without the help of imperial arms. Even if there were relics, they were unable to compete with any of these major powers. Even if, by chance, they obtained something, it was very possible that they would be hunted down and robbed of it later. Of course, Futian himself was still planning on going in. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Futian stepped over the gate to the heavenly palace and walked into the land that the Deva once ruled in ancient days. As soon as Yi Futian and the others passed through the gate to the heavenly palace and entered inside, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. This place was like a small world, and so far, it was the most well-preserved site among all the relics on this ancient continent. In this small world, although the buildings everywhere had collapsed, the magnificent ruins of the heavenly court were vaguely visible. The small world was actually quite expansive. At a glance, there were clusters of buildings everywhere, all of which were ancient relics. Each cluster of buildings was majestic, located in different locations, and each had its own characteristics. Those might be the places of cultivation for the divine generals in the heavenly court. After countless years, they became relics, but they were still permeated with an extremely terrifying aura. The master of the old heaven court's strength must have been one of the strongest in the ancient times, which accounted for his control over the Deva. Such figures must have many great emperors under his command. After all, that was the age of the emperors. Deva was the leader of the 8 legions under the heavenly path, dominated over the entire world. In the distance, many cultivators were moving in one direction. When Yi Futian and the others raised their heads to look where they were going, they saw that there was a heavenly palace at the edge of the sky, elusive and ethereal. That ought to be the real heavenly palace, where the Lord of Deva, the heavenly emperor, had once resided in ancient times. Yi Futian continued moving forward. After entering this place, all the cultivators flickered their way in different directions. In many other places, they had sensed the existence of the relics from the great emperors. The relics here should be even more than that of the Maharaga tribe, Supreme Swordlord said softly. As the head of the 8 Legion, this is to be expected at the site where the Deva resided, Yi Futian responded, agreeing with the assessment of the Supreme Swordlord. They could already feel that there were several sites of the relics that contained the will of the great emperor. No wonder these various forces have to fight for it, Supreme Swordlord said. After having cultivated in their respective relics for several years, they now saw new opportunities ushered in by the attacks of the Divine Prefecture led by Donghuang Diyuan. Together, they stood a better chance of invading inside the Old Heaven Court. They didn't want to let go of the relics at the Old Heaven Court. In the eyes of several great emperor-level forces, the relics of the Maharaga that Yi Futian controlled were nothing compared to the relics at the Old Heaven Court. Now, just as they wished, they had made their way here. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. At this moment, wisps of terrific aura fell on Yi Futian and the others, making Yi Futian and his group of people frown. Then, from different directions, many other cultivators came to surround them. Their murderous intent was sky-high. Those pesky suckers, the Supreme Swordlord said with his brows knitted. It was those people again, the cultivators of the ancient god clans from the Divine Prefecture. They were not in a hurry to plunder the relics here. On the contrary, they wanted to take this opportunity to confront Yi Futian. Obviously, they had been keeping tabs on Yi Futian, tracking his every movement. The Vajra region lord stood at the forefront, surrounded by golden divine light, which covered the boundless space. On the Maharaga's relic site, the Vajra divine child was killed by Feng Siyuan. With a new blood feud added onto old grudges, the Vajra region hated the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace with a passion, and they couldn't wait to slaughter all of them immediately. How dare you come out of the Maharaga tribe? The Vajra region lord said with a horrific murderous intent upon him. Before, by the time they got to the Maharaga tribe, they couldn't do anything because Yi Futian was naturally compatible with the will of the Maharaga. Then, when Yu Sheng and Yi Qingyao showed up, they had no choice but to retreat, having sustained considerable loss. In the end, they could not cause any damages to Yi Futian and the others. But now, Yi Futian had walked out of the relics of the Maharaga and came here. Without the will of the Maharaga, how would he contend against them? There would only be death for him. Several ancient god clans had possessed the wills of the great emperors. Therefore, even if their opponent had the support of someone like Supreme Swordlord and Shi Qiyao, it was not enough to deter them. I am not interested in playing with you people just now. You guys should focus on cultivating some more and improving your strength. That way, maybe you get to live for a few more years." Futian looked at them and said. His words caused these cultivators to frown. How dare he be so arrogant? What did Futian have to use to contend with them? After we killed you, the relics of the Maharaja will be unguarded. At that time, we can slaughter all the cultivators inside and control the relics of the Maharaja, which will be just as good as the relics from this old heaven court, the Vajra region lord said. Above the firmament, a terrifying Vajra dominion appeared, covering the sky and obstructing the sun, sealed off this corner of the sky. The unparalleled divine power of the Vajra region fell and bathed the Vajra region lord under the divine power of the Vajra region, as if the ancient god of the Vajra region had descended. After a few years of not seeing him, it seemed that the strength of the Vajra region lord had magnified again. Likewise, other cultivators from the ancient god clans were releasing a terrifying aura, which enveloped this area to prevent Futian from escaping. Everyone knew that Futian was good at Buddha's celerity, which allowed him to evade capture easily. To deal with Futian, the first thing they had to do was to seal off the space they were in. "Swordlord, make sure everyone is safe," Futian said to Supreme Swordlord. "No problem." Supreme Swordlord held the imperial arms, the divine sword, and forged a sword domain to protect all their cultivators within it. Futian walked a few steps forward, glanced at the Vajra region lord, then raised his head to focus on the dominion above the sky. Above this dominion, the divine power of the Vajra region was circulating endlessly. The golden divine light was shining with a radiance that seemed indestructible. This was the true divine power of the Vajra region, containing the divine power of the great emperor's will, stronger than anything and utterly indestructible. Everyone was looking at Futian with a strange look. What did he want to do by stepping out alone at a time like this? Did he want to tempt death? Everyone thought that it would be Supreme Swordlord who would act first. But at this moment, they could feel that there were rays of the great path divine light that flowed about on Futian. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. When the great path divine light poured into his palm, suddenly a ruler appeared in the palm of Futian's hand. The cultivators stared at the divine ruler in Futian's hand. This was not an imperial arms but a peculiar power of the great path. However, the aura contained in it made them feel a little apprehensive. Would Futian deal out some other amazing feat again? Buzz. Just as they were pondering on the matter, Futian's body moved as he soared upward and appeared in a place upon high in just an instant. With his arm facing up, the ruler in his hand unleashed at the dominion forged by the divine power of the Vajra region and fell on that sealed area. "You are nothing but an ant trying to shake the tree." The Vajra region lord gave a great yell, and there was strong sarcasm in the words he spoke, as if he was dismissive of what Futian was doing. How could he be so arrogant as to imagine that he could break down the Vajra dominion cast by the divine power of the Vajra region by using a ruler? PSSSD. A crystalline sound was heard at this moment as the ruler stabbed directly in the middle of the Vajra dominion. The divine power of the Vajra region was flowing endlessly. Still, at this moment, when the divine power of the Vajra region encountered that ruler, it was avoiding it madly and retreated whichever way it could. It seemed that the divine power of the Vajra region had been suppressed completely. Break! Futian spat. Suddenly a light rule exploded from the divine ruler. In an instant, a glow swept across the void. As the Vajra dominion shattered and collapsed in an instant, completely and utterly destroyed. The great path domain that had been forged by the divine power of the Vajra region was broken in an instant. When the Vajra region lord saw what was happening in front of him, his heart was greatly horrified and he was unable to move his eyes. How could this be possible? And how did Futian manage to do it? The eyes of the other cultivators were frozen in that direction as well. They stared at the ruler that was in Futian's hand and wondered what kind of divine item was that. This ruler was actually able to penetrate it and split through the Vajra dominion. Aside from this ruler, they also discovered that a streamer of the Great Path was flowing freely about Futian, as if the will of the Great Path upon him was self-contained and complemented with the divine ruler perfectly. What they saw before them was so similar to the divine light that circulated around Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao before. Yi Futian, too, was 1 foot in the realm of near deity. Chapter 2705. Dialogues with the Old Gods. What kind of power is this? The cultivators from the ancient god clans wondered as they stared at Yi Futian. The force exerted from that mere ruler was so great that the divine power of the Vajra region was unquestionably suppressed, and its dominion was forcibly breached. Did Yi Futian inherit from yet another great emperor? Obviously, this was a power begotten from some other relics again, as Yi Futian did not previously have this ability. After a few years, he, too, had become stronger. Yi Futian ignored everyone's speculation. He appeared above the cultivators from the Vajra region. With a thought, he opened the gate of heaven. Above the firmament, the will of terrifying great path rules circulated, as if this whole world had turned into the same path commanded by Yi Futian. Yi Futian was in charge of the great path rules in this space. The sky opened up with extreme radiance. The great path rules descended from the sky and attracted the attention of all the cultivators who were in the distance. Their hearts palpitated when they witnessed this magnificent and strange sight before them. Many cultivators recognized Yi Futian, and they couldn't help but trembled when they saw what was happening right now. Not too long ago, they had witnessed an awe-inspiring battle between some peak cultivators. The battle between Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao, especially, was a battle of great significance. It was a battle between the heir of the Heaven Realm and the heir of the Divine Prefecture. They were the top existences who had a chance to step onto the road to become a great emperor in the future. After the battle, the world finally realized that the heir of the Heaven Realm was terrifying to such a degree that many of them forgot that for a long time before this, whether it was in the Divine Prefecture or the land of the original realm, there was another striking figure named Yi Futian. Compared to Di Hao and Donghuang Diuan, it seemed that Yi Futian, who was a genius talent that almost defied nature, had been eclipsed by both. It appeared that he had lost his luster in front of these two, and could only stand below to watch them battle. However, at this moment in time, they saw Yi Futian taking action again. This proud son who had led the Ziwei Imperial Palace to seize the relics of the Mohoraga, one of the sites of the 8 legions, had increased in strength after several more years spent in cultivation. It seemed that he had already touched the realm of near deity. This also meant that Yi Futian would be officially embarking on the road to becoming a great emperor himself. But he, like the others, was only at the starting point of this long journey. As the sky opened, an ultimate divine ruler appeared above it. Yi Futian was bathing in divine light, akin to a god from heaven. That divine ruler suspended in front of him, and the divine glory emitted from it seemed capable of destroying everything. The cultivators of several ancient god clans had sensed the horror that came from this divine ruler. They did not feel any aura of the great path with specific attributes, but that divine ruler itself seemed to represent the great path rules and could incarnate into any kind of great path power it wished. The expression in the eyes of the Vajra region lord was somber as he stared at the sky above. He did not expect Yi Futian to become stronger after not seeing him for all these years. Yi Futian had cultivated to such a degree that with the descendants of the divine ruler, the Vajra region lord felt a great sense of danger. Clang! A loud sound was heard, and the Vajra region lord clasped his hands together. In an instant, golden light shrouded the boundless space with a radius of thousands of miles. Even those cultivators in the distance could detect a golden light that was illuminating in all directions. Moreover, there was the divine power of the Vajra realm in this golden divine light. Behind the Vajra region lord, there was a massive and gigantic figure. It was as if the ancient god of the Vajra region was surrounded by miles of golden light. This ancient god of the Vajra region was brilliant throughout, cast by gold. When the divine power circulated upon it, it seemed to be an immortal body that was indestructible. On the torso of this ancient god of the Vajra realm, everyone could faintly sense a wisp of the great emperor's aura that was contained within that flowing divine power. Yi Futian stretched out his hands. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light flowed out of his body and poured into the divine ruler. Above the sky, the great path fell down upon them, and a terrifying storm of the great path began blowing. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Kill. Futian's eyes were sharper than ever as he scanned the area below. He raised his hand and pointed at the Vajra region lord. Suddenly, an unparalleled beam of light broke through the void and fell straight down. The divine light tore through everything in its path. Clang! Another mighty sound was heard, and the divine light of the great path circulating on the Vajra ancient god was horrific beyond words. A massive and incomparably gigantic Vajra divine seal slammed at the divine ruler that was blasting down. For a time, it seemed that everything had gone topsy-turvy, and everything had been smashed. The divine ruler and the boundless Vajra divine seal collided in the void, and another loud noise came out, bursting in everyone's eardrums. Under the Vajra divine power, the divine seal had runes of the great path running inside of it and erupted with an unparalleled divine brilliance. Even so, under the attack of that terrifying power, golden light spots splashed out, and the divine ruler penetrated through little by little until finally piercing through the massive Vajra divine seal. Between the hands of that gigantic Vajra ancient god, countless phantasmic divine seals flew out, blasting at the divine ruler again and again. Eventually, it was able to stop the momentum of the divine ruler. Such an intense attack made all the bystanders tremble with fear. Even those who were watching the battle from a distance were equally shocked. Had Futian's attack become so tyrannical? The Vajra region lord, as the one in charge of the Vajra region, which was part of the ancient god clans, had been suppressed by Futian even though he had leveraged the will of the great emperor. The cultivators from other ancient god clans did not jump in. They were wary of the divine ruler from before and were shocked by Futian's display of strength. For now, they chose to wait and see. Be careful, the Vajra region lord suddenly cautioned them. Futian's figure disappeared from the void without any warning. His Vajra divine power erupted again, covering all the cultivators from the Vajra region behind him, but it was too late. By the time Futian returned to where he was, several cultivators from the Vajra region had already fallen. Their bodies were pierced by the light of the ruler, which killed them instantaneously. You seem to have forgotten the lessons in the past. This is a warning to you all, said Futian. He stood above the void, bathing in the divine light from above the firmament as he surveyed those below. If I were to kill without restraint, how many of you can stop me? In addition to a few top-level characters, how many from the ancient gold clans could stop his massacre? Moreover, the Vajra Dominion could not contain Futian, so who else could restrict his Buddha's celerity? None of them could have done it. Once upon a time, all major ancient god clans had joined forces to challenge Ziwei Segmentum. However, it was precisely because of the Buddha's celerity and the will of Ziwei the Great that they had no choice but to give up. But now, they seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened before. In other words, they thought that as long as they could pose a restriction, they might be able to put an end to Futian. Not long ago, they had even threatened to kill Futian first, then proceed to the relics of the Maharaja and kill the rest of them. But in a blink of an eye, Futian woke them up from their foolish dreams. The auras of several top figures from the ancient god clans were released, and there was imperial glory that flowed about them. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the mind of the Vajra region lord, "Leave." The eyes of the Vajra region lord sharpened. It seemed that the ancestors had some concerns. Could Futian really pose a threat to them? Futian showed a thoughtful look at this time as he scrutinized the Vajra region lord more closely. Just at that moment, he keenly sensed an aura, but it was not the aura of the Vajra region lord himself. He thought perhaps it was the will of the great emperor. However, these other entities probably had not fully recovered, so there was no way they could use Vajra region lord's full strength. If they were to stage a walk-in like Tianyin the Great, who tried to leverage Wang Zhao's power, it would have been frightening beyond belief. Obviously, these great emperors of the ancient god clans had not yet reached this step. They wanted to be revived by the power of the relics, which meant they did not want to take any risks. Once upon a time, the ancestors of the Haotian clan had spoken of something like this. The old gods. Futian said, his eyes fixed on the Vajra region lord. In the main body of the Vajra region lord, an aura pervaded, and Futian felt that someone was looking at him. What kind of power did you use before? The Vajra region lord spat the question out, but Futian knew it was not the Vajra region lord who spoke. It was the old gods that were inside of him. They had noticed the special power of the divine ruler. The divine ruler contained the power of the heavenly path, and that was the reason why it was able to suppress the Vajra divine power. Fallen old gods who tried to reappear in the world, when your divine power is restored, I will still overpower you. Futian said as he looked intently at the Vajra region lord, without responding to his questions. The Vajra region lord merely stared back at Futian. Once, Futian had said the same thing to the ancestor of the Futian clan, but would the fallen old gods be so easily threatened? Now that the great world is open, and the gods reappeared in the world, the day I return will be the day of your death, the Vajra region lord said to Futian. His tone was extremely aggressive. Since they had foregone all the niceties, there was no need to pretend. Then, I will wait for that day. Futian's eyes swept over the man. Then he walked away and left this place. They both knew that if they were to fight with their lives now, there was no telling who lives or who dies. Therefore, until then, they would continue to cultivate. Chapter 2706, God Statues. In the old Heaven Court ruins, the cultivators from all the worlds were going inside to explore. Many had discovered the relics of the great emperors and came here to comprehend and cultivate. Some people had only noticed the battle that involved Futian, and they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were not here to watch him fight. Look there. Futian's eyes moved all the way to the left to an area full of destroyed buildings. Over there was a terrifying divine flame that filled the sky, coloring the sky red. Even though it was so far away, the heat from it could be felt distinctively. It should be the cultivation court of a great emperor, said Taoist monk Mu, who focused on the place, somewhat intrigued. The old Heaven Court, under the rule of the Deva, must have many top cultivators, and there would also be some great emperors among them. It may be a place for the great emperors to cultivate, Futian concurred. I'm going there to cultivate, Taoist monk Mu said. Since he cultivates in the art of flames, this was perfect for him. The ancient god clans, before Futian had a chance to finish speaking, he heard Taoist monk Mu say, it's fine since they didn't dare to mess with us in the previous battle. And did the palace lord forget about my special ability? Futian nodded slightly because he did remember. Taoist monk Mu was best at disguising. His ability to conceal was clever and masterful. Be careful, Futian said. Palace lord, rest assured, if I encounter any danger, I will extricate myself immediately, replied Taoist monk Mu. He separated from the crowd and moved into the distance. The rest of the cultivators continued with Futian. This was a small world, and it was very expansive inside. Futian moved straight ahead, aiming at that elusive heavenly palace. Before them, the cultivators of the imperial-level forces had already gone there, as did the cultivators of the Heaven Realm who was in control of the relics of the old Heaven Court. Over there was the core of the old Heaven Court, and no one knew what was in it. Buzz. Just as they were making haste, an incomparably divine light swept ahead of them, covering the boundless space. Futian and the others looked ahead very carefully and saw that the divine light spilled down above the elusive heavenly palace and covered the entire world. The master of the old Heaven Court. Futian looked there and saw a divine phantom appear between heaven and earth. An unparalleled divine glory was released from the divine phantom above, illuminating this corner of the world. The divine phantom ought to be that of the master of the old Heaven Court, the one who was once the head of the 8 legions. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the old Heaven Court. However, he was restricted when he was outside the gate of the Heaven Court, so he came inside here to draw upon the will from the emperor of the old Heaven Court and was able to release an exceptional divine might. What was more terrifying was that there were several rays of light that lit up under the divine phantom. Each ray was extremely brilliant. It seemed as if each one represented an ancient deity. Over there, Supreme Swordlord stared ahead. His heart palpitated. Aside from them, everyone else who entered the old Heaven Court looked in front with great shock. The magnificence of the gods? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. When the relics of the gods appeared, countless cultivators had set foot onto this ancient continent. However, the scene in front of them was still the first time that anyone had seen anything like it, and it was simply too marvelous for words. Even the cultivators of the imperial-level forces had never seen such an exceptional sight. They had never seen something even close to this in any of the other territories in the 8 legions. The gods had appeared together. Finally, as Futian and the others approached closer, they could see what was ahead. There was another sky stairwell there, but it was more like a divine stairwell that led to the heavenly palace. There were statues in different positions on this sky stairwell, and all these statues were perfectly preserved. At this time, several of the statues lit up with divine light, which contained the will of the great emperor. Below, many cultivators had arrived, including the cultivators of the imperial-level forces. They moved forward in the void, but their speed gradually slowed until they eventually stopped. All they did was stare at the shocking scene ahead of them. Above the sky stairwell were the statues of the gods in heaven, those statues that lit up with the divine light and released the will of the great emperor were the ones that had resonated with the cultivators. They had been awakened. The gods under the throne of the old heaven court emperor. Futian and the others arrived as well. Their pace slowed, and their eyes fixed on the shocking scene in front of them. All of them felt that strong impact by what they had seen. No one could know or verify how powerful the heavenly emperor of the old heaven court was. However, as the first man of the 8 legions, the heavenly emperor might very well be the first person under the heavenly path. How powerful would such an existence be? Under his command, there were many heavenly deities. More importantly, the characteristics of these gods seemed to be particularly obvious. There were the god of the sun, the god of the moon, the god of thunder, the god of rain. These gods all served under the throne of the heavenly emperor, and they were the gods in charge of the world. Usually, they would not have been here, but in the other realms with their own cultivators. Unless the heavenly emperor summoned them, they would not show up at the heaven court. How terrifying was the battle of the gods in the days of yore. The heavenly emperor had summoned the gods here to join him in war. However, judging from the situation, this was not the battlefield. Although there were some invaders, the place was not completely destroyed. The heavenly emperor should have led all the gods for the attack, but they had left a trace of their will here. Perhaps they had already realized that this might be a war of apocalyptic scale. The heaven realm of the later generations seems to be in harmony with the old heaven court in ancient times. Why is this so, and how are the two connected? Futian wondered. Could it be that the heavenly emperor did not completely perish in the battle of yesteryear, but he continued to exist in another form and was revived in later generations? Had he created the heaven realm? And the 9 star lords of today in the heaven realm seem to echo the gods of the old heaven court. Could it be that they were really of the same heritage? There were also the dark court and the Azura, which were said to have some connection with each other as well. Because of this, the cultivators in the heaven realm worked so well with the power inherited from the old heaven court. At this moment, Ji Wudao was standing on the sky stairwell. Behind him, the divine phantom of the heavenly emperor stood between heaven and earth so that Ji Wudao appeared like a son of heaven. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the heavenly emperor, or else he would be unable to leverage the power here when he was outside of the old heaven court. Now that they were here, this power was getting stronger. Furthermore, he was not the only one here. There were also other top figures in the heaven realm, and several of them were able to communicate with the god's will. Donghuang Diyuan and the others stood in different positions below, letting out a terrifying aura. Some of them had imperial arms in hand that emitted divine might while moving in the direction of the sky stairwell. As I said, Old Heaven Court belongs to the heaven realm. Before, I was being generous. If you continue to act so aggressively, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ji Wudao said, and his words caught Futian's attention. Was Ji Wudao being generous before? And it wasn't because he didn't dare slaughter the lot of them? In any case, the heaven realm was small in size. Even if all the great emperors had reached an agreement not to intervene in the affairs that occurred at this place, Ji Wudao would not dare to kill the top figures of those imperial-level forces or even their heirs. Not just him, but those imperial-level forces would also restrain themselves in their confrontations with one another. I'm afraid the Heaven Realm can't claim the inheritance of the gods in the old Heaven Court as their own, said Dugawuxia, as he was holding the imperial arms and looked up at the figure high above the sky. Likewise, Ji Wudao looked down at Dugawuxia, who was below, and said, "There are 8 legions under the heavenly path, and the heavenly realm controls but one of them, and each of you also controls a place of your own. Even the Ziwei segmentum controls the relics of the Maharaga. Inside those relics, there are also many inheritances of great emperors. Why don't you guys go rob them instead?" In the distance, Futian frowned when he heard this. He raised his head to glance at Ji Wudao. He saw that the other man's gaze also passed over him. Was this a deliberate attempt to use him as a distraction? However, all the cultivators were here for the sake of the old Heaven Court, and no matter how much Ji Wudao wanted to distract them, it was probably unlikely. These principalities would not let this go quickly, especially now that they had seen the statues of the gods. They would not give up the Heaven Court. Of course, this was if Ji Wudao could suppress everyone. Chapter 2707. Making an example? One after another, divine light emanated from the statues in the void. The will of the great emperor was strong. Each statue represented the existence of a god under the throne of the heavenly emperor. Futian looked over there, laughing to himself. Did they think he was so easy to bully? Deva, the head of the 8 legions, and the heavenly emperor of the old Heaven Court, was not something that the Maharaga tribe could hope to compare with. Although I am in control of the will of the Maharaga, I have gained nothing so far. This place is different. The statues of all the gods are perfect and intact, unlike the relics of the Maharaga, which are all broken remains, and many of them have lost their heritage. Futian continued, "Look at these statues of the gods. They are all preserved by the ancient gods with their own wills so that they remained intact. Not to mention, there is also the will of the master from the old Heaven Court. What abilities have you inherited?" Since Ji Wudao wanted to use him as a diversion, there was no reason for him to hold back out of sheer politeness. In the land of the 7 realms, the Heaven Realm was the smallest, but even the Heaven Realm considered itself far stronger than the Ziwei segmentum. After all, they were an imperial-level force with a profound history, and their lineup was terrifying. Now, all the cultivators from the Heaven Realm could fight with the wills from the statues of the gods. Compared to defeating all these cultivators from the Heaven Realm, it was far simpler to kill the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace who were here and not in their respective relics. As long as Futian was killed off, the land of the Maharaga relics would have no master and could then be plundered at will. Ji Wudao's eyes swept to Futian again. Before he could speak, a statue beneath Ji Wudao lit up with the divine glory of the great emperor, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. All eyes were now looking towards that direction and saw that the statue was extremely majestic, giving everyone a sense of aggressive dominance. Futian recognized the cultivator who was standing in front of the statue. They had even fought one another once upon a time. It was the Pagoda King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, whose cultivation was most powerful. The instant the divine light erupted, the light of the pagoda swept out from the statue and began merging with him. This god complements his abilities. The cultivators stared at the statue as the will of the great emperor surrounded the body of the Pagoda King. Suddenly, there was a terrifying will of the gods that enveloped the boundless space. Boom! As a glow illuminated outward, everyone sensed a powerful coercion. They looked up and saw a pagoda had appeared, accompanied by a terrifying storm of a hurricane, which gave rise to the pagoda. The pagoda was becoming larger as it expanded with golden divine light that shrouded the sky and the sun. It was suspended above everyone, pressing down upon them with all its might. Likewise, Futian looked up into the firmament and found that he and the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were underneath the pagoda. This was a direct attack meant for him, wanting to make an example of him to deter cultivators from other imperial-level forces so that they would not dare to act prematurely. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace knew the intention behind the action. Behind Futian, Blind Tai levitated into the air. He held the imperial arms, the sky tremor, as an unparalleled figure appeared behind him like a god. Wisps of terrifyingly shocking aura swept out from the hammer itself. Boom! Above the sky came a violent roar like thunder from heaven, shaking everyone's spiritual soul. That gigantic pagoda suddenly moved down as the shadow of the pagoda cast down to suppress everything below and move in on Futian and the others. The terrifying pagoda seemed to swallow up Futian and the others in just an instant. But Blind Tai faced it head-on as the sky tremor in his hand blasted towards the firmament. A destructive divine light penetrated the sky outright and pierced through the divine light that shot out from the pagoda. Below, a devastating storm raged. However, the group of cultivators from Ziwei Segimentum stood there, motionless, unaffected by the storm. Clang! A loud boom came out, and the terrifying imperial arms slammed on the pagoda, blasting the pagoda high into the sky. But it was not broken. A horrific aura poured ceaselessly into the pagoda, fed by those godly statues positioned on the sky stairwell. Buzz! The pagoda was spinning faster and faster, and all 99 levels of the pagoda seemed to have doubled. They slammed down again for the kill. The pagoda turned into a solid entity this time, and flew down to imprison Futian and the others. The giant pagoda descended exceptionally rapidly, and the sky above Futian and the others darkened. Blind Tai surged into the sky, waving the sky tremor in his hand. His body merged with the phantom behind him, creating an unbelievable vision. The sky tremor expanded as if it was an imperial arm held by a god from heaven, domineering and threatening. Without any additional frills, the sky tremor slammed at the pagoda above in the sky as golden radiance burst, blocking the downward movement of the pagoda. When the hammer blasted on the pagoda once again, the earth seemed to be split open, and an unparalleled divine light erupted above the firmament. The vast expanse of the small world was violently shaken. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. However, the cultivators who stood around remained as solidly rooted into the earth as ever. Those who came were top figures so that they could handle the storm created by the battle calmly. Above the sky stairwell, rays of divine light permeated. The Pagoda King was unable to run past Blind Tai, even with the will of the gods. Everyone was surprised when they saw the outcome of the clash. Futian had given the imperial arms he obtained from Tianyin City to Blind Tai. So now, what kind of imperial arms would Futian use for himself? Naturally, everyone believed that Futian must have obtained an even better imperial arms among the relics of the Maharaja, and that was the reason he gave the sky tremor to Blind Tai. The cultivators from the heaven realm frowned as they stood upon the sky stairwell. They understood that the original intention for the Pagoda King was to intimidate the cultivators from all sides. However, he was blocked by a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, and his attack couldn't even get close to Futian. Buzz! At this moment, an even more terrifying aura came from the top of the sky stairwell. In an instant, the sky above was split open, as a storm of destruction was born. Even the pagoda was being covered by it. Black Almighty is making his move. Everyone stared at the area above the sky stairwell. How powerful was the Black Almighty? Previously, he had defeated Feng Ru and battled Di Hao. His combat effectiveness was considerably more horrific. At this moment, the statue behind him also lit up. He, who had cultivated to this realm, seemed to be merged with the will inside the statue. His figure was gone in a flash, and he then reappeared high in the sky. He was below the dark brewing storm, looking down at the cultivators. The almighty divine swordsmanship was terrifying already in itself, and it contained the power to destroy everything. Not to mention that there were also the wills of the gods from the old heaven court. Every divine light ray from the almighty divine swordsmanship seemed capable of immolating a top existence. The cultivators from every major force looked solemn, and they dared not take the situation lightly. If the Black Almighty were to deal them a fatal blow suddenly, it would pose a great danger to them, so they had to be vigilant at all times. Behind Futian, someone stepped into the void and came above those from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Above his body, an unparalleled sword will swayed upwards. It was the Taishang swordsmanship. The person who walked out was none other than the Supreme Swordlord himself. A divine sword was suspended in front of the Supreme Swordlord as the sword madra formed by his hands sailed over the divine sword. Suddenly, the terrifying Supreme Sword will went up against the force, just like the will of the most supreme swordsmanship. Before this, he was just a spectator. When he watched the battle between Black Almighty, Feng Ru, and Di Hao, he wondered what would happen if he were to make a move. If his Taishang swordsmanship fought the almighty divine swordsmanship, what would be the outcome? Now, this seemed to be a chance for him to find out. However, the Black Almighty was resorting to the power of the gods, and he was leveraging the divine power of the imperial arms. However, as far as swordsmanship was concerned, it was still the almighty divine swordsmanship versus the Taishang swordsmanship. Both of them were compelling figures, near deity existences, and they were now fighting with the power of the great emperors. It was inconceivable just how frightening this battle would be. If they hadn't controlled the ripples from this battle, the wills of these two terrifying swordsmanship were enough to topple this corner of the world. The almighty divine sword and the supreme divine sword collided in the void, and an unparalleled aura of destruction pervaded. It was as if everything was about to be shattered. Nonetheless, the almighty divine sword was unable to break through the defense and unable to invade inside the place where the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were located. The two significant cultivators had taken action, but the issue was not solved. Their efforts to make an example out of the Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to have backfired this time. Chapter 2708. What will you use to fight? Boom. A loud bang was heard as a massive figure came down from the sky stairwell. A statue of a deity behind this person lit up now, and suddenly a ponderous will of the great path erupted in an overbearing manner. This man was the Gaia Star Lord, one of the 9 Star Lords. His strength was incredibly domineering, and he, too, had resonated with a statue of the deity. More importantly, everyone saw that he was not the only one in front of the statue, as there was also another cultivator. Both men were comprehending the same statue at the same time. Clearly, that statue of the deity was fitting for the cultivation of both men. The strength of the Gaia Star Lord was not considered top-notch. He was only one of the 9 Star Lords. Even so, he was a cultivator in the second tribulation plane, and he had the power of the gods attached to him at the moment, which augmented his combat effectiveness to a great degree. Thus, he stepped forward, clearing a path to attack. Buzz! A divine light exploded forth, and Feng Siyuan was seen walking forward. The divine arm, the golden halberd, was in his hand, bursting with a dazzling divine glory from the great emperor. The Gaia Star Lord's eyes sharpened at the sight. Although his realm was higher than that of Feng Siyuan, who could ignore the might of the divine arms. Bang! With a loud bang, an indescribable heavy pressure swept forward, and Feng Siyuan gave a cold huff. A golden divine aurora shot from his eyes as the golden halberd in his hand lanced forward, colliding with the mark of the earth that was blasted down by his opponent. A glow lit up this corner of the sky, and it was obvious that the divine seal contained horrific power. Nonetheless, the seal was penetrated by the imperial arms. Then, the Gaia Star Lord gave a great shout, and many marks of the earth seemed to overlap one on top of the other and multiplied into many divine seals. Feng Siyuan's expression remained unchanged, and an even more dazzling divine glory erupted from his person. In front of him, countless golden divine halberds condensed and formed at the same time and slammed forward. The divine glory of the gods cut through the void and split open the souls. "Break for me!" Feng Siyuan shouted, and those multiple marks of the earth collapsed and shattered, repelling the Gaia Star Lord back to his original position. Behind him, an invisible force held him steady and gave him support. "Master!" The Gaia Star Lord couldn't help but feel as if he had been beaten. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, he had not just lost but lost to a youngster. That young cultivator seemed to be one of Yi Futian's disciples. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, his defeat by one of Yi Futian's disciples would damage his reputation significantly in the Heaven Realm. Even though Feng Xiyuan had the help of the imperial arms, his realm was lower. On the other hand, the Gaia Star Lord had leveraged the god's will and therefore had no excuses for his defeat. The master of the Gaia Star Lord was the supreme heavenly king, who ranked first among all 4 heavenly kings. His offensive power was incredibly aggressive, and his strength was unparalleled. Even the Pagoda King was no comparison to him when they had a showdown, which demonstrated just how tyrannical was the power wielded by the supreme heavenly king. At this moment, he took a step forward which caused the Gaia Star Lord to step back. Suddenly, all the cultivators felt an irresistible coercion in the boundless void. The moment the might of the supreme heavenly king bloomed, many thought that they could no longer stand steady upon their own legs. The pressure they were experiencing was enough to suffocate them. As the head of the 4 heavenly kings, his status was only second to that of the Black and White Almighties, as he had already proven the realm of near deity. Although there was a considerable gap between him and the 2 almighty beings, anyone in the realm of near deity was standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The minute he walked out, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was under incredible pressure. After all, who could stop the Supreme Heavenly King? The Supreme Sword Lord had already fought. Would Shi Qiao from West Imperial Palace fight him with her imperial arms? The other major forces were in no hurry to intervene in this battle. They were not in a rush. Initially, the gathering of these principalities was to lay siege and suppress the cultivators from the Heaven Realm so that they could fight for the old Heaven Court. But now, it had evolved into a battle between the Heaven Realm and the Ziwei Imperial Palace, all because of something Ji Wudao said that instigated this new storm of contention. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Perhaps the cultivators from the Heaven Realm thought that this battle could be won easily, and that they could use the Ziwei Imperial Palace to set an example for the others. However, they were unable to vanquish those from Ziwei Imperial Palace until now. However, the 2 strongest people in the Heaven Realm had made their moves. If the White Almighty were to step in, there would be no doubts whatsoever about the outcome of this battle. Moreover, there was still Ji Wudao, who had inherited the will of the ancient heavenly emperor. If he was to jump in, who could stop him? If that happened, perhaps all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum would be wiped out. Even the Supreme Sword Lord was hard-pressed to resist that kind of coercion. However, the Heaven Realm was not just facing the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. In their opinion, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was the weakest among all the forces, and other Imperial-level forces were lying in wait. Therefore, the Heaven Realm did not dispatch its most powerful aces just yet. But they didn't expect that they would have so much difficulty taking down the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. They had thought it would not take much time to deal with Ziwei Imperial Palace, which was why they decided to use it as a way to enhance their own reputation. But the whole thing had backfired, and now they were stuck in this deadlock. Could Shi Qiao stop the Supreme Heavenly King? Everyone knew that Shi Qiao of the West Imperial Palace was part of the ancient god clans, and she carried with her the consciousness of the great emperor. In addition, she also had the Raindrop Divine Sword in her possession, which could unleash a powerful force that was no less than those top figures. Futian cast a glance her way, saw that next to him, Shi Qiao took a step forward, wanting to go out and fight. Currently, in the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, no one else could counter near-deity existences. In proving the realm of the Supreme Heavenly King, she was the only one who could contend with him, so it was natural for her to want to get into the fray. However, someone's hand reached out and stopped her. Shi Qiao looked and saw that Futian still had his eyes on the front, but whispered to her, "I'll go." Since these cultivators wanted to go against him so badly and intended to use Ziwei Imperial Palace to make their own names, he had no choice but to take a stand himself. Futian moved forward and came out from the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and Shi Qiao watched Futian from behind. She did not doubt Futian's strength, but in her estimation, Futian should be the last one to step out. That was why she wanted to step out herself and take this fight. However, Futian had come out on his own. Above the vast void, the battlefield was filled with an astonishing aura, as the entire small world was shrouded by this horrific atmosphere. Many cultivators from different directions were heading this way. Yi Futian, too, had stepped forward. In the outside world, the confrontations between those top figures were simply shocking. The halo above this legendary figure from the Divine Prefecture seemed to have dimmed compared to Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diyuan, and all the other notable figures. But now, Yi Futian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, seemed reluctant to stay on the sidelines any longer. In the face of near-deity existences, he was ballsy enough to step forward. The near-deity aura of Supreme, Heavenly King pressed down and shrouded Yi Futian. The cultivators in the surrounding area felt a haze hovered above Yi Futian. Donghuang Diyuan and the others looked at him as well. Yi Futian wanted to fight a near-deity. Supreme Heavenly King looked at Yi Futian, who was below. Just now, Yi Futian's disciple had defeated his disciple. What can you use to fight? The Supreme Heavenly King questioned him as he stood in the sky above. When he spoke, it felt as if the might of heaven had descended and landed upon Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to be facing a god. To everyone around them, Yi Futian seemed remarkably insignificant. In front of a near deity, one would naturally appear small and inconsequential. Even Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan would not be able to shake an existence of this caliber without resorting to the power of their inheritance. Ji Wudao had inherited the power of the Heavenly Emperor, and Donghuang Diyuan had inherited the power of the ancestral dragon. As Supreme Heavenly King said, what did Yi Futian have to fight with a near-deity existence like him? Chapter 2709, Fighting Against Near-Deity Cultivators. Raising his head, Yi Futian stared at Supreme Heavenly King, who walked out from the sky stairwell. What would Yi Futian fight him with? You will know once you have a taste of my attacks, Yi Futian replied. Supreme Heavenly King glared at Yi Futian as he took a step forward. At once, a godly might was unleashed from his form, and a bizarre phenomenon took place in the sky. An isolated dimension was formed above the latter's head. A pantheon of gods was looking at the ground condescendingly from a high altitude, releasing the pressure of their might. Every figure of the gods was diffusing an intimidating aura. Echoes of their voices were heard throughout the void as if they were roaring. Many cultivators on the ground felt feeble as they took in the scenery before their eyes. They could feel their hearts pounding frantically in their chests as they thought the might of the gods suppressing them, causing them to feel hopeless and have the urge to prostrate themselves to worship the deities in the sky. The entourage of gods was surrounding the paramount of the four heavenly kings in Heaven Realm, Supreme Heavenly King. Yi Futian seemed minuscule within the supreme domain. Although alone, the divine light of the great path flowed around him, with his body as the center. It formed a rule unconstrained by any suppressions of the great paths in the world. Thus, he would not fall on his knees and worship the gods. Raising his head, Yi Futian looked into the void where the overwhelming supreme domain extended its influence. He was rooted to the spot and would not incline his body even if the sky were to fall on him. The cultivators at the scene were staring at Yi Futian, who stood unwaveringly in the face of Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity plane cultivator. A hint of astonishment flashed across their eyes when they noticed the Great Path domain became a separate entity around Yi Futian's body, as if it was the path of his own. Yi Futian was on his way to become a near-deity plane cultivator, and he had arrived before the threshold of the next tier. A deep, rumbling sound came from above Yi Futian's head, whereby a humongous countenance that belonged to a god could be seen in the void. Up there, the phantoms of the gods gathered in a place and directed the god's might at the enormous face. They would then let out a low-pitched roar toward Yi Futian and turn it into the authority of heaven. Within seconds, a storm hit the entire vast atmosphere of the domain. Upon seeing that, countless cultivators unleashed the force of the Great Path to defend themselves from the authority of heaven. Even so, a great many of them could not hold their own against the violent storm. Hence, the kind of pressure Yi Futian, who stood at the center of the storm of the Great Path, was facing was unimaginable. He stood firmly on the same spot. The divine light circulated his entire body without being affected by the surrounding in the slightest. A loud boom filled the air. One sounded like a thunderclap. It impaired the hearing of numerous cultivators, whose spiritual souls were also shaken tremendously. The next moment, a massive palm could be seen falling from the firmament, directed at where Futian stood. It looked like a giant palm of Tiantian that attempted to annihilate everything on the ground underneath the sky. Before the enormous palm reached the land, a loud rumble could be heard from above everyone's head ceaselessly. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on the ground as the terrifying noise caused by the repercussion of the falling palm was heard. The force of the fast-approaching palm was terrifyingly immense. Supreme Heavenly King, the paramount of the 4 heavenly kings, was known for his domineering demeanor and peerless strength. One of his disciples was even named Gaia Starlord in Heaven Realm. Knowing just this, one could imagine how mighty he was. Could Futian parry such a powerful attack? Futian's form seemed even smaller in the face of the imminent supreme great palm of Tiantian. It wasn't easy to make out his silhouette as he was covered by the palm. The divine light gleaming around his body helped the others to notice he was still standing. Could he escape from the giant palm's span with his celerity? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Whoosh. At that moment, a magnificent storm of rule power blew around Futian. Immediately, a significant number of cultivators turned to look at him. The onlookers saw a breathtaking divine ruler in the middle of the gale. The divine ruler was launched toward the menacing palm falling from the sky. Before they knew it, everyone caught sight of the giant palm being pierced through, and ruptures formed throughout the visible parts of it. Shortly after, the entire supreme great palm shattered as a loud explosion was heard. The intimidating aura disappeared as the storm slowly dissipated. Many cultivators gaped at Futian in bewilderment. Their hearts were pounding like mad as they took in the sight of his silhouette. The supreme great palm of Tiantian was smashed to smithereens by a ruler. Not only did Futian not flee from the spot with his celerity, but he even launched a counterattack. The divine light everyone saw earlier was emitted from the ruler in his hand. He had successfully crushed an attack by near-deity plane cultivators. The power he exhibited earlier was comparable to that of Donghuang Diyuan, who borrowed the power of the ancestral dragon. Is that an imperial arm? Everyone set their eyes on the weapon in Futian's hand. There was a distinct aura around the divine ruler. However, it was not an imperial arm. It's a divine item, countless cultivators thought to themselves. After scrutinizing, they concluded that it was indeed a divine item, one left behind by a god. Although it was not an imperial arm, it was still reasonably powerful. One of the cultivators, who entered the shrine of the Karura before, furrowed their brows. Back when I went to the ruins of the Karura for cultivation, I had heard of the body of the demonic lord being sealed by the divine ruler, a cultivator announced, staring at the ruler in Futian's hand. Upon hearing that, numerous people's hearts skipped a beat. Still, plenty of cultivators were informed about the fact, especially those at the emperor level. These individuals got to know after exchanging information regarding their respective ruins. To think that the divine ruler that sealed the demonic lord would be in Futian's possession. This was something that happened many years ago. At that time, a group of Devil World's cultivators who were heading toward brought him to the Maharaga tribe, brought him to the ruin of the demonic lord. After that, the divine ruler was nowhere to be found. The Devil Imperial Palace's cultivators also began their closed-door training. At once, someone turned their eyes to a demonic cultivator who was also among the crowd. Shouldn't the demonic cultivators be well versed about this? A person asked. Even the emperor-level cultivators were very much interested in this topic, so they were focusing on the crowd as well. How powerful would the divine ruler be if it could seal even the likes of the Devil Emperor? This is good stuff. Supreme Heavenly King peered at Futian and commented. If the divine ruler could seal the demonic lord as rumored, it was indeed worthy of the former's time to take a good look at it. Initially, they only launched the attack at Futian to intimidate him. Its purpose was to shift the other cultivators' focus from them so that the former would head toward the ruins of the Maharaga. Yet, it never crossed their minds that Futian was carrying the divine ruler that once sealed the demonic lord with him. If that were the bona fide divine ruler, things would get interesting. Hand it over. Supreme Heavenly King commanded and lifted his hand. In a flash, The giant palm of Tiantian could be seen descending from the sky toward the location where Futian stood, attempting to seize the divine ruler from him forcefully. After enlarging the divine ruler, Futian turned to look at the sky as he swung the weapon in his hand toward the giant palm that was fast approaching. And as expected, the giant palm was broken into pieces upon impact. It could not handle the attack by the divine ruler at all. Almost none of the forces of the Great Path could be unscathed after being hit by it. What a unique force of the Great Path, someone commented while staring at the divine ruler that filled with unparalleled energy. A spine-chilling aura filled the atmosphere of the domain following the booming noise. After lifting their heads, everyone saw Supreme Heavenly King chanting runes to form a spell. Simultaneously, the might of the gods gradually became more overwhelming in the sky. Without delay, the gods could be seen levitating at 36 different locations and remained there. Let's get out of here. Most of the crowds retreated, attempting to flee from this blood-curdling domain. However, they realized that they could not leave the domain the 36 gods had covered with their power. The onlookers could only unleash the forces of the Great Path to defend themselves as they were left without a choice. As Shi Qiao swung her raindrop divine sword, rain fell in the area where the Ziwei Imperial Palace group stood, covering the entire space like the aftermath of an attack. After creating a resonance, the gods in the sky effused a supreme god's might, turning it into a domain that isolated the entire space within from the outside. On the other hand, Supreme Heavenly King remained high up, lowering his head to gaze at Futian condescendingly. He did not stop incanting the runes. The divine sound he produced was brimmed with God's might, which was unbearable to the ears. Futian tossed the divine ruler in his hand upward, and it hovered above his head. All of a sudden, a terrifying domain manifested with his body as the pivot. It began discharging divine light, and countless silhouettes of the ruler sprung up around him. It looked like the number of rulers increased. Swoosh! The divine ruler emitted a brilliant divine light that beamed straight into the sky. Soon, it covered the entire domain within. Upon seeing that, the gods unleashed the supreme great palm that caused the whole atmosphere to tremble and directed it at Futian. As Futian spoke, the divine rulers around him broke the dimension barrier and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 27:10. The Power of the Divine Ruler. A radiant divine light beamed across the space, and a violent roar followed it. The light of the divine ruler penetrated through the giant palm released by a god. It was as if an unstoppable blade had cut through the latter like a knife through butter. The giant palm of Tiantian was pierced completely by the divine ruler, with countless cultivators witnessing the happening. When the divine light illuminated, every resistance was futile. Not even the supreme great palm could escape the fate from being shattered. The divine ruler levitated in the sky after the giant palm was disintegrated. It encircled Futian as he was in midair. While the enlarged divine ruler remained at a high altitude, the remaining still in the void resonated with it as the central point. What an unbelievable power! The hearts of the onlookers palpitated like crazy as they gaped at the divine ruler. To think that he could crush an attack by a near-deity cultivator in full force. At that time, the remaining divine rulers in the void were brimmed with sword will. It happened because the power of the divine ruler assumed the form of swordsmanship. Bang! At that moment, the divine ruler above Futian's head pointed at the void. As the result of the resonance, the remaining ones directed themselves at the center of the sky. Lifting his head, Futian looked into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he leaped upward and shot himself above the clouds. With that, multiple rays of the light of the divine ruler broke the dimension barrier and fired at the domain created by the phantoms of the gods. Boom, boom, boom. Countless divine rulers gleamed with divine light as they penetrated the domain. Shortly after, the enlarged divine ruler also drilled through the domain and showed up there. It went on until all of them successfully infiltrated the domain. Futian hovered beside the divine ruler and reached a high altitude. When he lowered his head to stare at Supreme Heavenly King, he looked like an invincible and almighty divine being. It was a spectacular sight to behold. It was comparable to the fight between Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao. At that moment, the manner of Yi Futian, as he fought against a near-deity plane cultivator, could hold a candle to Donghuang Diuan and others similar. If one were to nitpick that the former was using the power of the divine ruler, they had to consider the fact that the latter did borrow the power of the ancestral dragon as well. Besides, the fight was not even over yet. Was Yi Futian planning to bring down Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator? Supreme Heavenly King raised his head to look at Yi Futian. As it stood, the former did not expect the fight to be this difficult. Indeed, it had never crossed his mind that the latter could take his all-out attack, let alone breaking his domain and getting out of it. This fight had gone out of hand. Not only did he not intimidate anyone, but it seemed like he only helped to show the Knight of Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivators. If they could not wipe the floor with the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch, they would have a hard time securing the ruins of Old Heaven Court for themselves. Suddenly, a beaming divine light brightened up the entire sky. The divine rulers above Yi Futian's head were gleaming with rays that reached every part of the atmosphere. At once, countless divine rulers circled his body and covered the entire firmament, turning into the divine ruler domain. Clang! Endless divine rulers moved toward the head of Supreme Heavenly King. As the divine light shone, he was overshadowed by it. A faint pressure could be felt from it, though it was unlike the overwhelming one that he released earlier. Yet, it was enough to make him feel threatened. What kind of will is that? Supreme Heavenly King murmured, his brows knitted together. Apart from him, the other cultivators were wondering in bewilderment as to what sort of power Yi Futian wielded. After Yi Futian spoke, the light of divine ruler filled the entire atmosphere from the sky and formed an isolated domain. Supreme Heavenly King felt a fast-approaching destructive force that disregarded distance when all the divine rulers fell from the heavens. Pagoda King and Melody King, who were standing on the sky stairwell, frowned with uneasiness when they took in the sight of it. After all, it was not something unfamiliar to them. They had first-hand experience of how powerful the attack of Yi Futian's swordsmanship, Tianju, was. Yet, at the moment, the divine swordsmanship attack was radiating the light of the divine ruler. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. As expected, the sight before their eyes was the divine swordsmanship attack created by Yi Futian, Tianju. They noticed numerous swords within the light of the divine ruler. Both the sword and ruler gradually merged into one without any rejection. Immediately after, all of them fell from the sky at a breakneck speed, disregarding the distance in between. Boom! A domain manifested around Supreme Heavenly King. It had a divine feel to it. The god's might within the domain was terrifying. Soon, many gods appeared inside it and waited for their orders. When the divine light of the great path glinted, a spear came into existence in Supreme Heavenly King's hand. It was overflowing with divine power. Endless divine rulers penetrated his domain from the sky. Upon seeing that, he raised the domineering spear in his hand toward the void. Immediately, the supreme god's might filled the air. The pantheon of gods each held a spear in their hands and charged upward. As they did, many terrifyingly destructive divine lights shot toward the sky and caused a violent bang in the atmosphere. The spears broke the barrier into the void and clashed head-on with the divine ruler. The two different wills dissipated upon collision. Bang! A petrifying sound shook the entire atmosphere. Supreme Heavenly King transfigured into a god and carried the spear to break the barrier of space and time. The violent storm stirred by his action caused a crack in the fabric of space itself, as if the sky would be torn open. The strength of his attack was unimaginable. How powerful would the attack of a near-deity cultivator be after being charged up? Cultivators of his tier would rarely exercise close-quarter combat. However, Supreme Heavenly King was unparalleled in strength and had invincible divine power. Rumble. A line began appearing in the sky as an exceptional divine light of the great path shone and rested on Yi Futian. He instantly stretched his hand out and grabbed an enlarged divine ruler. The brilliant light flowed from his body and merged with the divine ruler, turning it into an accurate imperial arm. Countless light shone on Yi Futian's body, transforming his form into something new. It was no longer a physical vessel made of flesh and blood, but the great path itself. After a light of the divine ruler flashed, his silhouette disappeared from everyone's eyes as he flew downward. Two inimitable lights collided with each other and disintegrated all things surrounding them. The sight of it was comparable to doomsday. Even the force of the great path was utterly destroyed, leaving the two of them covered in the divine light. The aftermath of their collision stirred up a great path superstorm that obliterated everything on its path. Still, the onlookers continued to set their eyes above the sky where the clash occurred, the fight between Futian and a near-deity cultivator. With a near-deity cultivation level, Supreme Heavenly King did not borrow the power of the great emperor. But of course, he would not do so. After all, his opponent was a junior cultivator whose cultivation level was slightly lower than his. Should he win the fight by using the will of the great emperor, he would lose his dignity. Clang! Frightening sound of clashing could be heard in the storm. It was the sound of the divine ruler and supreme overlord spear hitting against each other. The people on the sidelines noticed a crack on the domineering spear after the strike against the divine light of the divine ruler. Simultaneously, they heard a crisp sound from the overlord spear. The spear might be breaking. Chapter 27:11. The Rising of Z-Wei. A turquoise beam of light lit up as the divine ruler came down from the sky. As the clicking sound went on, everyone's attention remained on the spot where it originated. The divine ruler did not slow down when the spear Supreme Heavenly King created was split open in half. Eventually, the spear crumbled slowly and was reduced to nothingness. The onlookers' hearts skipped a beat at the sight of a near-deity cultivator's spear being destroyed, and it belonged to Supreme Heavenly King, who was unrivaled in strength and matchless in his might, to top it all off. As the paramount of Heaven Realm's 4 heavenly kings, he was known for his authoritative divine power. Additionally, he had powerful disciples like Gaia Star-Lord and so on. Yet, no one had expected that Futian could crush Supreme Heavenly King's attack in a head-on battle. Not only did the divine ruler not remain there, but it continued to shoot downward. The divine ruler annihilated everything on its path. Nothing could remain, not even the law power. A silhouette of a sword could be seen within the divine ruler. The sight was created by Futian's heaven-slaying swordsmanship. Supreme Heavenly King pushed his palm upward, which resonated with the gods, creating a divine domain covering a vast space and suppressing the atmosphere. Nevertheless, the divine ruler continued to destroy everything along its way. Even the divine domain suffered the same fate. The intimidating light of the divine ruler traversed the void, pushing Supreme Heavenly King backward. It continued to shoot downward until it hit the ground and formed a massive pit. As a result, the entire area was turned into a complete wasteland. He repelled a near-deity cultivator. Everyone's eyes were set on the fight as they witnessed Supreme Heavenly King being forced back by Futian. Although the former was not defeated, it still did not change that he was driven back. Everyone could hardly believe the sight of Futian warding off a near-deity cultivator in a direct confrontation. In other words, Futian already had the strength to defeat a near-deity cultivator. Needless to say, his combat ability had reached the same tier as well. So, he could finally be compared with Donghuang Diwen and Ji Wudao. What a splendid fight, the crowd murmured. At the same time, many lamented that the manifestation of the ruins of the gods was the beginning of a new era where great individuals would emerge one after another, making history. Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diwen, Di Hao, Futian, and the likes would replace the current 6 great emperors as prominent figures in the future. Still, who could become the next great emperor following Donghuang the Great? After hundreds of years, the manifestation of the ruins of the gods undoubtedly kicked off another new era. It would be an era of the emergence of a new emperor. The crowds could see Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diwen, and Futian becoming the big guns of a brand new era. Furthermore, several big names still did not show up yet. The remnants of Devil World, the Reapers of the Dark Court, and the likes would also be formidable forces. The entire space became dead silent after Supreme Heavenly King was being fended off. Countless onlookers looked into the void where a white-haired figure could be seen. Then, they recalled that Ziwei Imperial Palace had never once suffered defeat up until this point. The battle between the great Skylords Black and White Almighty and Supreme Swordlord ended. The cultivators of Heaven Realm retreated to the sky stairwell and lowered their heads to stare at Futian and the others. Was he trying to display the might of Ziwei Imperial Palace? The onslaught by Heaven Realm's cultivators showed everyone the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Previously, everyone knew Heaven Realm was a powerful force, though small in number. Yet, the onlookers witnessed that apart from Heaven Realm, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was in a class of its own as well. Even though Ziwei Imperial Palace made its name in Original Realm by beating back the ancient god clan of Divine Prefecture several times, people generally still regarded it as a force of the ancient god clan level or slightly better. No one had ever thought of it as a force comparable to the Emperor-level forces. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Futian made everyone realize a fact through this battle. Although they did not have a great emperor among their ranks, Ziwei Imperial Palace, under his leadership, could hold a candle to the other emperor-level forces after being transformed and trained in the ruins of the gods. The might of Futian, the affiliation with Supreme Swordlord, the alliance with West Imperial Palace, and the forces Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivated, like Four Corner Village and the former Ziwei Imperial Palace, were the assets that formed a rising superpower. All of them had underestimated Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was not an accident that a force not at emperor level like them could seize the ruins of the Maharaja. They were indeed the strongest out there other than the emperor-level forces. Besides, the Lost Clan, guarding Ziwei Segmentum, still had not shown up. But they would come to this place one day. Thus, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace would only continue to increase. This was the beginning of a great and brand new era. The forces that remained mediocre would be eliminated by natural selection. Still, the rate of Ziwei Imperial Palace's growth was way beyond everyone's expectations. Before they even realized its threat, it had already emerged as a mighty force. The four heavenly kings of Heaven Realm is nothing impressive, Futian uttered as he stared at Supreme Heavenly King. His silver hair was ruffled by the wind while standing in the void. The divine light that shone around his body only further enhanced his greatness. Futian had the right to say that because he had just beaten back Supreme Heavenly King. That was to say, none of the four heavenly kings could rival him. If anyone could take him down, it would only be the great Skylords Black and White Almighty and the successor of Heaven Realm, Jiwudao. Initially, Futian did not plan to put himself under the spotlight. He was following the crowd and see if they could try their luck in the ruins of the old Heaven Court. Yet, the forces of Heaven Realm started a fight and even set their eyes on his group, attempting to use his people to intimidate others by attacking them. In that case, they would have no choice but to face the challenge. The Heaven Realm cultivators faced a dilemma at this moment. They would defeat Ziwei Imperial Palace's forces. After all, they had the statues of Tianshan behind them. So, they could lend the power from the statues. Besides, they did not even send out their strongest forces, White Almighty and Jiwudao, yet. However, their opponents were not just the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch. Their objective was to intimidate everyone. But if they could win the battle against Ziwei Imperial Palace by relying on White Mighty and Jiwudao, things would only get ugly should the other powerful cultivators join in the fight. What could Heaven Realm fight them with if that happened? All the other forces were eyeing these two forces while watching the fight. They were waiting to see how the battle would play out. Naturally, Supreme Heavenly King realized that as well. Dragging the fight would put them at a disadvantage. At that very moment, the assignment was no longer just winning or losing, but to safeguard the ruins from the other forces. At once, Supreme Heavenly King returned to the sky stairwell and came to a halt before the statue of Tianshan. Upon his arrival, the statue emitted a divine light and surrounded him. The sight of it caused the onlookers' pupils to shrink in stupefaction. Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tianshan to defeat Futian. He had lost his interest to continue the battle. At this point, he wanted to crush Ziwei Imperial Palace, making it vanish into thin air with absolute power. Chapter 27:12. who was controlling the gods. How powerful would they be if a near-deity cultivator borrowed the power of the statue of Tiantian? Black Almighty Great Skylord drew power from it when he fought with Supreme Swordlord. Even a top-tier cultivator like the latter needed an imperial arm to hold his ground against the former. Now that Supreme Heavenly King wanted to extract the power of the statue of Tiantian to fight Futian. How could he contend? An overpowering pressure filled the entire vast space. The statue of Tiantian was gleaming with divine light. In the next moment, a phantom of an ancient Tiantian with a height of approximately over 300 meters manifested. It brimmed with overwhelming divine power. That ancient Tiantian was the one Gaia Star-Lord had communicated with. Both master and disciple communed with and drew power from the same statue. This being must be a symbol of strength to the gods. An intimidating force suppressed all the cultivators at the scene. Supreme Heavenly King's already frightening might only further intensified after drawing power from the statue of Tiantian. If nothing went south, there would be no suspense for the result of this battle. When the onlookers turned to look at Futian, they noticed that he vanished into thin air out of the blue. Everyone was frowning with discomposure as they searched for his whereabouts. Soon, their pupils shrunk as they set their eyes on a location. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw where Futian was. Did he have a screw loose? Futian stood upright on the sky stairwell. Not only did he not retreat, but he even climbed up the sky stairwell. He moved closer toward his opponent in the presence of the power of Tiantian. On second thought, Futian seemed to understand that he would have no place to escape if Supreme Heavenly King were to crush him with the power of Tiantian. Should that be the case, he might as well face it like a man. However, the onlookers were proved wrong about Futian when they saw his body glinting with divine light. Several rays of turquoise light covered the whole atmosphere, including the statue of Tiantian. When the light touched the statue, it penetrated the latter. What is he trying to do? Everyone laid their eyes on Futian, who was on the sky stairwell. Even the heaven realm cultivators were staring at him. However, the gods gazed at him in disdain, assuming he was only a worm looking for his death. Are you tired of living? Supreme Heavenly King emanated his gods' might as he glared at the approaching Futian. How dare he get so near to me? As he unleashed his might, an authentic divine power was released from the statue of Tiantian at the same time. Futian felt the pressure instantly from where he stood. He knew that escaping from the reach of God's might was impossible. Nevertheless, Futian had never planned to flee from there. In the next moment, he expanded his aura until it reached the statue of Tiantian. Meanwhile, his divine consciousness went into the statue as well. There was no hesitation or fear in his eyes as he looked forward at the scene. Raising his head, Futian peered at the phantom of Tiantian, while the latter lowered its eyes to look at the lower plane. Their gazes were met. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Rumble. Everyone was stunned when they heard the eerie noise. Many were baffled when they noticed the statue of Tiantian behind Supreme Heavenly King trembled precariously. Supreme Heavenly King furrowed his brows as he sensed something amiss. Soon, colors slowly drained from his face. What in the world was happening? He felt his connection with the statue was gradually becoming weaker. He realized that Futian was not paying attention to him when he turned to gape at the latter, who did not remove his gaze from the phantom of Tiantian in the void. While everyone was glancing at him in bafflement, Futian, his eyes remaining on the statue of Tiantian, announced, "Ancient Tiantian of Old Heaven Court, prudently consider who should be the one to inherit your divine power." Roar. A spine-chilling divine power emanated from the statue of Tiantian, and the tremor further intensified. The hearts of the crowd were pounding like crazy at the sight of it. Was Futian attempting to seize control of the statue? Still, wasn't Futian one step behind? Before his arrival, Supreme Heavenly King had already communicated with the will of the statue, awakening it to draw the divine power of Tiantian from it. Was Futian going to subjugate it the first thing after he came? Was his aptitude in this area that impressive? Futian discharged a mighty divine power around him, though the overwhelming gods might remain. He stood upright without a single wavering. With his eyes laying on the phantom of Tiantian, the force of great path seeped through the statue from his body. He could commune with the divine ruler with his power. Both the divine ruler and the demonic blade could sense the force within him. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that the statue of Tiantian could do the same. The power of the spirit merged with the light of the divine ruler and flooded into the statue. Immediately, he sensed the will of Tiantian and noticed that the ancient Tiantian had sealed itself within the power of the statue. Upon sensing the will, Futian caught sight of a gigantic Tiantian who stood tall under the sky, possessing peerless strength while holding a bat'lix. Although the wills remained in the statues, they did not leave any imperial arm. Perhaps the ancient Tiantian had brought the imperial arms to the battlefield then. These were the remains, as they might have gone to the war knowing they would never return. Futian's divine power awakened the power within the statue and assimilated it with his. Eventually, Supreme Heavenly King felt like he was expelled from the statue as he slowly lost his connection with it. Boom! The statue of Tiantian stopped quivering after the deep boom was heard. Supreme Heavenly King's hearts palpitated violently. He no longer had his dignified look, but stared at Futian in disbelief. Futian paid him no heed, but looked at the statue of Tiantian behind him and declared, "Ancient Tiantian, I hereby announce that I will inherit your divine power." The statue resonated with Futian right after he spoke. A divine light suddenly covered both of them. Shortly after, the divine power within Futian was stirred up and circulated inside him frantically. A mountainous phantom of Tiantian materialized while the multitude of cultivators looked in astonishment. It appeared to be more massive and gallant than before, as if it was resurrected. Ji Wudao, who remained at the same spot in the sky, could not help but draw in a cold breath. Naturally, he was observing Futian's actions and was greatly confounded. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard when Futian struck his palm forward. Immediately, the enormous phantom of Tiantian released a colossal divine seal and directed it at Supreme Heavenly King. They were only a stone's throw away from one another. Supreme Heavenly King still did not recover from his dazed state. So, he raised his hand to guard himself reflexively, and a violent clash could be heard. Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator, was hurled back to a great distance by the overwhelming divine power. Chapter 27:13, Gathering of Prominent Figures. The events occurring before the eyes of the crowd were like a dream. The Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tiantian to defeat Futian. It appeared as though this battle was reaching its inevitable conclusion, in which the near-deity plane's Supreme Heavenly King would crush Futian. However, the outcome turned out that the Supreme Heavenly King lost to Futian. The power of Tiantian that he relied on was instead stolen by the latter. Right now, Futian stood there, bathed in Tiantian divine halos on the sky stairwell. He was shining with brilliant light. The Supreme Heavenly King coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, but the damage he felt internally was even more intense. The impact of this battle on him was immense. It was not merely as simple as a defeat for him. He had communicated with the ancient will of Tiantian and the golem, and it was compatible with the power he cultivated. However, how did the battle end like this? He did not understand. How did he lose? What went wrong? How did Futian seize the power of Tiantian and the golem? He was not the only one who did not understand. The cultivators present were also baffled. They looked over where Futian stood in astonishment. How did he manage to pull it off? Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended on Futian's figure. In the sky above him, the great Skylord's black and white Almighty released intense pressure. It was not just the two of them. At the top of the sky stairwell, Ji Wudao similarly had a gaze as sharp as daggers as he looked down at Futian's silhouette. "How did you do that?" asked Ji Wudao loudly. His voice shook the space like the voice of the Heavenly Emperor. It reverberated throughout the area. The entire independent world trembled due to his voice. It contained truly unparalleled power. This was the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Wudao. He controlled the power of the Heavenly Emperor of the Old Heaven Court. He appeared to be the successor of the heavens. Even though Futian now had the power of the ancient Tiantian and the golem, he still felt an overbearing pressure acting on him right now. He raised his head and glanced at the silhouette in the sky. Ji Wudao's cultivation was far more profound than the supreme heavenly king's. The might of the heavenly emperor was unfathomable. Moreover, Ji Wudao could better utilize this power than the supreme heavenly king. "Since you can do it, why can't I?" retorted Yi Futian as he raised his chin. Ji Wudao glared at Yi Futian. He was not satisfied with this answer. The teachings of the Heaven Court were compatible with that of House Deva. The current Heaven Court was the rightful successor of the ancient House Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions that served under the heavenly path. In other words, the members of the Heaven Court were the successors of the heavenly path. The members of the Heaven Court were supposed to stand head and shoulders above all the other cultivators. They represented the peak of the cultivation world. Ji Wudao did everything to reclaim the glory that belonged to the Heaven Court. Under his leadership, the Heaven Court would once again stand at the peak of the world and rule over all living beings. They would be in charge of maintaining worldly order. Be it Donghuang Diyuan, Dihao, or Yi Futian, they all had to make way for the Heaven Court to regain its reign. Nobody could stop Ji Wudao. He was determined to finish what she had not been able to complete. This was his calling. He was also sure that he could achieve his goal. Ji Wudao looked at the white-haired figure beneath him. Even though he had seen Yi Futian a few times, it seemed like he had always underestimated the latter. Now, this proud son of heaven from the original realm was powerful enough to pose a threat to the Heaven Court. Buzz. Right now, a divine halo lit up at the end of the sky stairwell. A domineering divine light enveloped the vast space. The divine light propagated and shielded the sun. In an instant, the entire region of the old Heaven Court was covered by the light. Sensing the overbearing pressure, even the cultivators far away in other places looked up at the sky. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. A god seemed to have descended upon the region. The phantasm of the old heavenly emperor appeared, and it was blinding. As the divine light rained down, a shocking scene played out in the sky. A scroll painting unfolded in the heavens. The past was reenacted in the scroll. The heavens collapsed, and the ground split open. Endless divine light poured down from the cracks in the sky. The reenactment was a scene from the War of the Gods. In the painting, the heavenly emperor summoned all the Tiantians back to the old Heaven Court. All of them gathered at the sky stairwell. Awe-inspiring Tiantian passageways were activated, and each passageway led to a different part of the world. The heavenly emperor pointed his sword forward, and all the Tiantians moved under his command. All of them left behind a golem before they embarked on war through the Tiantian passageways. The reenactment was not very clear as it was formed from will. As the scene played out, divine light rained down, and immediately, all the golems on the sky stairwell were illuminated. The golems came to life and transformed into ancient Tiantians. The sky stairwell glowed as the ancient Tiantians returned. Even the golem that Yi Futian had resonated with shone with menacing divine halos. Affected by the will of the heavenly emperor, it struggled to break free from Yi Futian's control. "He's so strong!" exclaimed the crowd as they looked up at the silhouette of Ji Wudao. All these phenomena were triggered by Ji Wudao. Right now, Ji Wudao was like the descendant of the heavenly emperor. He was originally the heir of the heaven realm. If the current heaven realm was considered to have inherited the lineage of the ancient House Deva, then Ji Wudao could indeed be considered the successor of the old Heaven Court. Ji Wudao looked down at Yi Futian. The sword of the heavenly emperor in his hand radiated with divine halos. The might of Tiantian burst forth simultaneously, attempting to kill Yi Futian right there. Bang! A ferocious power burst forth from Yi Futian's figure as he struggled free from the pressure. At the same time, he unleashed celerity, and his figure disappeared from its original position and appeared in another location. Divine light immediately pierced the spot where he stood moments ago. If the attack had landed, Yi Futian would undoubtedly have perished. "The attack is so powerful," commented the crowd as they looked at Ji Wudao. At this moment, he appeared invincible. Had he completely inherited the will of the heavenly emperor? The divine light covered the vast space as the phantasm of the heavenly emperor appeared in the sky and looked down on everyone. Were the cultivators present here really capable of defeating Jiwu Dao? He was unrivaled in this region. Who could stand against him? Right at this moment, a terrifying aura permeated the space. The divine light in the heavens seemed to retract. This scene caused many people to look out into the distance. Then, they saw a demonic cloud churn and roar frenziedly as it headed their way. The demonic cloud appeared to contain powerful demonic might. It was like the will of a demon god and was terrifying. Did someone from Devil Imperial Palace communicate with the will of the demonic lord? Many people secretly thought to themselves. Before this, the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace had been comprehending the will of the demonic lord in the relic of House Karura. The various cultivators all vaguely knew about this. The top figures of Devil Imperial Palace had been in seclusion for several years and had not been seen. However, now demonic might churned and roared as it surged over. What did the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace coming out of seclusion signify? High in the sky, the terrifying demonic cloud roared. It formed a gigantic silhouette as though the demonic lord had come in person. Beneath the demonic figure, a group of cultivators appeared. They were the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. They stood high in the sky, unafraid of the divine might as they stared ahead. Back during the War of the Gods, the forces of the demonic lord were originally one of the most powerful forces that attacked the heavenly path. It was difficult for the people of today to imagine how powerful the ability of the demonic lord was. He actually dared to defy the heavenly path. He killed the king of House Karura and destroyed the shrine of the Karura. His ability was undoubtedly superior to all the cultivators of House Karura. He might even rival the heavenly emperor. Aside from the demonic lord, who else had the most powerful combat ability back then? Some of the figures from back then were not in the relic, but instead had perished in the outside world and lost their lives completely. An example was Shunjia, the great emperor. Back then, he had wanted to battle the heavenly path. He proclaimed that there were originally no paths in the world and wished to fight against the heavens. The current cultivation world could not imagine how frightening the War of the Gods was back in the day. Yu Sheng. Futian cried out as he saw someone in the churning demonic cloud. Yu Sheng was surprisingly standing in the cloud. His temperament seemed to have undergone a considerable change. His entire body was jet black. The demonic aura that circled his body was like demonic armor. His jet-black eyes stirred up fear in the hearts of those who gazed into them. He was extremely domineering. Did Yu Sheng inherit the will of the demonic lord? Yi Futian secretly thought. There were so many cultivators in Devil Imperial Palace. Aside from Yu Sheng, there were the top demon sage, Ying Yi, and the other cultivators. There were many top-tier demonic cultivators who had cultivated in the relic. Now that they had come out of seclusion, that meant someone had naturally succeeded in inheriting the will and teachings of the demonic lord. The various cultivators also looked at the members of Devil Imperial Palace who had arrived. This relic of Old Heaven Court had become a gathering of prominent figures. The cultivators from various forces had all gathered here. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.